Ryan, do you hear that?
Do I hear the sound?
I think I hear the big old rumble of a big V8 motor.
Certainly not a thing you'd expect on this sort of fine British day.
Welcome everybody to RCI TV here today at Oulton Park, full of GT4 action today. 6 hours of Oulton Park here at RCI in the GT4 cars. You're looking at one of the BMWs who seems to have perhaps had a bit of a mechanical failure in the pit lane. And big V8 motors out on the grid today. I'm counting, Ryan, 3 to 4 of them big old Camaros as our broadcaster pods past some of the cars in the pit lane. Hello, everybody. My name is Mike Jones. And again, welcome to RCI TV. And again, we are here today, 6 hours of Oulton Park in the GT4. Teams today can be anywhere from one person all the way up to 6 because, hey, why the heck not? There will be a couple people out here soloing this race today, and it's going to be one heck of a race. Joining me today shall be a few of our commentators. Later on, we shall have our favorite Wednesday commentator from the DDC series. Nate will be joining me. Joe Gleason joining me mid-race as well. Ryan Gill, of course, will be here for a little while after he gets out of the car and dusts himself off a little bit. And joining me right now is the one and only Mr. Ryan Mawson. How you doing today, Ryan?
Yes, thank you, Mike. Yeah, we're doing great on this fine British day. Ready for some packed GT4 action. I mean, it's always historically given us some great racing as Oulton Park. Quite a taxing circuit, and the GT4s just sort of condense everybody as they're so different each car to car. You really see each one's strengths and weaknesses and what the drivers can do with them. As we see one of the giant V8 Camaros, it's going to be especially fun to try pass on this circuit with how big that is. I mean, if we're going by measurement, I think Oulton Park a lot of times is only maybe 1.5 Camaro wide.
Well, looking at a couple of them coming down the track right now, that is about right. Luckily, we have the GT4s out here today. These cars can definitely bump, bang, and beat their way through each other a little bit more than the GT3s will, and I'm sure that we're going to see plenty of that over the next 6.5 hours or so before this race wraps up. Here's John Dalton, one of your teammates, Mr. Mawson, for the Open Advisor Racing Club number 888 Camaro today. And not the car I expected to see a John Dalton in.
No, this is our sister car, our silver car that's in the World Tour. They're in the McLaren. But I think they sort of, you know, as most people would say, British track, what people take around here is, you know, we have a couple of the McLarens, the Porsches, the sort of the more handling cars. And I think Dalton and his teammate Tom Pottage just decided, let's have a bit of fun. Let's have a big rumbly V8 and a bit of straight line speed. But we never know. I've never historically seen the Camaro race here. It could be very good in the race. It could maybe not be the sharpest tool in the knife qualifying, but we've seen it before where, you know, KTM's always historically qualified well, struggle in the race. It could be entirely backwards.
I mean, it'll be interesting to see. You can see him dragging Mr. Jardier himself in the only 570S today out of the corner. That Camaro, not enough torque to even keep up with that 570S. Plenty of torque in that thing, but apparently Jardier knows something that we don't. He is the only 570S on the field today, and he'll be doing all 6 hours of this race solo. We'll be jumping in with him perhaps a couple times through the race into his comms to check in with him, see how he's getting on this long day. Of course, he had the 12 hours of Bathurst yesterday over at SimGrid's World Cup. He decided he didn't do quite enough racing yesterday. He had a teammate of 4, which is just not quite enough. His ego's a little bit wide now. John Dalton going to get past, get a little bit of a wiggle out of that Camaro. But yeah, 3 hours of racing just wasn't quite enough for him, so he thought he would double it today. Do about 6 hours here at Oulton Park. Free practice wrapping up, and we are going to get into the 15-minute qualifying session here at Oulton, and here we go into qualifying. Who's going to get out first, and what lap times do we think we're going to see? This is it's interesting because we haven't done a pure GT4 Enduro quite yet, as Sundstrom's going to be the first one out in the KTM. Ryan, what are you expecting to see? Do we think that they're going to drop into the 39s? Maybe.
It's
a little toasty.
It is a little bit toasty today. It would not surprise me though with some of the talent that RCI pulls in, especially when you've got the people in the KTM's and the Alpines. We cannot discount the Alpines as much as it is is a little bit of a slow goer. It's the smallest engine in the field. It is incredible on the handling front, but as I said earlier, it'd be interesting to see what happens after quali, because as much as you can qualify on pole, what's going to happen in the race? A lot of times we've seen the BMWs especially just power their way past in a straight line, and then if you've got it amazingly in the corners, you can't really do much to them, especially at Oulton Park. There's not many overtaking spots unless you are incredibly brave. But it will be interesting to see as well what the McLaren of Jardier can do. As you mentioned, the only McLaren in the field. It has got quite a lot of speed, quite good handling here. It's a bit favourable bop being a British car, British track. But I know from experience driving that car, the rear tyres will cook. The brakes are not as brilliant as some of the others. The brakes are actually more akin to the road car. You can't alter the brake bias. You can't do anything to them. So yeah, after 6 hours, it'll be interesting to see what they're doing. But we'll see what the provisional pole may be as the KTM of Sundstrom crosses the line, starts his flyer.
Yeah, let's take a look on board here with Sundstrom. First corner here, Old Hall corner. Touch of the brakes, get the right-hander really sharp, and then catch the corner on the exit. As you come across, get hard on the brakes through Dentons and into the Cascades. You've got to catch all the curb here, but not too much of it. You can see Sundstrom lose just a touch of traction as he touches that curb, and then the really, really fast island bend here, turn 4. You've got to get this perfectly. If you get any sort of grass, you're going to go into that retaining wall over on the right side. Get it down as far to the right as possible for Shell's Oil's corner, and get that thing as much grip on the out as possible. There's a lot of straights here, and as Ryan was saying, you got to get the grunt out of the corner to really make this work. There's a lot of straights on this circuit. A couple chicanes as well. There's the first one. That's Britain's chicane, and he's got to get all the way back to the left side of the track here to get hard onto the brakes for the second chicane through turn 10, turn 11, and subsequently out through Knickerbrook, which is turn 12 right here. This is what I find to be one of the more difficult points on the circuit right there in turn 12. You've got to make sure you don't go too wide on the outskirts because, again, you touch the grass here just like you do at a lot of the small British circuits, and it will just throw you out. If anybody's raced at Brands, you know that much. Out through Druid's corner, and then subsequently through and underneath the Warwick Bridge into turn 16, which is Lodge corner. Hard on the brakes, down into second gear, make the right-hander, catch as much of the curb on the outside as possible. Plenty of runoff area there, and then through the kink at Deer's Leap across the line. Mikhail Sundstrom going to set the first lap at a 42.342, and Kieran Sharp for the OTL team right behind him, 3/10 behind. 4/10 behind. Look at him. Oh, there it is. Finally, somebody took it, and it's a BMW, Ryan.
Yeah, as we said, we expected them to be quite dominant with it, the amount of straight lines it has. But that is just the first lap. We've still yet to see these tires really come on song. You know, it takes maybe 2 to 3 laps before you even get up to pressure, as that's just been taken by another BMW of Dan Mitten. We refer to 41.9s, and that has once again been taken by a Mercedes. 41.5. So yes, we are creeping down.
SDL Esports by Logitech G. Kevin Leone out there in the Merc in the number 27, and that will be the provisional pole. 41.5. Of course, that's about 7/10 higher than what we saw Sundstrom do. But that said, Kevin Leone not currently up on the time. Mikhail Sundstrom almost up a half second on his time. And we're going to see if he's able to improve on that enough to get back up into pole position. The BMW is doing very well in qualifying so far. Here's again Sundstrom in that KTM, about a half a second up as he's approaching into the last sector. He comes around Druids underneath the bridge, Gonna come into Lodge Corner. He lost a little bit of time coming out of Druids there, about a 10th or so. He's not going to quite make it up to pole, but this should at least, I think, put him up onto the front row. Will he be able to get up there? He will. So there it is. Sunstrom at least up in the front row, but that dominating time from the Merc so far, 3.5 tenths up. And here's John Dalton again in the Camaro. He's going to come across the line, and we'll see what the 888 is able to do. He got himself about a half second up, down onto the third row in that Camaro. He will be the first one out in the top 10. And here is Yaroslav Honzik. Of course, Jardier about 2 tenths up. That's enough at the moment to bump him up quite a bit of positions, potentially put himself up in front of John Dalton, and it will not happen. He's 300ths or so behind, and that is not quite enough to get him up into the front row so far.
Yeah, so far the lap time's constantly going down as Matt Samuel takes the P6 away from the Porsche. But we'll say everyone so far looks like everyone's trending in the right direction. As he says, I would expect maybe a couple of 40s. 39, it might just be that little bit too toasty today. Alexander Karsten up a whole 0.7 of a second. That would definitely put him at least to the almost to the front row if he can continue it. Get even more time coming up the hill. That's 0.9, 0.8. So we could be looking at a new pole setter if he can keep the time through Druids. Quite a difficult corner. Blind crest, as you can see, you don't want to run too far out. You will invalid your lap.
Yeah, might invalidate his lap, but we'll see if he's able to hold on to it. Here comes Alexander Karsten out through the last corner, tries to get a little bit of the slipstream off the Camaro, but the Camaro dips out into the pit lane. Here goes Karsten across the line. That's going to put him up to pole in the Porsche above Charlie Crossland, who took it away from the 27 the first time. A fantastic lap by that Porsche. The KTM out in second as well. That KTM, that 69 KTM is definitely going to be a team to watch today. That's Charlie Crossland and James Parker out in that KTM, and that is going to be one hell of a team to be watching. And would not be surprised to see them up on the front row. But here comes Team Highlands Racing. Eric Diaz, 927. He's in another KTM across the line, not able to quite get it up to Carson's level, but takes that top KTM spot from the British Ballers team and puts himself up into P2. You know, perhaps, Ryan, we're going to see the KTMs be the ones that are out here to take home the victory today, because that is 2 KTMs already fighting for those top positions at the top of the grid, and not quite what I expected to see. And Sundstrom, of course, back in P5, so that's 3 of them in the front 3 rows, and would not be surprised to see. I suppose I should say that I'm not surprised to see them out there just because of the drivers behind the cars. Sundstrom, of course, one of the fastest drivers here. Charlie Crossland and James Parker in the 69, fantastic drivers. Team Highlands Racing, people that we haven't seen much of recently, unfortunately. But the THR team, again, they're a very, very, very quick esports team out there. So the 927 is going to be one to watch as well. However, Alexander Carson still holding on to that P1. Charlie Crossland is about a 10th up, but losing time where he was at. I don't think this lap is going to be enough for him. Here comes Dan Minton across the line in one of the BMWs. That's going to put him up a couple positions, and he's up into P6. And he's got 5.5 minutes or so. Plenty of time for these guys to come out, do some more laps, and see if they can't get that done before. Here's Crossland. He's gotten through sector 1, crossing into the sector 3 line right now. Just lost the time, unfortunately, right there. He was a couple tenths up, but I think he caught a bit of the grass there. He's going to lose the time again. He's got time to get out and put down another lap. However, what I'm seeing here, Mr. Mawson, is Karsten trending upwards on his lap through the first sector. He has since lost it, but that just proves that he's got more time to gain. Will he be able to get down into the 140s is the question that the Renwelton team has done very good so far, but he is down on his time now as he approaches the hairpin. Couple tenths back and not able to get that through the remainder of Sector 1. But Mikhail Sundstrom, well, he's trending up once again. Oh, I think he just invalidated his lap, unfortunately. Sundstrom. Well, keep going. NOP team.
Yeah, as you said earlier, it doesn't surprise us when we have the wall of KTM from second to fourth. They are such a great handling car. If you can handle it, but as you says, the drivers that are behind these KTMs are just, you expect them to be able to get the full out of them. It's not a car for the faint of heart, I would say. As Jaroslav Honzik, he's trending up as well. We'll put him up into the P6 position, so he has started to leapfrog people. We've got 4 minutes left. You've still got a couple of laps, and I think that the McLaren might still have a little bit of time in it, as once again he's still looking like he's trending in the right direction, just about.
Yeah, Jardier trending about a tenth up at the moment. Charlie Crossland really trying to push and get that 10th out. We're running on board with him in that KTM. And such a different looking car this KTM is. I think everybody who's seen one of the KTMs has kind of knows that. This car is basically just it's that roadster that just has a roll bar and a windshield packed onto the top of it and chucked into the GT4 class. He's gonna pick up a tenth or two on the braking zone into the final corner, loses a bit of it, and I don't think he's gonna improve on this lap. Let's see. It's not gonna quite be enough. His lap only half a tenth slower or so than his best time. He's got 3 minutes to go. Looks like he's got enough fuel to continue. Otherwise, he would have went back to the pit lane already. So he's got plenty of time to get out there, get another lap or two down. Here's the 302. The other one of the other Porsches on the grid is we have a total of 3. The 302 racing here for TPC Sim Racing. Simon Speth in the 302, and he is trending up on his lap at the moment, almost 7 tenths ahead. He is. This potentially, if he can hold on to it through Sector 3, might look like a pole time out through Druid's Corner, under the bridge, and then he's going to come into Lodge Corner here shortly. 7 tenths up still as he enters the braking zone, picks up another half a tenth or so, loses it on the out, but trending upwards as he comes down. This might be the pole time. 8 tenths up, 8.5 tenths up. There it is. He's going to go across the line and has invalidated his time. The 302 unfortunately invalidated that lap. Such a good lap by him, but showing that he has the pace to be able to do that potentially is what Speth's going to do. He's got a couple more laps to do it. Get back out there, throw it down. He's already a half tenth up on his lap. Here's Alexander Karsten improving on his time, putting 3 tenths between him and the THR 927 KTM. Matt Samuel, a team that we have not talked about yet, back in P11. This is not where I would expect to see the FFS racing team in a GT4 car. He improves on his time a little bit here, but still 6.5 tenths off the leader. Eric Dia is trending upwards ever so slightly. It's not going to be enough. Little bit of an improvement, but at least distance himself from Charlie Crossland, but not quite enough. But the FFS racing team in that Audi, I think that's going to be the interesting one here. They're very good in the GT4 cars, it seems like. That's Matt Samuel, Gergo Panker, and Jarkko Torvinen driving that car today. And it's not something that I generally tend to see them that far down in the field ever. But also in the GT4s, Matt Samuel, unfortunately, looks like he's struggling just a little bit with that Audi in qualifying. Here's the Rust Easy car coming through the chicane as we pop back over to Mikhail Sundstrom because he's trending up almost 3 tenths on his lap. Broadcaster's trying to show me something here. He's going to pick up a couple positions. This might actually put him up into P2, and it will. Mikhail Sundstrom goes 1.5 tenths underneath the leader, gets himself back up onto the front row where he wants to be to start this race. It's almost better to start on the outside of this track so that you get the run coming into the Cascades. Because if you can get enough of an overlap going into turn 1, the left side of the track is where you're going to want to be as that corner approaches. Here's Martin Lawrence for one of the Connection Loss racing teams. You're seeing the 405 out ahead of them on the leaderboard. Their silver team entry in the 405. Lawrence, though, is about to take over that spot from his teammate across the line and up into P10 he goes, knocking Jardier, of all people, out of the top 10. Connection Loss Racing Team has one more lap to do. Their max wait time is up at the top of the screen. That means the checkered flag has gone on qualifying. And here's the Yassi 39 himself, Jaroslav Honzek, a half tenth up on his lap, losing a little bit as he comes out of the second chicane, going to make his way down to Druid's corner. He's losing time all down the straight, just showing how important it is to get such a good run out of the corners and onto the straights. He's trying to catch a bit of that slipstream from the car ahead, getting himself everything he can. The Merc slows down, knowing that he's on a hot lap, breaks deep into launch corner, and he's going to try and come out of this corner strong. Not quite strong enough, however, losing just another tenth or so of time. He's going to come across the line, still improve up into P7, but it's not quite what he wanted. Speth, though, this is the one we were monitoring earlier, Ryan. This is that Porsche in the 302. We were monitoring him so far up. He is 1.4 seconds up. I wonder if this is an invalidation lap based on the timing. We're going to find out here momentarily. He's going to come across the line. Will this be a proper lap? It will not. It will be an invalidated lap. Speth just not able to put a lap together, unfortunately. And that's going to come all the way back down to P13. But that might be a car to watch. Speth very, very quick if he can keep it inside the lines. And a couple more cars coming across the line. The 404 is going to be, oh, no, he's got a validated lap as well. So the 404 are going to come into the pit lane. And we're going to be into our hold time before the grid will start to allow all the drivers to make their driver swaps. And, we've got what's the count here, Ryan? 16 cars within a second or so, and that's realistically just because the first couple cars are just so quick. It'd be even more of the field. 25 entries here today in the first GT4 endurance race, coming off of a couple endurance races from yesterday. These drivers out here are a little crazy. Coming out to do 6 hours of racing after doing an endurance race yesterday, but that's what we live for here at RCI.
Yeah, very much so, and especially interesting to see, as we can see, no one lap holds entire purple sectors. That's just with each different cars. Porsche very consistent over a full lap. The KTM's really come strong in sector 2 with both of those chicanes being very handling based. We've got a Mercedes that has taken sector 1, and then the BMW holds sector 3, which is an absolute power run down the back out of Druids. So it's very interesting to see each in the race, because every car has its strong and its weak point around this track. And as you says, there's a couple of people to watch in this race. The 302 Porsche, very, very quick if they can keep it in the lines. We've got the 321 Matt Samuel, Gergo Panka. They, once again, maybe not exactly where you'd expect them to qualify, but in the race I would expect them to move up some places. Otherwise, up front, we've got the wall of KTMs and an Alpine that we had flown under our radar. Of Valentin Barrier has taken P5, rounding out the top 5.
Yeah, so Valentin Barrier, by the way, riding with Mikowski in one of the 2 Alpines on the grid. And, of course, we have Billy Octane and Ryan Gill in the other Alpine. They actually came across the line in P10 for the second Alpine in the 333. Repping the Triple R team today. Those 2 are, unfortunately, the rest of the Triple R team just not able to make it today. However, what we're going to do is we're going to make a little bit of a migration, and we're going to go bug Valentin Barrier and Jardier himself. They are not able to join us in the box. We're gonna have to migrate out to them, Mr. Mawson. So we're gonna leave our nice comfy comms box here for a second while the wait time is going over. We're gonna jump over and bug Jardier. Stream will go silent here for just a second, guys, as we get set up, and then we're gonna bring in Jardier and Barrier, give them a little bit of a bug.
We prepared a new thing, guys.
Well, everybody, here we are in the car with Jardier. Jardier, as we're sitting here in the pit lane waiting for the race to take over. So you're doing 6 hours solo today
Yes.
because you're insane.
Sorry. What did you say, Mike? Sorry.
I said because you're insane.
Yes, I guess I don't know why, because honestly, already in qualification, my left hand hurts, so I don't know why I did this to myself, but I think it's gonna be good fun.
Well, so what I was telling Ryan earlier is that you had about 3 hours of racing yesterday and the 12 hours of Bathurst. And I just assumed that just wasn't enough for you because four teammates in a 12-hour race. How do you even deal with that? So today I suppose you decided to solo. But you're here with a bunch of friends today. Of course, Barry A, Mike Williams, everybody here racing today. What are you expecting today? Like, what's your expectation?
Well, expectation that hopefully I will not have to use the bathroom too much. No, I actually hope I will not lose too much time, in the toilet, because the problem of this game is the pit stops are so fast, If the pit stop would be like a 50 seconds or a minute, you can actually run to the bathroom and do something, but this is way too short, to do anything. So, well, I want to beat all my friends, and I would like to be somewhere between top 5, hopefully, in the race.
But you've got the 570S today, so you're the only one out here in this McLaren.
Yeah.
And we're already, some of the drivers are going, Jardier in the McLaren. Do you know something we don't? Do you think that you can take top 5 in that 570?
I don't know. When people were like, "Why did you take the car?" I'm like, I don't know. I thought it's a fun car, I was originally I was signed up with AMG, and then I was like, nah, I'm gonna drive McLaren 2 days in a row. And then then everybody was like, why did you took the car? If it's gonna rain, you're screwed, So I'm a bit worried.
Well-
I'm a bit worried.
Well, if you've been out on the practice server, we do have definitely a chance to rain today. Looking
God.
really dry as we switch over to the grid, and it's a little toasty out there too. If it starts raining, it's gonna be a little warm. 24C out on there, ambient, and 31. How does the McLaren do on tires in these little bit of a hotter temperature?
Well, honestly, only my practice was the 10-minute quali, so I have no clue. I have no
We're gonna
clue
find
at
out.
all. Yeah, I will probably find out during the race.
All
Yeah,
right.
if anything, wet weather might be a bit of an advantage for you, because the rear tires on the McLaren, at least a couple of times I've raced it, like to get a little bit toasty in these higher ambience.
Oh God. Oh God.
Well, Jardier, finding out information on the grid. Hopefully your pit crew can go in and change some of the tire pressures if needed. But Ryan, any final thoughts for Jardier before he heads out on the formation lap?
No, I'd say best of luck, and we'll be watching us as the only McLaren in the field. It'll be interesting to see where if you can get near the wall of KTM's that seem to be up ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm looking forward, guys.
All right, Jardier, good luck. And ladies and gentlemen, that will be our formation grid starting up here very shortly. Comms are going to go dark here for just a second as Ryan and I make our way back into the comms box, and we'll be back in just a moment for the formation lap. All right, Ryan. So now that we're back over at the box, what's the hope for Jardier?
I thought that he once again, like you said before, knew something that we didn't. I thought that he had found some amazing setup. He's quite good with setups, is Jardier, and I expect it to be. The McLaren is a lovely car to drive around here. It's just the tires I always found, but if you've got the talent to drive around that, you've got the talent to drive around that. Be definitely interesting to see. So far, at least looking on the forecast, we're not due any rain. That does not mean that it won't happen. Otherwise, no, it'll be interesting car to see in actual race conditions. It does still have a good grunt of speed. It's pretty good in the corners, and what's in front of him are a lot of cars that maybe lack a little bit of speed. As I said, we have the wall of KTM's and the Alpine cars that are very, very handling based. They're very light, very nimble, but maybe lose out a little bit on speeds. And everything behind, as we see, we've got the BMWs, we have the almighty Camaros, cars that really thrill in Sector 3. So it will definitely be an interesting race, especially with everyone all the way down to P14 within a second.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? So we've got 25 entries, of course, here at Oulton Park, which is, this isn't a very short track. It is a 140 run time here in the GT4s, but it's a very tight track. And 25 entries, when we're looking at the perspective of such a small British circuit, even at a 140 lap time, this should very much be a very tightly packed racetrack as we pod ourselves down the grid. This is Jardier himself there, P7. And of course, Dan Minton in the BMW. We had somebody cheering for him in the chat earlier. This is one of the BMWs out on the grid, and I believe he was the top BMW that did the qualifying. So perhaps your predictions, Ryan, of the BMWs being the best in qualifying just wasn't quite there, as the KTM seemed to dominate that, which is interesting. Here's Billy Octane and Ryan Gill's Triple R, Triple 3 Porsche in the traditional Miami Vice teal and pink. And then here's a couple more of the BMWs. The 192, this is going to be piloted out of the Marco McCree to start with, Igor Zanella, Racing Line Motorsport, the second Racing Line Motorsport team. And one of the other Camaros, the 302 that was looking so strong in qualifying, just wasn't able to put a valid lap together. Qualified down in P13. Got a little bit of an empty slot here. We must have gotten an unfortunate mechanical failure coming out of one of the teams, not able to quite make it to the grid. Tom Pottage in the 888, one of your good friends, Ryan, qualifying all the way down in P15. We have the Connection Loss Racing Team 405 out there as the grid is going to start taking away here for the formation lap. Leaders are away. Ryan's Crozen there behind us that we just looked at, the car 80. That was a pretty strong looking car a couple weeks ago at the Donington race, or sorry, at the Bathurst race GT4 last weekend. And of course, the final car on the grid is the Rust Easy Porsche, all the way down in 25th position. The problem is, how will they be able to handle all the way back from the back of the grid in this track that is not quite easy to pass that? We're looking back from Maximilian Wolmuth. He was the pole sitting car in the number 16 Porsche Excel Racing by Ren Welton. Taking the pole nearly on pace is the car behind in the KTM. Mikhail Sundstrom going to be piloting that. And I apologize, Alexander Karsten is going to be starting the Excel Racing car, not Maximilian Wolmuth. Behind them, Eric Diaz and then Charlie Crossan for the British Ballers will wrap up your front two rows. So that is Porsche, KTM, 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 starting on the two front rows.
Yeah, I mean, like we said, it so depends on the drivers. A lot of times, if you have a straight line speed car like the BM, they always do quite well in qualifying. But as we've seen today, we just have the people who can really extract every single ounce of performance out of these KTMs, and the Alpine that's qualified up in P5. The other thing I noticed as well, we were talking about only car on the grid with Jardier. We only have one lonely Ginetta, who's also qualified all the way at the back of the grid. Sort of one little sad Ginetta, which is a little bit sad for me, considering they are my local car. They're made right by me. Is the Ginetta race team? I often see them. They're in Garforth in Leeds. I often see them rolling out. We used to watch them when I was a kid, going to Le Mans with their sort of crazy GT3 car, that weird Ginetta GT3 that they had, and the LMPs and such.
Interesting. So I really like driving the little Ginettas. Back when I used to play Project Cars, I used to drive the little G40s and G55s all the time. I've not driven the GT4 version here too much in this game, just because I can't with the right-hand drive car here, as these cars are going to stack up into their double file as they approach the final sector very quickly here. Ryan, before we get out into the first lap, what's your prediction? Let's do it.
Well, my prediction so far is that we are going to definitely have a couple of people off at Islands Bend. And it will be interesting to see what will happen at the start of the race. I mean, we saw in Night Owl in one of our other races, P2 overtook the pole setter at the start. The KTM does have the handling to go around the outside line, but will the Porsche be better on the launch? I mean, you've got a wall of KTMs in front of you, so no one behind you is going to have an advantage, as we'll see. when the green flag drops.
Going to be the question, will the outside line do Gwiglia well in the 899? They are green here at Oulton Park. 6 hours of GT4 action. Gwiglia immediately drops behind the porch, doesn't even want to try it. Over there in the background, though, Diaz takes over that P3 spot from Crossland. Or sorry, no, that was the other way around. Diaz jumped in front of Crossland, and there is Carson leading them down onto the avenue for the first time, out of the Cascades and down into Lakeside, and that is going to be I think if I'm not mistaken, that's the Mercedes that has made up that much time. The AMG up into P4 out of the first couple corners, gets the power down in that car. Carson still leading them into the hairpin. Diaz is going to go side by side with Jardier into the hairpin for the first time. Jardier is not going to be happy about that one. That is not where you want to be on that hairpin, but he does get an awesome run coming out into the first chicane, gets on the brakes. That 570S throws himself out ahead of the KTM. The 927 is going to have to shuffle backwards a couple positions as he gets overtaken by Mikowski as well in the Alpine. Alpine up to P6. Coming into the second chicane now, and he is still out ahead. That is Eric Diaz for the THR team, shuffled all the way back to P7. A bad start for them. Carson up in front, a fantastic start. Here's Gergo Panker for the FFS Racing MH team in the 321 Audi. One of two Audis on the grid. He's up into P9, has gained, I believe, one position since the start. And they are just kind of single file all the way down here. Other than that, reasonably clean. I'm not seeing any cars off the track. Good start here at Oulton Park. Nobody getting too rowdy as the Aston Martin in the background there just slides past that BMW like he wasn't even there. Svenchek there in the Green Loftus Engineering team with a fantastic run out of Druid. He's going to make himself up in a P16 to come across the line for the first time.
Now the Camaro of Crozen's also going up the inside of Sharp. Up into turn 1, long old way around the outside for the BMW. He does hold it though, which means he has the inside line coming down into Cascades, which is the longer of the left-handers. You ideally want to be on the inside here. It's even longer to hang it around the outside. The Camaro has to fall back into single files. They're now powered down the straight. The Camaro behind them also looking like they have a slight run.
Yeah, a little bit of a run, but will it be enough into the hairpin? This is not necessarily the easiest place to get side by side with anybody. The hairpin is one of those positions where you can potentially make a pass, but not this time. Frozen for the RMK Racing 80 Camaro is able to stay out in front, but how long will that last? A great shot into the chicane there. All the cars coming by. Gergo Panker looking to the outside of lane check there in the 36 BMW, but not able to get the overlap before the braking zone into his laps chicane there for turns 10, 11, and 12. Panker, though, he's just Panker's a very patient racer. He's not quite as aggressive as his teammates. Matt Samuel and Yarko are both can be pretty aggressive. Not that Gergo won't go for a move like you're looking at here if needed, but Panker will be a little bit more patient, wait for the opening as needed. And in this Audi, Matt Samuel was already concerned about the braking, but there it is, a little bit of mistake from the BMW, and Gergo's pouncing. Here they come across the line. Who's going to get the braking into turn 1? With a question at this point, Old Hall Corner, you want to be on the right side for this, but the BMW, if they can get the run, that is where you want to be on the outside, because now this comes back to the inside for the Cascades, and it looks like he's going to have the advantage here going into it, but he doesn't take it, slots back in behind Gergo Panker back in P10, and that is now Ryan Gill behind him. Ryan Gill, of course, one of our commentators here at RCI, he wants a position, but he's currently fighting with Martin Lawrence in the Connection Loss Racing team side by side. That Alpine should be very good on the brakes comparatively to the Camaro, but will he be able to get down beside him in the hairpin? He will not. Lose the position, and now is under attack from Zanella behind in the BMW. The Alpine gets a good run coming out of the hairpin, though, and slots back in front for the chicane. And that should be P11 for Mr. Gill, holding steady as Zanello gets a little bit of a drift going on out of Brighton chicane there, and he's going to now be side by side with the Audi behind. But these guys clean so far, Ryan, but this is very close racing that we expect to see out of these GT4s.
Yeah, it always does, especially at Oulton Park. There is really no room on this circuit, but everyone's proven us wrong, managing to overtake it seemingly anywhere. Normally we say, oh, there's only a few overtaking spots, and what everyone does is prove us entirely wrong. As Chumley looking for a move on his fellow Camaro of Crozon. If you can get a better run out of Druids, that might just do it into the final corner. It would appear not. Everyone's sliding back in behind. As you see, the little Janetta has also made up some places from the back of the grid. Just sort of being patient, seeing if anyone goes for a move and then get through.
Yeah, Mulholland, of course, with the Jardier Community Racing Team in the Janetta today. Very nimble little car, very easy on the tires, very easy on the fuel. There is a stint timer today, 70 minutes, pretty standard here at RCI, but no max driving time. So these cars can run as many stints as they would like to back to back. You could have, if you have a team of two, you could run 5 hours with one and an hour with another driver if you want. That Janetta currently all the way in the back at P21. Kieran Sharp going to lose a position to the Porsche behind. No, sorry, he was attacking the Porsche ahead. That's Beth in the 302 Porsche. Going to try and get on the outside of the hairpin, but goes wide, and he's going to lose a position. The Green Loftus team that looks like 107 Aston powers down, gets on the brakes and gets under him. They're going to go side by side into the chicane here, and Sharp says, nope, not going to do that. Backs on out, gives the Aston the position, realizes he made the mistake, and slots back out. But yeah, that's the thing about these GT4s, Ryan, is, these aren't like the GT3s. You can bump, bang, and beat each other kind of no matter where you're at, and you can get like that right there. That little bit of a touch there going into the chicane, that probably wouldn't have sent a GT3 off, but here in the GT4s, they probably don't even feel that thing. These cars, of course, a lot heavier than the GT3 cars. You probably have quite a bit more experience, as I don't have any experience driving these GT4 cars personally. But you have a little bit of experience at least driving in these GT4s, and you probably know that just how different they drive to the GT3s while still being GT cars. It's definitely different. We're going to catch a bit of a replay of this contact, by the way. Here's the Green Loftus team side by side. 4 of these guys here with BMW. There was just a bit of a touch as they came out of the corner, and that is the Camaros trying to slot back ahead of the Green Loftus team now. But yeah, Ryan, so you have a little bit of experience in the GT4s at least. Talk to me about that a little bit. How do you think that they're going to take this track comparatively to a GT3? It's obviously a small track. Do the GT4s handle significantly different here, you think?
For around Oulton Park, I really feel that this is a very much a GT4 based track. A GT3, it feels kind of a bit fast, a bit clunky, but in a GT4 it's just so lovely and flowing. But yes, when driving them, they do feel very much, they feel very much more road car-y than anything else. You feel the weight under you as you throw it around. Oh, it's contact between the two Camaros that spin off as the first chicane.
Crozon and Chumley.
Yep.
Let's see if we can catch a bit of a replay of that. So here we go. So we're on board with Crozon there in the center. Chumley behind. Gets just a little bit of a late braking from Samuel Chumley there. Gets a bit of a tap out on Crozon, and I'm sure that'll be a bit of a steward's inquiry there, but I think that was our first major contact through the race. I'm sure it's not the last one we'll see as well. Bit of a difficult braking zone there. Of course, the stewards will have to review that, see if Chumley just broke too late, or if the cars ahead were just brake checking up and he had nowhere to go. But that will shuffle them down pretty much to the back of the field at this point. Just because these cars are so tight, no incidents having been reported so far, and that's going to cost him. Here's Charlie Crossland going for a move on Guiglia up at the front of the field, not quite able to get the overlap done before they come through the left-hander, so he's going to have to slot back behind. And is not going to be able to make a run into the hairpin, but these KTMs fighting tooth and nail up front, and I think that these 899 and 69 cars, we're going to see these guys fighting tooth and nail for the next 5 hours and 52 minutes or so before the overtime's over.
Yeah, I would say kind of like I said, surprising. Sometimes we've seen the KTMs really struggle in a race pace, but it's definitely not today. It says the KTM is probably one of the more race car-y feeling GT4s. There are some cars where when you drive them, they really feel like they are road cars that have been slightly altered, and then there are some that feel like purpose-built race cars. The Ginetta, the KTM, and to an extent the Alpine as well. They all feel very, very pointy.
As that replay we caught, by the way, that was a Green Loftus team just getting a touch on Bart Macha there as they came out of the final corner. Bart Macha doing an excellent job holding that Aston Martin steady as they come across. But yeah, I mean, these cars, of course, the GT4s, they are, a lot of them are realistically just road cars that have a big old wing and a roll cage attached to them. Ryan Gill going for a move here on the 192, slotting past. Look at that man go in that little Alpine. Doesn't even blink. He can stretch himself into tiny little spots in that Alpine. He can. And he uses the absolute minimal track space to slot past the BMW. I guess there's a perk to having a little tiny car here at Oulton Park, right?
Yes, when you think you've covered someone off and there isn't a gap there, oh, there definitely is if you've got a car that small. Definitely is. Especially because these cars, a lot of them can take a little bit of grass, a little bit of curb, unlike the GT3s that have giant splitters that will dig in and throw you off. As we see that is the Camaro, the 888 of John Dalton going up the inside of the BMW, capitalizing on that small mistake, trying to power away using the sort of, I say, any slipstream that the Alpine gives, but that's, you know, a tiny little hole in the air. Ideally, you want to be tucked behind something massive like the Camaros. I can imagine the slipstream if you were in an Alpine behind a Camaro. You would just disappear. It'd be brilliant.
Yeah, there'd be no air hitting you at all. That's who you want if you're driving at Le Mans or something. That's what you want as an Alpine. Is you want to be right behind that Camaro, as you will have no wind resistance at all. Just take off. That said, Martin Lawrence trying to go for a move here on the BMW ahead. Langcheck in the 36 BMW, not able to quite get the overlap done before they get to the chicane. A little bit of a slide there. That's something I think we're going to see quite often here with the Camaros today. They definitely get a little drifty. They're a little tail happy. Having driven, a little bit of a contact here. Stewie's showing us a bit of a replay. There's Speth and the FFS Racing team getting together, and Speth unfortunately going to be kind of a victim in that behind, but that's the FFS Racing team getting into contact and throwing themselves around in the 3-2-1. I'm sure that Matt Samuel will be in the steward's box here shortly, talking about that one. Unfortunate for him, but luckily it doesn't look like they've lost too much time overall. Oh no, I'm sorry, that was actually Burkle back at the back. It wasn't it? Because I see Kirko Pinker's still up in 8th.
Yes, yeah, I think that was the sort of sister car of that Audi, as we says the only second Audi in the field. But luckily, at least with the GT4 cars, you can, you know, damage isn't as terrible like end racing as in the GT3s. They can take a bit of a shunt and still have relatively good pace. So Alexander Karsten is just absolutely running away from the KTMs, at least in this early stages of the race. But maybe that's what you want. You know, you don't want to be involved in any of these crazy battles that are happening behind you. Just run away. Jadier going sideways through the second chicane, really chucking that 570 around.
And so since we last saw him here, Guiglia back down into P4. Must have had a bit of a mistake here this nearly on pace 899. Back down into P4. He's lost Crossland and Kevin Leone in the SDL Logitech Esports 27. But Guiglia, of course, paired up with Mikhail Sundstrom, and even our own Fabian Schmidberger will be jumping in there today. Would not be surprised to be seeing them making up positions over the next 2 hours or so. Guiglia, excellent driver, not quite as fast as Sundstrom is, but that's not anything to write home about, because in the end, it's something that Sundstrom is one of the fastest drivers that we have here at RCI. But we're on board with John Dalton chasing down Ryan Gill. This is an RCI versus OVRC battle here, right?
Yeah, it seems so, especially with two cars that are absolutely chalk and cheese. You know, we have the giant heavy litered V8 engine of the Camaro, good in the straight line, but maybe quite the boat around the corners. And you have the tiny little 1.6, I believe it is, Renault Megane 4-cylinder turbo engined Alpine, great through the corners, but you know, on a straight line, it really does sort of struggle once you get up into the higher revs. But both cars pretty much doing very similar lap times. It just shows that you can have the entire polar spectrums of cars and how close the racing can be. It looks like John Dalton going around the outside, possibly at the first chicane. It is a long old way. It does give you the inside though, but no, has to slot back in. The gap was there and then briefly closed. But can he get a run going up the hill?
Doesn't look like it got a little loose.
No, a little loose.
Yeah, that is terrifying, by the way, from Ryan Gill. That tap from a big old Camaro against that Alpine coming into the chicane. I've been talking about how these GT4s, they can bump, bang, and beat on each other. How does that work when it's a big old Camaro versus an Alpine? It's twice the size.
You definitely feel it. Yeah, it would be sort of quite a jolt to you if in Ryan Gill in our little Alpine, but I think the Camaro, it would be sort of like a fly splatting on the windscreen, just sort of oh, that was a thing.
It's like, oh, I guess you're there. Can you move? Windshield wipers on. Let me wipe you off for a second.
I mean, the Camaro with that camera angle that we're currently seeing, if you were so close to the Alpine, they almost disappear. You're looking over the roof.
You know, so here's the thing. My mom owns a Camaro. Not nearly as quick as this one. She owns the V4 turbo version, and I used to own a V8 RT Challenger myself. Having driven two of the bigger American muscle cars at the moment. We're gonna catch a bit of a replay here actually first. Bart Macha. This is going into the first couple corners. Ooh, a little bit of a touch there. Just kind of nudges him off track a little bit. Takes advantage of it though, and that is Stewart's not going to look too kindly onto that one, I don't think. But in the end, it looks like he's potentially slowing it back. That Bart Macha knew that he was going to be a little slow out here today at 405 Connection Loss Racing, but they decided to pump themselves back up to Pro Split anyway. You know, it's a silver placard on a few of the drivers. That's because they have been promoted up from the silver split to race in our Pro field today. Very consistent drivers. Of course, Bart Macha, Connection Loss Racing Team 777, Jardier Community Team. Willahan currently piloting that car. And the X-Kart Esports, that is Sandro Ballesteros. That's what I'm going to go with, Ballesteros. In our silver class back at the tail end of the field. Here's another replay from Zanella. Catches the grass there a little bit, and he's going to make a good overtake going into that. Touches the grass, but able to hold on to it. We're going to see that a lot, I think, of the touching of the grass as you come through. Here's back to John Dalton. He's lost the position to Zanella that we just saw, and that is going to put Ryan Gill now under pressure from a BMW instead of a Camaro. Man, as I was trying to say, Ryan, I've driven both the Camaro and the Challenger. I gotta say that the Camaro just doesn't. It just doesn't. It's not nimble.
No, I can imagine not. Especially, I believe that the Camaro is actually a conversion car. They're it's not a factory dealt GT4 effort. So all the GT4s do start out as road cars and then are converted. A couple of teams have in-house GT4 sort of teams, specifically like BMW, Aston Martin. They're all purpose built, but the KTM's are built by Ryder Engineering, and the Camaros, full drift, full sideways.
And that is what we're going to see a lot of today, I think. And again, in that Camaro, I think we're going to see a ton of that today.
Especially as the tires wear out.
And he's going to wear them a little quicker every time he does it.
Yeah, I would advise against that, especially at Oulton Park. It is a bit sort of vicious. There's a lot of fast corners that you want to take. The BMW looking down the inside of the Alpine of Ryan Gill. But once again, nothing there, but can he get it down the straight? The almighty power of that BM in the straight line. As we see a change for the podium.
And here it is, Kevin Leone going to go to the inside of Crossland here. Dives down onto the left side That is a very bold move there down through the Cascades, but a good pass by Kevin back onto P2. He's now going to chase down Alexander Carson. Carson has got himself a 3.5-second gap, but these cars, of course, been fighting behind him where he's had clean air. If you look at the track map there on the right side, you'll notice these guys are not in blue flag territory even slightly yet. Even at the back of the field, they're only, let's look at the lap times here, 57 seconds. We are roughly 40 seconds back across the lap at the moment. There's still a minute to cross before you're going to start getting into the range of getting blue flags to the tail end of the field. Our first penalty has come down, by the way. The move that we saw earlier, the 420 Camaro, 420 Samuel Chumlee punted the other guy off ever so slightly. He gets a 5-second penalty out for that, which is pretty standard. Just a little bit of a slap on the wrist. Hey, I know you gave the position back, but you still caused some damage here. Here's a little bit of a penalty. He'll have 5 seconds to serve from the back of the field once he stops into the pit lane. And here is Simon Speth for the Porsche Motorsport 302. Looking back behind, Ryan Gill, though, getting under attack here from Zanella once again. And it looks like Zanella is finally going to get that move done. That said, it's not too much of a shame to have a Racing Line Motorsport driver pass on by you. And I don't think Ryan, he's going to be disappointed, but not too angry about it. That said, he did keep the door open for John Dalton. There goes John Dalton on past it. Ryan going to try to hold on to that coming into turn one. If he can keep the overlap into turn one, he is not going to be able to. But again, if you keep that overlap in the overall corner, you can be on the left side for the left-hander upcoming here, which is Cascades, and that's where you want to be. That said, Ryan looks like he's struggling a little bit here. Kieran Sharp now behind him for the OTL Racing team, and he's going to be under attack here again. Well, right now it looks like a little bit of a wiggle coming out from the Alpine, looking back from John Dalton's Camaro. And that is going to be Kieran Sharp pretty much just sliding past Ryan with no trouble at all. Ryan Gill now back down to P13. He was just up into P10 a few moments ago. And P13 might not be the end of it. Here comes Speth as well onto the inside. Going to get a little close there coming into the first chicane. Looked really good on the brakes as that Alpine, though the Porsche was not able to get all the way down to the bottom of the track and now is under attack from the Camaro behind. But, yeah, Ryan's struggling a little bit here. I don't know if this is tires or if he's just getting a little nervous driving around this many cars. Obviously, Ryan, he doesn't get a chance to get out on the track too much. And, you know, it'll be interesting to see how he kind of handles. He'd be doing a double stint here at the start, by the way. I know Mr. Gill.
I know
he's got an hour and a half to go.
I know the real problem though when you're in a situation like that, you know, at any move you go for on a car in front is opening up for the door for the car behind. If one person sort of slides past you, you very easily then lose 2 to 3 places, and especially when all the cars around you are quicker than you in a straight line, it's very hard to defend. You've got to maximize your run out, but then once there are a couple of straights at Oulton Park. Once you've got on them, that's it. You can't really do anything, as we've seen the BMW slide past and the Camaro just about slide past both on the straights. The Camaro closes up very, very good in the corners.
Currently watching back from Igor Zanella. Racing Line Motorsport now up into P10 after the move on Ryan Gill, and subsequently before that, John Dalton coming into the hairpin here. John does not want to let that one go, but it's fallen back a couple seconds. Zanella now all the way up at the 36 car. He has just got a run going here. It's Langcheck out in front of him for the Victoria's Secret car. And a little bit of a wiggle there from the BMW out in front. Going to lose him just a touch of time, but it looks like Zanella doesn't want to make the move into the second chicane here. Don't blame him for that. This is a bit of a dangerous spot. It's a very fast chicane, but either way, passing in one of the chicanes is very difficult, even in these GT4 cars that can take all types of curbs. And it looks like that he will have to slot back down and make the run coming out of the first sector, perhaps. But you can just see how much better that Zanella is looking on the brakes. Here goes Alexander Karsten, right as we switch over to him, having a bit of a struggle. He's losing. He just lost a bit of time. He's already lost about what is that? About three quarters of a second or so on Kevin Leone. As Kevin made his way up into P2, And if he keeps struggling like that going off track, he's going to lose even more. Would not be surprised to see that down to about 2 seconds as we cross the sector times again. Actually, 1.5 seconds as we cross the sector times. So there's Carson losing all sorts of time in that number 16 Porsche. And soon, the big old Mercedes is going to be on his bumper, ready to pounce. The SDL Esports by Logitech G Mercedes in the blue, white, and pink. Going to try and rep their first win here at RCI. Oh, we're going to switch over. That is Zanella getting past Lane Check. Looks like Lane Check went off track there a little bit. We're going to catch a replay. Was there a touch there? No. Langcheck just ran wide, and that is what I talked about earlier in qualifying, Ryan. You just run wide. You touch the curb there a little too much on the inside. That corner is going to be so dangerous. People. Island bend, you could throw yourself into that barrier off the grass, and there's no way to stop.
No, luckily it was only a small two-wheel off the track excursion. No real harm, no foul. Like I said, it could end up much worse. There is that retention barrier. We've seen a couple of people fall prey to that as bounces over the curb coming out of the second chicane. That's going to give John Dalton a bit more of a run in the Camaro. Not quite enough of a run yet, but that might just do it going into Druids if you can get a run going down to the last corner. But once again, as I said earlier, you can't open the door too much because there's the BMW of Sharp right behind him.
Yeah, well, he's not
And
too
the
much
36. Oh,
a little bit of a contact. Yeah, a bit of a squeeze down to the bottom as he tries to rejoin, but he's going to lose those positions. Langcheck running wide again, and that is going to lose at least one position. It looks like, a bit of a wiggle there from Sharp. He's actually going to catch, I thought he was going to lose it, but he's going to be on the inside for Cascades, and that is where you want to be for that one. Sharp getting a little out of shape coming in. He's going to have to slot back past, but Langcheck struggling here through the middle part of the stint, and Ryan Gill obviously has lost plenty of positions. Sharp got past him as well, and he's going to want this position back. But this is on board with Mr. Gill in the Alpine. Again, that 21 getting just a little out of shape as he gets on the throttle. But even then, look at the drive away from them as he gets out of the corner. The Alpine just does not have the legs to get up onto the back of these guys coming out of the corner in those BMWs.
Yes, as I've noticed something in chat as well. Philip Roberts makes a very valid point. As much as we said, yeah, these cars can murder curbs. You can run along them all day long, along the grass and all sorts of that. That does start to knock your tire pressures down. That is really not what you want at Oulton Park. You know, you can start to very easily lose grip. But sometimes, at least I've done this in a few races, if you know that you're going to clatter curbs, the strat on could be to put your pressures up a little bit over optimum. The fact that you know you're going to lose it, that seems to be a strat that I employ a lot at Zolder. I seem to always lose pressure there no matter what I do. It's just a circuit of terribleness. Ryan Gill going off a little bit once again. That's going to be another great Camaro in the straight line speed department. Just about gets it done going into turn one. But can we see the little Alpine come back? A bit of a slide from the Camaro. Can he go around? You want the inside for going down Cascades. It appears not. Just slot back in. And that's the 302 Porsche of Speth just looking on. As I said, a team to watch maybe from qualifying. Looked like they had great pace, just couldn't put a lap together, sort of biding their time, waiting for the moment.
Speth, of course, the car that looked like they were going to take pole in the qualifying, but just wasn't able to keep a valid lap, as Ryan said. With this train of cars here currently being held up by Langcheck, who has been struggling a little bit. Curious to know if that might be tire pressures.
Whoop.
That is a bit of an odd one there. Maybe we'll remember that this is a simulation and not real life there for a second. Gonna catch a bit of a replay there. You can see the car just get a little out of shape as Kieran Sharp comes over the bumps, but in the end, you sometimes get that here in the simulation rather than in the real life. ACC's got such good graphics and racing that sometimes you can kind of forget that this is indeed a sim race, but in the end, it absolutely is. And we're back on the wing of Langcheck here in the 36, looking back at the train of cars behind. And these guys are just waiting for somewhere to pounce. As he has obviously been struggling a bit. You can hear the BMW engine whine as it comes out of the final corner. Tries to distance itself from Kieran Sharp behind, but this big old line of cars is just staying with him. That's Sharp, Lawrence, Gill, and Speth out behind. Let's take a moment and watch from the onboard of Speth here, why don't we? And watch the big old train of cars come across part of Oulton Park. So again, currently on board with Simon Speth with Porsche Motorsport 302 Porsche. And you can see these GT4 cars just hopping all over the curbs, especially as they come across the chicanes. Nobody able to quite make that move yet, Ryan. But in the end, they've got 5.5 hours to it. Remember, we're only 30 minutes into this 6 hours race. And I'm curious, you guys over there in the chat, now that we've been about 30 minutes into the race, what are we thinking here for the race? Kevin Leone has held steady a second and a half. Jack Karsten at the top of the field. Wiggly and Hanzik Mikowski trailing them behind Charlie Crossland, who is in P3. Hanzik has made up quite a bit of positions. He's going pretty well in that little 570S. But curious to hear in the chat what you guys think. Who do we think might slot themselves up into those podium positions? Do we think Carson can hold on to it with that Excel Racing by Ren Welton team? Or do we think that they might fall to the SDL team behind? A little bit of a bump here from Sebastian Louis Alexander. And he is back down in P20 in that Porsche. There's a little bit of a bump from Crozen behind. Nothing too untoward. What do you think, Ryan? Now that we're about 30 minutes into this race and we can kind of see how these cars are handling. How do you like Carson's chances?
Yeah, I mean, so far it is looking quite good. The laps where he hasn't had any sort of slight mistakes or problems are, incredibly competitive. Who just sort of holding the gap to that Mercedes. But it will be interesting to see what the other team members can do. A lot of these teams, apart from a couple of solo entries like Jardier on our screen right now, they're all teams. So it will be how well can your teammate hold on to that gap. A little bit of a touch on Kieran Sharp from the Camaro.
Yeah, Kieran Sharp got a little out of shape coming out, and that Camaro was ready, but luckily he was able to block Martin Lawrence off from coming across him.
Yeah, the bit that does worry me slightly about the Porsche once again is how well do the tires last. I've never really driven a GT4, at least the GT4 Porsche, for a long extended amount of time. We do have a 31C track. It's not going to be incredibly easy on the tires. A bit of a touch from the Alpine onto Jardier. Continues going, gets it all. But yeah, the Porsche, I don't know. A lot of the mid-engined or more mid-engined GT4s seem to suffer a bit with rear tires. The 570S on our screen, particularly so. But the Mercedes, being a front-engined rear-wheel drive car, is very, very, very sort of neutral, easy to drive, and good on its tires.
Yeah, well, we're gonna find out. About 30 minutes or so left until we're gonna see our first major round of pit stops here at Oulton Park. Curious to see how the pit strategy will work out today. Will everybody try and push that full 70 minutes? Theoretically, you can pretty much run up to that full 70 minutes and make one less pit stop, we're going to see a bit of a move here from Mikowski onto Jardy. A little bit of a touch there between the two of them, but Mikowski able to slide past Hanzik. And I've currently got Jardier's camera up on one of my other monitor here as well. And you can see he's just smiling ear to ear. Mikowski, good friend of his, of course. So that 7-Eleven Alpine team. They're probably in voice chat together, making fun of each other as Jardier gets slotted past. But he's not done yet. He wants the outside of Cascades. Not quite where you want to be. Oh, gets a little bit of a wiggle there, does Mikowski. Not sure if there was a touch there, but he wanted to go off. Jardier taking it back across. I don't think there was a touch. I think that he just got sideways on the curb. We're going to catch a bit of it here. Let's see. Jardier, he backs off a little bit there. Mikowski, yeah, he catches the curb and gets into the grass, and he just goes off. Gets a little bit of a touch on Jardier as he's rejoining. Luckily able to keep it off the wall, but Mikowski loses about 10 seconds or so worth of time. And that is going to throw him back off the track down into P8 after what was shaping up to be one heck of a battle for the back half of this. But yeah, that's rough. Mikowski in that Alpine, I'm wondering if he's doing the same bit of a struggle that Ryan Gill is, or perhaps was. And just, anytime they touch that grass there, they're struggling a little bit more than these other cars just because of the amount of weight the Alpine has. Possibly.
The Alpine is quite a twitchy car, though. It like the way it handles. It handles a bit like the GT3 Porsche. I like it a lot too. It doesn't like you just coasting through corners with no throttle on. Curbs are a little bit scary, and a lot of times if you load the suspension up, what we can't see on our TV cameras, going through Cascades, there is quite an elevation change. There's quite a dip, and then it is into the left-hander. But if you just completely bottom out the suspension on the Alpine, it will go one way or the other. As we see a slight slide from Ryan Gill just by touching the curb. Mm-hmm. So yeah, it is a very, very twitchy race car, is the Alpine. But that is why, if you can harness that, if you can learn to drive the Alpine, it is a really, really quick car around certain tracks. I remember when the GT4 pack came out, and a lot of people immediately dismissed the Alpine as just a bit of a joke. It's a hilarious car. No one's going to drive that though. And then some of the fastest times now are set in the Alpine. It's Kieran Sharp looking right on the back of the BM, giving him a full mirror of matched machinery. It looks like going down the inside, coming up to Lake. And he has got the move done. Can he hold it on and not run wide? Of course.
And no longer a mirror full of BMW. He's now a mirror full of Camaro. Sharp gets on past Langcheck. Langcheck is, he's been, I don't want to necessarily say holding up this train, as we don't know for sure, until these guys can potentially slot past him. And see if they can take off or not. But Langcheck obviously just not as comfortable in that BMW in the race pace as they were looking in qualifying. Sharp hasn't taken off yet, so I think that perhaps Langcheck wasn't holding up Sharp at least. Lawrence there in the background, though, would not be surprised to see him want to be further up in the order at this time. 13th place for him is not where that Connection Loss Racing team is usually sitting. I know Martin Lawrence likes the GT4 cars here. Of course, doesn't get a massive chance to race them, but he was paired up with Ryan Gill last week. Lawrence was, who is currently battling behind him for the 12 Hours of Bathurst. In fact, got themselves a chance to race the Alpine on the mountain. And that was a fantastic race to watch from the GT4 field. They were battling the entire 12 hours, first, second, third place, switching back and forth for the entire 12 hours. I know you were racing, Ryan. You joined me for an hour or two in the box, but I don't know how much attention you were able to pay to the GT4 field, but it was very awesome to watch these guys last week.
Yeah, we occasionally came flying up on them in our 199 Bentley, but most times with that, especially when you are the faster class in the GT3s, you've just sort of got to quickly get around them without disrupting their battles too much. But yeah, each time we would come up on them, we were even saying on our radio, the top three are still this close. We're 6 hours in, man. How have they not spread out? And yeah, then you have to get around them without causing much of a disrupt to mine. Lawrence looks like he might have a slightly better run than the BM, but it's, once again, very, very, very difficult to overtake. It's the Porsche looking to go around the outside of Ryan Gill of Speth. Oh, the Porsche is off.
Yeah,
Porsche onto the grass.
A little bit of a grass. So we're going to see a replay. Here's Simon Speth trying to go along the outside of Ryan Gill. Hard on the brakes, but this is a difficult spot in the chicane. Ryan catches the curb there and sends Speth off. And Speth is going to subsequently slot back ahead of Gill in that 302 Porsche. And interesting choice there. I mean, in the end, Gill did kind of push him off a little bit, but he was trying to make the overtake maneuver. That's a little hard to call on whether you'd steward against that or not. Trying to go for an overtake maneuver, squeezing somebody down in the bottom of a chicane. Do you really keep that position? Well, Speth has decided he's going to, because we're going to see Barmacha here get all out of shape. Svenchek there behind, and will he be able to get underneath him before the end of the corner? He will not. And Bart Macha going to stick ahead for the time being, at the very least. He's making his way a little bit up the field, at least, up into 16th position, and ahead of the Green Office Engineering team, which is nothing to shake your fist at. The Green Office team has really shown themselves the past couple races to be pretty strong, and they have done very well as of late. Looking up towards the top of the field, I've just noticed that Eric Diaz is now all over the back of Jardier, up for P4, so we might see a little bit of a battle for P4 shaping up here soon as well. Charlie Crossland has fallen way far off the leader, and I've just noticed that our STL Logitech team is no longer up there. Looking for them on the order, they may have had some sort of mechanical issue. Oh no, they're down in P19. Do we know? No, they have not pit. So the STL team must have had an issue. They've dropped to P19 somehow of their own volition. Let's see if we can catch a bit of on my replay machine here. I'll see if I can catch a bit of what maybe happened to them, Ryan. But unfortunate for them, all the way down from P2 to P19.
Yeah, that is a bit of a sad. As says, even I have not caught what happened to them, sadly. But we still have 5 hours left. It's still a long old time to go. The Porsche Speth looking up the inside of Martin Lawrence. Not a move there, not into the first corner, which might open the door for Ryan Gill. And the Alpine all over the back of the Porsche. But nothing yet into Cascades. As we got Alpine on Alpine as well. The two Alpines have sort of grouped themselves together. Oh, someone's off in the background. One of the Aston Martins smashes through the polystyrene box.
That's the 107 Green Office team losing themselves out of T1. By the way, I did pull up the SDL team. It looks like they did indeed pit. For some reason, my tool did not pick that up. But they did indeed slot into the pit lane very early. I'm not seeing any damage on that car as they came in. So I wonder if they were having some sort of mechanical issue or decided that they were having too much tire pressure issues. They came in for an early pit stop. The pit window is technically open. And 70-minute stint timers does allow you to early pit if you would like. And of course, they are now back out on track in that number 27 with a new driver in place as well. With Bosco now in that SDL Esports by Logitech G car. So I wonder if they were having a bit of a mechanical issue, but that's an interesting choice to slot yourself all the way back to P19 and take that first early pit stop.
Yeah, I mean everyone's got their different strategies, and it will be interesting to see. Could they still be net P2? But I'll have to see when other people start pitting in. I would imagine that a lot of people will be trying to run the full 70. I don't think that there is any problem in a GT4 car running a full 70 and then cutting out a stint. But as he says, they could have had problems. They could just have been losing too much on the tires. And anything and everything can happen, as we see the 927 of Eric Diaz all over the back of Jardier. Once again, maybe getting to the time in the stints where that McLaren. But like I said, we know that the tyres do like to go off on that car. It might just be about time for them to do so.
Yeah, he's going to look to the outside. Oh, runs away there. does Langcheck, and that's going to slot Martin Lawrence and past Langcheck, making another mistake in that number 36 BMW. He is struggling to stay consistent here, and it's just allowing people 1, 2, 3 past. And the Camaro is now going to make himself up into P11. Langcheck is going to need to find himself the consistency in that BMW. Otherwise, we might see a very similar strategy to the number 27. His teammates calling him into the pit lane and go, "Okay, man, you need a break. Let's calm it down. Put Dan or Ollie in the car, and why don't you go get yourself a break so we can slot back up the order?" As they are just burning time here in that Victoria's Secret car. Unfortunate for them, slotting back down into P12. Here's another bit of a move here. Here's Burkle in the VRT Esports sliding past the Alpine of a name I'm not going to try to pronounce in the 84. And the VRT Esports team makes themselves up in P16. I'm happy to see these Audis doing well. I know that the GT4 Audis, we kind of complain about them a little bit.
Yeah,
But glad to see them doing reasonable.
yeah, they're a very strange car, them. I mean, we noted at Bathurst, we were talking to one of the teams after, I think pretty much the same people driving it as in the 321. They were sort of complaining the same thing of that the brakes are very, the brakes are very weird. The handling is very weird. One of the Aston Martins having a big moment, regains it on the track, but will lose out to the Audi, possibly the Alpine. Appears not just about slotted in, as Bart Matcher actually in the 405 runs wide. The Alpine sees the maneuver. He's like, "Yep, that is a gap that I can fit in pretty much any gap I can fit in." 405 back down to P17. But yes, the Audis, we were talking to one of the teams after Bathurst. They were mainly complaining that the brakes are very strange, and the handling seems to change. As the stint goes on, the handling becomes very strange. So we'll be interested to see how they do over a full 5 hours.
And of course, there's Ryan Gill again as we go back to a bit of a replay of this maneuver that we just watched a moment ago. Bart Mata losing the position to the 84 team. He's going to go back to P17. That Alpine really making up some time here. He's now only a couple seconds back from the Alpine ahead. Simon Speth for the Porsche Motorsport 302. Again, this was the team we were monitoring in qualifying that was just running all sorts of quick laps, but invalidating all of them. He's now on the back of Langcheck now that Lawrence and Sharp have gotten past. Speth in the 302. I'm really curious to see. I want Speth to get released. I feel like Langcheck is definitely holding these guys up at this point, and there he goes. He's going for a bit of a move, but not able to get the overlap before the corner is there, and he's going to have to slot back past. Ryan Gill wants past as well. You can tell, I think, both of these cars are ready to go. And Speth and Gill going to want to slot past at some point. They're just waiting for the 36 to make a mistake. And, of course, the 36 has made a couple mistakes already. So at this point, it is just a matter of time before that happens, I fear, from him. However, for now, still slotted into P12, 13, 14 that we're watching here. And again, up at the front of the field, we've got battles going up there as well. Hanzik and Diaz fighting for P4. There is Diaz in the 927 now, chasing Jardier down. The THR team, of course, as we were talking about earlier, a very, very quick team. They've had a bit of a personnel shuffle recently. The longtime member Elvin Smith no longer part of the THR team, as THR was, I think, taking a bit of a break from ACC. But good to see them back here. Just look at that run through the bend. That is ridiculous. Oh, it is going to be a bit there on the back of Jardier. But luckily, these are GT4 cars, and Jardier just goes, "Okay, yeah, can you not?"
Yeah, you can really see though the difference in these cars. All the GT4 cars, they're so varied through the field. the KTM very much a handling car. It does have a little bit of power, but it's so far up the rev range, you really have to wring its neck to get anything. And the McLaren, just on any straights, will power away. It's a good sort of balanced car, I find. It's like Jardier bounces over the curb a little bit. You can see the KTM's got the better run, but it doesn't mean anything. You just put your foot down in that McLaren and you are away with the fairies. You're gone.
Yeah, for now at least, we know these KTMs have been very quick. We're seeing 3 of them up in the top 5. Granted, quick drivers in all 3 of the cars. Of course, Cross and Wiglia and Diaz. Nobody to slouch at when you look at the terms of these alien level drivers that we see here at RCI. Jardier for now holding on to P4, but he is going to be consistently under fire, and that's Gergo Panker now in the background as well. Taking a look at some of the in-car stuff with Jardier, by the way, I can see that he is losing tire pressures, and that could be why he's struggling a bit here. His rear left tire is down to 24.5 psi, which two points under pressure of where he wants to be. Currently flipping through his pit stop here, going, guys, need some tire pressures, please. But we are getting to that point where these cars can definitely come in and make a pit stop soon. We're going to catch a replay here of Ryan Gill making an absolute down into T1. I believe that's lap traffic, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, that was Speth. I'm sorry. The replay is a bit screwy on us today, and showing different colors on our replay. But that was Speth that he did the send on. Speth just got a little out of shape, broke a little early. There he is again, braking late. Now the Audi is going to be under him. Merkel's going to make it too wide coming out of the corner. Gets a little bit of a tap there, pushes Speth off track a bit. But Speth making mistakes here now. Almost an hour into the stint, leading positions out. He's now down to P14. Ryan Gill is going BMW hunting. Everybody else has gotten past him at this point, Sharp and Lawrence, and he wants a piece of that action as well. They've gapped them by about 4.5 seconds, and Ryan is not going to be happy with that. He wants to get past BMW, get back up into the fight with Lawrence and Sharp, and see if he can't keep up making that time. Crossland, 6.4 seconds back from the leader. Alexander Carson is absolutely checked out at the top of the field, and he is just driving away in that Porsche at the front. The battle for the moment is still this one right here. 4 cars stacked up, and these guys, it's 4 different cars. Well, some different cars, as we see. Actually, there he goes, lane check into the pit lane. I'm not surprised to see that early pit.
BM has pulled into the pit, but that would, at least if I was Ryan Gill in that Alpine, that would be signaling now to me, go, go, go. You need to now see if you can overcut them, come back out of your pits in front of that BM. You don't want to be coming out of the pits and end up once again behind the same BMW that you were just stuck behind.
Yeah, get a bit of a replay there. Cars just going wide. They're just braking. I think, and hear me out here, Ryan, because you're obviously a more experienced driver than I am. I think that some of these guys maybe aren't quite used to the massive weight that these GT4s have, and that's why we're seeing a lot of over braking going on, late braking into the corners and subsequent overshooting. That's what makes sense to me anyway. But we're seeing mistakes abound consistently here from some of these drivers that we wouldn't necessarily expect those mistakes from.
Yeah, maybe that a little bit. It's also these cars. I mean, they are, as we said, they are entirely different animals to GT3 cars. The ABS systems are very different. They're very different car to car. A lot of them just use standard road ones. Also, some of the cars are very, very more prone to a little bit of brake fade. Not like full on, your brakes have failed, but they just start to eke out that little bit more. One that I specifically remember was driving the McLaren at a Nürburgring race. Obviously, turn 1 is a very, very hard braking zone. It's basically a hairpin on yourself. And by the end of the hour race, I was having to brake about 10-15 meters before where my braking marker was, because it just felt like the brakes were fading slightly. But yeah, the ABS systems on these cars are not all like the GT3s. They're very easy to extend your braking zones infinitely if you just trigger the ABS or have a bit of a slide. They're also very prone for locking up wheels, and yeah, very much a different beast to GT3. It takes a while to get used to it, at least I will say that.
Yeah, well, we're back on board with Eric Diaz here, of course, fighting with Jaroslav Hanzik ahead, who has been struggling with tire pressures at the end of his first stint. Granted, wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of these cars struggling with tire pressures, as we've talked about before. These guys, as they run over the curbs and the grass here at Oulton, you can definitely start getting a lot of pressure loss, especially the last 10 to 20 minutes of your stint. I'm curious if Sundstrom's still around in the chat. I'm curious how the KTM has been doing on tire pressures. Of course, that is the car that's out ahead of Jardier, and that might be a little telling for us about how Diaz might be doing. Out behind, of course, Jardier is losing tons of pressure. Not be surprised to see these guys make perhaps earlier pit stops than planned, perhaps change up their driving style a little bit for the remainder of the race, as they cycle out for their second, third, fourth stints, try and rescue a bit of tire pressures. That could be the story of the day overall, is not even necessarily overtakes on track, mistakes on track, but it could be one of tire pressures here at Oulton Park. I mean, you can see, just look at how much curb he's taking. And there's just, and those curbs aren't small, as it cuts to that camera a little bit lower. Those curbs are not small. When you run over those things, Sundstrom, by the way, updating us right now. Gwiglia is doing pretty good on the tire pressures, and I wonder if that's indicative of how Diaz might be doing, or if Gwiglia is just driving a lot safer.
Yeah, as you said, now the other thing to note as well, we've passed the hottest part of the day, where now the track temperature is dropping. I mean, it has only dropped 1 degree, but it's shown, we're past the peak, so now you have to start putting the tire pressures up anyway in the pit stops. You got to then sort of try to judge how much do you think the track is going to cool off. We have quite a gusty wind today, a 12-kilometer-an-hour wind. It's a blustery day in England, so that will help cool the track off a little bit. But it'll definitely be interesting to see how everyone does fare with the tire pressures. As it says, maybe you put them up sometimes if you know you're going to clatter the curbs, but then too high and it turns into a drift machine.
Yeah, luckily, we'll hopefully find out here soon on how these guys will do with their first pit stops, whether they will overpressure their tires enough. Check in on Jardier really quick. He's now down to 24 psi on that left rear tire, and losing pressure quick here. Of course, we've still got 12 minutes theoretically left on the stint, as he's taking the curbs anyway. Doesn't matter to him if he's losing tire pressure. Jardier is going to hold on as long as he can to those pressures. Gergo Panker left, right, looking at the back of the KTM. You can tell just how slow Jardier is going at this point, losing all sorts of time through the track. The KTM and the Audi all over the back of him, just waiting for the moment to pounce. Jardier, not an easy man to pass, though, especially here at Oulton Park. He can make a 570S wider than a Camaro, though perhaps not quite as wide as a Lamborghini. As we approach the end of the first hour here, 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the clock before we end the first hour of the 6 hours of Oulton Park. GT4 action here at RCI TV. Those of you who are joining us on your Sunday afternoon and evening, morning, depending on where you're at in the world, only 8 a.m. here for me on the west coast of the U.S. Of course, around 4 p.m. in the afternoon over in the U.K. for Ryan. About 5 p.m. in the afternoon for our broadcaster, Stewie, out in Germany. Much appreciate everybody watching the stream today. Make sure to give it a like. give it a follow. We're here multiple days during the week. Bit of an interim for us at the moment as we transition out of our current rounds of championships. We do have the Wednesday DDC series wrapping up this Wednesday. The finale of that happening at Spa. And, of course, the finale of the Night Owl Championship on Saturday at Bathurst. 90 minutes of Bathurst, 90 minutes of Spa, Wednesday and Saturday. The Monday Championship will start up here in a couple weeks. We have a Porsche Masters Championship, GT3, GT4, and Cup cars racing in the new Monday series. Sign-up's still open for that. You come join us. Exclamation point Discord in the chat. Come on and join us. Sign up for those races. And, of course, the Friday Championship open for sign-ups at the moment. Our flagship championship pre-qualifying going to happen here in a couple weeks. Got qualifying at Kyalami and Hungaroring to sort people into their splits for the 8-race championship. Mixture of formats, 60, 75 minutes, and even a 2x40 sprint race at Suzuka for that one. And that, of course, will be one hell of a battle. That went down to the final race. Jardier and George Boothby for the Sidemax team went P1 and 2, fighting tooth and nail every single race. Jardier took home the championship for that one. So he's coming off the back of that, off the back of the 12 hours of Bathurst, and subsequently into the 6 hours of Oulton Park. Jesse Lee and myself will be bringing you the commentating action for that championship this time around. And, of course, you can join Ryan Mawson, who is in the booth with me here for the Night Owl Championship. But, Ryan, I think it's about that time.
Yes, as you were going on about the DDC Championship earlier, it's a good segue to introduce our second co-coms. Will be taking over from me. Nate commentates with Jesse Lee on Wednesdays. So yeah, I think it's about time for me to go and have a cup of tea, have a sit down, and continue watching the racing from the side of the track.
Well, should be a fantastic remaining 5 hours. And as Nate finished getting himself mic'd up, that is Ryan Mawson, ladies and gentlemen, for RCI TV. Join him Saturday evenings, 2300 UK time, for the Night Owl Championship. Again, the finale for that next week. Join him and Jesse Lee. Ryan, hope you have a good one. And Nate, thank you for joining me. Out of the car, I believe. You're at least you're racing in this race. Did you do the first stint?
No, didn't do the first stint. I will be doing the. I'm doing a double actually after my stint in the box with you.
Excellent. So you're down in the silver class today. How's your team doing so far?
Currently running P2 actually. We qualified P5 and that was a little bit of a mess at the start, and we managed to avoid getting caught up in it. So P2 currently, well, as I left, we were fighting third and fourth. So I'm not sure where we are now, but I'm hoping that when I go in the car in an hour's time, they're in a big, huge gap away from everyone, and I can just run my own pace.
So something we've been talking about very recently here has been tire pressures. Out of curiosity, what car are you guys in?
We are in the lovely McLaren.
Lovely McLaren. So Jardier is absolutely having a struggle with the McLaren and the tire pressures. How have you guys been doing so far with those?
I think the only words I need to say are pressure loss front left, and I think you'll get the gist of how it's going for us.
Yeah. So Jardier is suffering with his left rear. Also his front left, but left rear is down to 23.5 at the moment. So McLaren's struggling with tire pressures.
Yeah, I think when I left, we just dropped below 26 psi in the front left. I didn't question the rear left. But yeah, it's costing us a fair amount of time, honestly. I think we had a 4-second gap to third, and like I said, as I left, they were less than a second behind us. So it seems to be a real issue.
Yeah, well, definitely going to be an issue here at Oulton Park, as we've been talking about for a while now. The curbs here, the grass here will eat up those tire pressures. Hello to everybody in the chat. Stefano out from Brazil, and of course Jan Anarati joining us here from the Racing Line Motorsport, here to support his team. Racing Line did a bit of a struggle at the start, but they have made their pit stop. Marco McCree in after Igor Zanella had just a really good middle of his stint, made up quite a few positions after their pit stop, shaken out to P13. and Marco McCree is now in the car, ready to go. 15-second gap on Frozen, the car ahead. These guys will all be coming in for their pit stops here very shortly. Now, Nate, have you had a chance to keep an eye on the pro field at all? Do you have any thoughts on the race so far?
I have actually. I've had it up to the side watching the action, so I would, because I knew this question was coming, so I tried to keep myself as informed as I could. I've been flicking between the two, obviously my own race and this one, and what I've seen is, well, cleaner racing than the last time I commentated at this track. Definitely less incidents, but more action, which is weird to say for less crashes. But it's definitely been close fought. Qualifying was really exciting to watch, and the race has been just as exciting, especially because there's pockets of action. As we see Diaz lose it on the curb, these curbs can sometimes really catch you. Just unsettle the car, transfer the weight in a way you don't want it to, and obviously there's the end result from that one. But yeah, I've been keeping.
Diaz had chased down Jardier all the way and was waiting for that opportunity to pounce up into P4, and that's going to shuffle him all the way back to P6 in that THR Highlands car. Unfortunate for the KTM, but it is about pit stop time.
Yeah, and you can gain. I remember from Bathurst, you can gain a lot of time in the pits. So as long as you hit your marks and you don't carry too much damage, you can make up a fair amount of places in the pits. So as you said, it's time gained if you can nail it.
Yeah, it's a very short pit lane here, definitely. So as you said, it is you don't lose a lot of time in the pit lane. Unfortunately, Oulton Park doesn't seem to be liking us today, and we are not able to track our pit stop times. I do see the Jardier in the pit finally as well. Kind of curious to see what he does for his tires. As of course Jardier doing, he's our lone solo driver today. In fact, Jardier is. So I can see him trying to get a quick drink and take a bite of food in the pit lane. Stuff as much food into his mouth as he can without before he gets out of the pit lane. And I'm really curious to see what he does with his tire pressures. If he tries to overpressure, or if he's going to come down and perhaps just change his racing line up a little bit. But Eric Diaz, of course, falling off the back of him there. Gergo Panker, I'm really curious to see how Gergo Panker shakes out. Here's Jardier out of the pits now, out on his outlap with his cold tires. Of course, these GT4s don't have tire blankets, so we could see some interesting things happening as they come out of the pit lane. If these guys aren't careful, they're down to basically whatever pressures you put into the tires, about 21, 22 PSI or so in the tires for that first lap or two, and that could be a bit of a struggle. Stay away from the curbs as much as possible. You can see Jardier being extra careful around the chicane while he's got cold tires so he doesn't make any low-pressure punctures. Of course, Gergo Panker, the spotter for ACC, will tell you as he comes out of the pit lane, low tire pressures, stay away from the curbs. Seems to be what Jardier is doing for now.
Those words haunt me. I just is the last thing you want to hear. It's okay when you hear it maybe like once and you check down and it's like, oh, I've only lost 0.2. Maybe a second time and it's like, oh, 0.3, 0.4. But then you look down and you've dropped like 2 PSI and you're just like, oh god, this isn't fun. And then you just hemorrhage time. It's a balance. I remember I did a race at where was it? I think it was Snetterton, and I kept getting low tire pressure, and I was watching the pressures go down, and I was like, there's not really enough time in this race to pit and stay ahead. And it was just a case of, can I eke it out to the end? And I just lost so much time. I lost all the positions that I would have lost pitting anyway, and I lost more time because I had to pit in the end anyway. So it depends how much you lose. If you're only losing a couple of PSI or 0.2, 0.3 over your stint, that's manageable. But when you start losing whole numbers, 1, 1.5, 2 PSI, you then have to weigh up, is it going to be faster to stop and then do the last 20, 30 minutes on the new tires, or is it going to be faster to stay out and just try and avoid the curbs to avoid losing any more pressure?
Yeah, that'll be the question here. We are seeing the driver swaps come across, and personally, I'm really curious to see how that will shake up the order. Some of these guys who are swapping, they might not realize that they need to take care of the tires as much as they do. Hopefully, communicative between the drivers, making sure that you know that, okay, hey, this is where I'm losing tire pressure, I'm jumping over the curbs here, losing tire pressures here. Be careful here, etc., etc. This is a car that I want to keep an eye on. Dan Minton in the Victoria's Secret 36 BMW. Of course, his teammates struggled through pretty much his entire stint. They dropped all the way down to P16. Dan Minton is the one who qualified this car. Curious to see if he can make up those positions. Peter Roche, I think, rather, in the 405 Connection Lost Racing car now. Top of the three silver cars that are here. Bart Macha and him driving that 405, the sister car to the 404. It's only a couple positions ahead. I'm sure they'll be happy about that one.
Yeah, definitely when you're a silver, mixing it with people that you perceive to be a lot faster than you is always fun, especially when you can keep them behind you. I mean, inevitably they will find a way past, and sometimes a little bit of frustration creeps in and they do give you a little bit of a bump as they go through. But yeah, when you're mixing it with the pros, and you've seen them be quicker than you throughout, qualifying sessions, or even just as they're closing you down, you check the lap times they're doing, and you can see their temps faster than you. But then when they catch you and you can hold a battle with them for a few laps, it's really good fun. And as long as it's clean, as we've just seen a clean overtake there, it makes it all the more better.
I'm not surprised to see Minton here making up some positions. He was very quick in the qualifying session. He took the provisional pole for quite a while during the qualifying session in that BMW. Here's Jardier, by the way. He's shaken out of his pit stop in P6. Definitely lost just a little bit of time. He did have a few seconds of damage from minor bumps that he may have repaired in the pit stop. That did lose him the position to the 321 FFS Racing Audi. Jarkko Torvinen now out ahead of him. Of course, Matt Samuel started that car out ahead. Sundstrom has taken over the 899 KTM. Diaz, they've made up a lot of time, as Diaz obviously lost the car towards the end of his stint. We watched that on camera about 20 minutes ago. He's up into P4. And of course, James Parker has taken over the British Ballers team from Charlie Crossland. Like a lot of the teams doing single stints here. Here's Jardier trying to make the run onto the 321. Jarkko goes defensive into the island bend. Is he able to get hard on the brakes into the hairpin? He will not be able to. Jarkko very comfortable in that Audi on the brakes so far. Ryan and I were talking about this earlier, about how concerning the Audi brakes can be over time. And there is the drive-through for track limits coming out for the STL Esports by Logitech G Team. The 27, the first drive-through of the race here at Oulton Park. Let's see what happens here. He cut the curb coming onto the inside a bit. I don't think that was the cut. Interesting there from the game stewards. Of course, those drive-through track limits are not given by us, not from our stewards. So I'm going to say that cut coming into the chicane was probably it. You got to be careful coming in. Luckily, as we were just talking about, Nate, the pit lane here isn't too long, but that doesn't help when you're still, only 15 seconds up from the next position. I mean, you can see Sundstrom there in the background. He's going to lose 15 seconds or so, would lose him about 5 positions, if I'm counting about right.
Yeah, unfortunately, and it may not be a long pit lane, but it feels like a long pit lane when everyone is going by you at racing speed. Like you said, about 15 seconds. Yeah, it's probably going to drop him out a fair way down the field. I can't work out off the top of my head. I'm no Jesse Lee. I've got no maths with me today. But yeah, it's just like you said. It's not a long pit lane, and the way it exits out onto track onto the inside of just after the first corner is really helpful for other cars to avoid you, because you're not really on the racing line. You're off out of the way, so there's no chance of you being collected or collecting another car. But yeah, when the cars are racing past you at racing speed and you're there stuck at 50 kilometers an hour, it's an eternity. I'm sure it would feel like Spa pit lane if you lose that many places. It's agonizing. So yeah, got to be careful with the track limits, especially because sometimes you don't even need to cut a corner to get a track warning. Sometimes if you just lose the car, but keep your foot planted and run off the track, the game will give you a warning for that. I've had it happen, and it's like, how I had no control over the car, I just didn't lift off the throttle. But even though the delta says I'm 2 seconds down, the game has perceived me to have gained an advantage.
Yeah, well, there is Bosco in the pit lane now. We're going to see about where that shakes out. 15 to 20 seconds is my estimate through the pit lane for them. He is back out on track already. And looking at it, looks like he is coming into. There's Sundstrom out ahead. Jarkko Torvinen. He only lost one position there, so the short pit lane luckily didn't make too much of a difference for him. He only lost one position, but that's still quite a bit of time. Looking at the last lap, he lost about 5 seconds. And then I'm kind of curious to see how much time he loses here on the next lap as well. But unfortunate for them, losing the position. But in the end, luckily it's Oulton Park. And in the GT4s, it means a little bit less than the GT4s as well, just because, the cars are a little bit slower. So when you go down to pit speed, not quite as impactful as, say, the GT3 cars are when you get a drive-through. And the SDL team has been doing very well so far. Luca Bosco, I'm sure, will pick up the positions as long as he can keep it on the track and not get themselves another drive-through. Back on board with Ryan Gill, the Triple R 333, partway into his double stint here at the start of the race. He's currently chasing down the connection loss 405, Peter Roche. Of course, Ryan Gill, the connection loss racing team, good friends of theirs. And again, Peter Roche in the silver class connection loss team. Their sister car, the 404, out in P12 with Ross currently in that car. Not doing too bad here in the pro split. Our other two silver teams definitely down more towards the bottom of the field. We did see the 311 get disqualified from the race. Unfortunately for them, they had some mechanical issues that were stopping them from leaving the pit lane. That was the yellow flag that we were seeing on the top of the track map for a while. They had to be disqualified out of the race just to make sure that they weren't a danger to anybody as they were having a bit of a connection issue. And here's Dan Mitten once again still chasing down the 92 Audi. Ooh, off track here at the back of the field. We're going to catch a replay. Here is P18 and 19. P18 gets a little bit out of shape there coming in through Druids and gets out onto the grass. Luckily able to rejoin safely, but it can be a little dangerous out there at Druids, Nate.
Yeah, Druids is probably my least favorite corner on this track. I've had everyone tell me I'm wrong, but it's my opinion and I'll stick to it. I will die on this hill. I can't get it right ever. Everyone says, oh, when you nail Druids, it's such a fun, fluid, fast corner. And I'm like, that'd be great if I could nail it. But yeah, I never can. I've been told it's fantastic. But to me, I'm either too late on the brakes and I'm off the track as we just saw, or I'm too early and then I'm too slow through the corner and then I get eaten up on the straight afterwards. It's not a fun time for me. But Druids, yeah, it's one of those corners where you really, really have to know where you need to stop the car, and you can't afford to get potentially sucked into a battle with another car where you miss your braking point, because you'll lose so much more time than you'll gain if you have an incident there, as we see Jardier lining up a move, maybe potentially. Seems like he got a better run, but is the speed just going to equalize as we get to the end of the straight? looking for the outside. Is he going to brave it? No, not this time. But now he'll have a good time into the hairpin. Can he send one around the outside?
Yeah, not through the outside of the hairpin is not where you want to be. Jarkko Torvinen able to get good on the brakes in that Audi. Jardier shakes out behind. Update on Jardier's tire pressures, by the way. I was curious to kind of see what he would do, just because I think it's a little bit telling about potentially what the rest of the field will do. Drastically overpressured his tires, he did. It's up to about 28 PSI here at the start of his stint. He's 12 minutes into his stint. And so he's overpressured the tires in preparation for the pressure loss. And so you can tell he's probably not quite getting as much speed as he would expect through the middle of his stint, but still pressuring Jarkko Torvinen all the same. The FFS Racing team in one of our two Audis for the day. Those bright pink wheels that we would expect. Mike Noble, by the way, I take it you didn't design the livery for the FFS team today. It's a little tamer than normal. So I do approve of the pink wheels. But Jardier, just being patient at this point, knows that he can't exhaust himself too much. He's the only driver in the field who's doing 6 hours solo here today, and he doesn't want to overwork himself. Of course, Jardier, I mean, he sim races every day long, all day long. So, 6 hours is not a whole ton for him, but still normally you really only do about 3 stints at a time, at most, give or take. And doing 6 hours is quite a bit. As we've seen a bit of a move there in the background. Oh, sorry, I think that's a blue flagged car there in the background. Eric Diaz making his way around a back marker, trying to catch up to this battle. And checking back in on Dan Mitten versus the 92 Audi. Nothing happening here quite yet. Just staying steady all over the back and waiting for that mistake. Ryan Gill in the background there, waiting for the mistakes ahead. And that's Peter Roche in the background that Ryan Gill has gotten past in the past 5-6 minutes or so. So Ryan Gill making up positions on the connection loss team. Checking on the OTL team that we were seeing back on this pack here just last stint, maybe about 40 minutes ago. The OTL team up into P11 now for their 21 BMW. Dropped quite a few places, or quite a few seconds on the OBRC team ahead, and subsequently to the Racing Line team ahead, 8 seconds between each of them. So the middle of the pack here, spreading out quite a bit. Got the battle for P5 going on, P4, 5, and 6 going on, as they've now caught in the SDL team as well up front. And then, of course, the battle for P14 going on. Ooh, Luca Bosco in the pit lane here early. This is very early pit for the SDL team. I know they pit a little earlier, but they pitting this early again, they might be making an extra pit stop for the race. So I wonder if they're struggling with tire pressures now twice in a row, more so than the rest of the field in that Mercedes. That is going to be unfortunate for them, as they were having such a strong showing, even with the drive-through, that they're in the pit lane this early again.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to guess, but I would probably have to agree that it's something to do with tire pressures. It's just some of these curbs just seem to have teeny tiny razor blades in them, and you just touch them, and every lap they just cut more and more into your tire, and eventually, as I said earlier, you just lose too much pressure to be competitive, and it's better to pit. So obviously the team agreeing that if it is a tire pressure issue, obviously, that it's better for them at this point in the race to stop, stick new boots on the car, go out and try and regain the positions that they lost from stopping early.
That's a good question. Unfortunately, those 70-minute stint timers here for this might cost them an extra pit stop. I actually think that the SDL team has disconnected from the server, unfortunately. Oh no, I've lost connection from the server. In fact, never mind. I'll have to reconnect to the server. So those.
It looks like they did a driver swap, if I'm not mistaken.
Excellent.
So it may have just been that there was an issue for one of their drivers and they needed to jump out, fix that, and put the other driver in. As you said, though, the stint timers will now play havoc with how they're going to have to manage the rest of the race. They're most likely going to have to make an extra pit on top of the extra one they've made already, just to make sure they don't get disqualified for overrunning the stint timer. As we see Jardier still tucked up behind Torvinen, trying to find a way past. Can't quite do it yet. I think this is going to go down for many, many more laps. It's just going to be a case of watching, waiting for the mistake, as Mike said earlier. I still can't get over Jardier's doing this by himself. I could not imagine doing 6 hours straight, maybe with a break in the middle, but I don't think I could do it straight. So he does need to pick his battles here, because there's no point maybe having contact with another car, getting yourself stressed out and irritated, and then having to spend the next, well, what is about to be 4.5 hours angry and annoyed that you had contact with a car that you maybe didn't need to be battling at that time.
Yeah, so shoot, it's been almost a year now. I had a 12 hours of Suzuka that I raced in back with our previous community, RLM. Not Raceland Motorsport, Redline Motorsport. And all of my teams, we had a entry list desync for our team. We had all sorts of connection issues. We couldn't get in. I was the only driver that could connect. So I was like, okay, cool, let's go. When I raced, I went out there, just raced for a while by myself. And I did take a very short break at my second pit stop, but otherwise raced about 7.5 hours. And can I just say that that was the longest day I've ever had.
Yeah, that sounds like a nightmare. I mean, I get tired. I mean, I joined in for the 24 hours of Kailami, and I did a double there and a few stints sort of dotted around. And even that, I came away from that exhausted. I couldn't imagine having to run consecutive hours. That would just, I think I'd fall asleep at the wheel. Just pull over in the grass, have a little nap, and carry on.
More or less, pretty much what I did after the full 7.5 hours. Watching Ryan Gill here starting to chase down Dan Minton out in front. However, what we're going to do is we're going to go on board with James Parker in the 69 KTM, who is currently catching up to Maximilian Wolmuth in front. And we're going to take a lap or two around Oulton Park, crank up the audio, listen to the sultry sounds of the KTM around Oulton Park. Well, that's been a couple laps around Oulton Park with James Parker currently in P2, chasing down Maximilian Wolmuth 10th by 10th. He is making up on that. Here's Kevin Leone in the 27. Of course, this is now back in the car for him. You catch a bit of a replay here on the overtake that he just made coming into the hairpin. Good on the brakes is that Mercedes. Aston locks up his brakes a little bit. They're shoved all the way down to the bottom of the track. Catches a bit of curb, and the Mercedes slides on past. So the SDL team, we're not sure what issues they are having, if it's one of tire pressures, if it's one of mechanical issues, or what. But they have been doing pretty well overall to keep it towards the top of the field. I'm curious to see how they are. They are still going. That tells me they're not ready to retire yet. And here is the battle we were watching before we went on for a quick break. Jardier and Jarkko Torvinen, with Eric Diaz out behind. This battle still ongoing. Jardier has not been able to make up this position yet. Looking over at his tire pressures, by the way, is he's one of the couple drivers that we have that are streaming during the race, so we can keep an eye on him. He's starting to lose a little bit of tire pressure here, Nate, but still like well within the over-pressured range, but starting to lose a little bit of tire pressure, and I think that's kind of what he's banking on at the moment. He needs to lose about another half pound to a pound of air out of those tires, and then he can start putting some pace down.
Yeah, it's a weird or difficult situation to find yourself in, because obviously you overpressure them in the response to losing pressure from the curbs, so that way when you do eventually lose the pressure, it just evens out to a normal set. But the problem with overpressuring them is they overheat quicker, which then means you start to slide and you have less grip. So it's that fine line of trying to balance the car on not overheating the tires, but still being competitive while still trying to manage the loss of tire pressures. As we come to a replay here, is this going to be the pass? It is on the inside of the hairpin.
Kevin sliding past another person in the hairpin. That Mercedes doing so well on the brakes into that hairpin. You can see the BMW flashing his lights out behind. The OTL team not too happy about that dive bomb, but the SDL team really wanting to make up the positions. They're doing very well on the brakes, that Mercedes is.
Yeah, I think it may have been a little bit of a send, and it was well seen by the BMW to sort of leave the space there and allow them through so they didn't collect each other and take each other out. But yeah, the flash, understandable. I'd be kind of annoyed as well if someone just sent one down the inside, because basically at that point they are relying on you to avoid them, even though they're the ones coming in way too fast. But pass was clean, everyone was respectful enough, no doors were closed, no contact was made, so going up in the world is the 27 Mercedes.
Going up in the world after falling pretty much all the way down the field. They're going to need to keep that consistent. However, what I'm noticing here, Nate, Ryan Gill down to the absolute last place in the field. Got to pull up my replay machine here and figure out what happened, but I want to say man must have had some contact, unfortunately, over the past couple laps and thrown himself off track. I wonder if perhaps he had that issue into the oh no, he was in the pit lane. Yeah, he went into the pit lane. He had damage. Yeah, he did it at the wall. So looking, yeah, he came, it was in Druids, of course, where we saw that car get loose earlier. He was coming out of Druids, caught a little bit of the curb, threw himself into the wall, and had to come in for the pit and repair that damage. So Ryan Gill in the 333 all the way down to last place. Unfortunate for him. He's had such a drive in his second stint.
It's unfortunate as well, 25 minutes from the end of his second stint, just to have an accident after going so well for an hour and a half. You really beat yourself up for those ones, because after doing the laps you do, you think, oh, I've got this nailed down now. And you get comfortable, you get relaxed, I suppose would be the good word to use. Normally the first few laps are tense because you don't want to throw it off, but once you hit your rhythm, once you get your groove, it's fine. And then to lose it with less than half an hour from the end, those are the mistakes that you really kick yourself for, because if you'd have made the mistake earlier on in your stint, you've got the time to make it back up. But this close to the end, it's sort of like, what can I do from here now? And he'll leave the car probably really angry at himself, but then probably really disappointed for his team because now they need to try and climb back up the order.
Yeah, well, he's had a great run so far, and of course, Billy, maybe not too much faster than Ryan or anything, but he definitely gets a chance to race a lot more than Ryan does, so perhaps he can keep it a little bit more consistent. Ryan has been pretty consistent through his stints so far. Took care of the tires through the first part of his first stint, and have been kind of pushing his way up through the order there in his second stint. But now sitting behind P2, watching James Parker, and that's Ryan Gill, multiple laps down now, out behind him. And James Parker all over the back of Maximilian Wolmuth wants that lead. Charlie Crossan was not able to catch up to Alexander Karsten, who is number 16's partner for the race, but James Parker has made up the time, which is perhaps not surprising, because whenever you see Jay Parker on the field, you expect him to be right there at the top. Gets a little bit of loose out of the chicane, though. Loses just a touch of time off the back of that Porsche. And he's going to have to close back up. I'm curious where he's going to be able to make the move here, because the Porsche and the KTM should be reasonably similar on the brakes. And I'm curious to see if he can make a move. We've been seeing a lot of moves coming out of Island Bend and into the hairpin at Oils Corner. And also into turn 3 Cascades here, which they're approaching. They're going to be approaching here shortly. I'm really curious to see where James is able to make this move. I don't think that KTM is going to be able to pop over the curbs as much on the chicane as some of the other cars are to make a move into the chicanes or not. So, interesting to see. Perhaps Wolmuth will make a mistake, but they've been pretty consistent so far.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you about it trying to pop the curbs. It definitely will not. It's a little bit lower than what the Porsche looks to be. But I think because the KTM is more of a purpose-built, if you could call it that, a purpose-built GT4 car, as opposed to the Porsche, which is sort of just like a road car with a little bit of like bumper kit and a bigger wing. I feel like maybe into some of the heavier braking zones, so maybe the final corner and the hairpin, they may be able to make a move into those, but we'll have to wait and see how it plays out.
Well, they've got plenty of space to do so. Mikhail Sundstrom almost 22 seconds back in P3. And he's ahead of Jardier, who has gotten past Jarkko Torvinen, by the way. Jardier did slide himself past that Audi and has gained about a second on him since then. Eric Diaz now fighting for Jarkko Torvinen back in P5. But Mikhail Sundstrom just kind of out on an island with battles in front and behind going on. Looking back down through the remainder of the field as well, we do have Dan Minton still all over the back of the 92 Audi, back in the back, who is just a few seconds back from Kevin Leone in that SDL team. SDL has gapped them by about 4 seconds, about a second and a half. And they're trying to catch up to Roth in the 404 team. By the way, Roth did receive a penalty recently, just within the past few minutes, for some contact involving car 21 a little bit earlier in the race. That's the OTL team that you can currently see in the background there. The other BMW 404 team caused some contact in the first chicane and took him out. We did catch that one. That piece of contact on camera. Would not surprise if that resulted in a penalty. But here is again James Parker still fighting for P1. These guys have about 30 to 35 minutes left on their stint timers. So tire pressures going to come into play here shortly. Anybody who did not overpressure their tires here at Oulton, likely around this time, going to start suffering from some pressure loss. And we're going to see where the mistakes may lie at. Mikhail Sundstrom did inform us that his teammate Biglia was doing perfectly great on the tire pressures in his KTM during the first stint. We don't know how Charlie Crossland and James Parker's KTM is doing. And subsequently, don't know how the Porsche number 16 is doing with their tire pressures. James just showing his nose every chance he gets, filling up every single mirror here of this Excel Racing Porsche, though.
Yeah, it's the psychological battle, isn't it? If you're always showing in the mirrors of the car ahead of you, they'll be more inclined to look a little bit more, and then potentially maybe just make a mistake, miss the braking zone, run off a little bit, or even just miss the apex and just run wide and allow you through the door. It's I've seen it done. I've seen it here for the first round of the DDC Championship. Just had a few cars that were all in the mirrors of the cars ahead of them as they go almost side by side through the hairpin. Yeah, just filling the mirrors, getting the car ahead nervous, wondering where is the car behind me going to make this move, and then no move needed to be made because they made a mistake all on their own. So again, it's the mind games, the psychological games that can get you positions.
Luckily, Maximilian Walma not too shy of having mind games done on him. We're going to see a little bit of a pass here. Finally, Dan Minton. Audi goes, oh yeah, the Audi went a little wide there, caught the end of the curve, threw himself off track. He almost hit the wall. I don't know. He may have touched that wall on the outside as well. Maybe a little bit of damage on that Audi. It was hard to see from that angle. But that is Dan Minton finally getting past that 92 Audi. He has been on his tail longer than James Parker has been on the tail of Woolmuth here, and a good thing by him, because as you were just saying, Nate, it's just waiting for that mistake, whether that was mind games or not back there in the back of the field. But in the end, that is the mistake Dan Minton was waiting for, and that's going to throw him up into P12. I'm curious to see if Minton has the pace to catch the SDL team, because Minton was pretty quick in qualifying, but I just don't know if he's got the pace to catch the SDL team or not. But we're going to find out over the next couple laps.
I'd imagine if he was quick in qualifying, with the fuel coming down now, the car will be a little bit lighter. Depending on how hard he's pushed his tires, he may be able to get not on quali pace, but close enough to it that he can start reeling in the cars ahead. So yeah, like you said, we'll have to keep an eye on the Delta to see if he catches and makes some time up.
Can confirm, by the way, that we've had a reasonably clean race, as the stewards were just talking a minute ago in our...
Walmuth made a mistake into the second chicane. Parker closed up a bit.
You were watching as I took my eyes off the screen for a quick second, but Parker not able to make the move quite yet. Waiting for that mistake to happen. But as I was trying to say, I was looking down at our live chat. The stewards said that it's been a little boring out there today, which on one hand is good to hear. On the other hand, means that we are on one hand means we've had a really clean race. On the other hand, a little bit boring for the stewards. Fabian requested some crunch. So we're gonna have to ask that Mikhail Sunstrom comes up and starts fighting these two, so we can see a little bit of crunch.
Yeah, I think I'd rather be a steward and be bored than be a steward and be very busy, because that's definitely a reflection on the racing.
Here's back, by the way, Kevin Leone. Now just gotten past Roth and 4-4 Connection Lost Racing Team. We didn't catch the overtake on camera there, but in the end, it's not surprising to see Leone just approach somebody and get past them at this point. He is just making up all sorts of positions for that Mercedes 27. James Parker still waiting for that mistake from Wolf, showing in his mirror once again, saying, hey, I'm here. So far, Wolmuth not making the needed mistake enough that has allowed Parker to get by. They've got about 20 minutes or so left on this stint. allow that to happen before they have to come in, make their at least mandatory drive through to reset their stint timer. Cars do not have to actually make a pit stop. If they do want to just reset their stint timer by doing a drive through, they can. But of course, that means that going super defensive. That Porsche has lost a little bit of traction there, I think, and had to dip out to the right. James Parker not able to capitalize on it. I thought he might. Goes over all of the grass there, though. James Parker not going to be on the ideal line in that KTM going into the left-hander, and I don't think he's going to be able to get it done on the outside from that far back. Trying for the cutback there, though. Woolmuth staying defensive. This is a left-hander up here, but it is something that you want to make sure that you're on the right side of the track for the hairpin, and he is able to get back down there. And Woolmuth is, if he wasn't feeling nervous before, the past about 45 seconds has definitely, I think, made him a little nervous.
Yeah, I think the pressure maybe now starting to take its toll. Little mistakes are starting to creep in, and we're just going to have to wait and see. Parker just patiently waiting, not making any silly moves, which sometimes you can see drivers get tucked up behind a car and they follow them for lap on lap on lap. They just get frustrated and then make a silly move somewhere, which normally always ends in contact. But very well disciplined from Parker just to sit back, wait, and hope that the car ahead makes a mistake. And if not, if they pit at similar times, we're going to have to see who nails their pit stop, because you could definitely gain this time from lining up your car on your marks and going straight up on the jacks rather than having to get the pit crew to readjust you.
Looks like we've got the Jardier's community inside the chat lane. Hello to everybody, Jardier, and hello everybody out there in the world. Welcome to RCI TV. If you haven't been here before, make sure you give the stream a like, give us a follow. We're here multiple times a week. Jardier, of course, you can find him over on YouTube at Jardier. Give him a search. He's our solo driver for the day, the only person in the field soloing that, and he is in the 39 McLaren, currently back in P4. He's about 10 seconds or so, I believe, off the back of Sundstrom at the moment for P3. Here he is here on screen. About 10 seconds or so back from Sundstrom, who's about 22 seconds or so back from the lead. And Jardier struggled massively with tire pressures through the end of the first stint. Lots of pressure loss. I think he was down to mid-23s on his pressure. And, of course, these cars like about a mid-26 tire pressure to be completely stable. Lost quite a bit of time doing that, I believe. But he's felt very comfortable in that 570S so far. And, definitely not at the top of the leaderboard, but P4, nothing to scoff at. And if he can continue making up time, it looks like just currently looking at him at the moment, he's currently just a little bit up on his fastest lap for the stint. So he's currently in that groove of finding the good tire pressures. He's outside of traffic. Got a few more seconds till he's going to catch up in traffic. And that will give him plenty of clean air. Meanwhile, traffic abound for the lead battle. This is Woolmuth and James Parker again that we're watching right now. We're seeing the green Loftus team 307 out ahead, and this could put the wrench in the plan for Woolmuth. If he's not able to navigate that traffic properly, James Parker, will. And that could mean that Parker could get on past about 20 minutes or so potentially left in the stint timers. The flashing lights already coming out from the leader, and the green Loftus team just going to go ahead and say, yep, okay, you can go right ahead. Woolmuth will not have any problems at all getting past this particular back marker. James Parker probably a little disappointed at that. He goes for the inside a little bit there, but not able to quite get his nose in. Ooh, he might. Look at him. Left, right, in and out of the mirror of Woolmuth. Just he wants that spot. He wants it badly. James Parker does not like being in second. And here, by the way, is that battle we were watching earlier. Currently looking back at Kazik. This is the man who fell to Dan Minton a little while ago. and the leaders are back behind him as well. So Kazik there, a couple spots back. That's that green Loftus team. So this is the Porsche out ahead of the leaders now. Subsequently, the Aston behind is for position. Of course, just lost a couple extra seconds, but you can kind of see him a little bit out into the distance there.
Yeah, it's looking like they're coming up to a couple of pockets of traffic now, and not everyone is going to be as courteous as the 107 was to them. So, as you said, it's going to be interesting to see how they navigate it, because if, say, Walworth goes left, Parker goes right, and the lap traffic stays on the left, it's going to compromise Walworth into the corner or on the straight, wherever he is, and could allow Parker through. Alternatively, it could go the other way, and Parker could get blocked by lap traffic. So hopefully everyone is nice and polite and doesn't jump out the way, but moves out the way in a sensible place to allow these two to keep racing as close as they are. But at the same time, you can't count on everyone getting out of your way at a sensible point. Someone might decide that just before the chicane is where they're going to get out of your way, and at that point you're offline, you don't have the right entry into the corner, into the chicane, and you lose more time, and then it could cost you the position. So this is definitely going to be the battle it's been the battle we have been watching, but now it's really going to start getting interesting, as there are more factors outside of these two drivers' control that are coming into the frame.
And of course, as Philip Roberts points out in chat as well, something that the KTM has a lot of strength in, of course, is your braking and cornering speed. And even though the Porsche is, up there in its ability to do so, James Parker is having to kind of compromise his own racing that you can see. I mean, you can see when they get out onto a straight, most of the time the Porsche is able to stay ahead for the most part, even if he's got a little bit of a slipstream. And that's what's costing Parker at the moment. He's got to get up on the back of him and then make a move going into a corner. And you can see, I mean, look at the run coming out of the final corner there from the Porsche. I mean, it's just, he's just gone. So it's waiting for that mistake, waiting for the lap traffic. If that Porsche gets a little loose coming out of a corner and James can actually get a run, that's really what's going to make the difference for him at that point. But catches a little bit of a grass there. But I don't think that's James close enough to quite make the move going into the hairpin this time by. He's going to look for it anyway, because that's what James Parker's going to do. Gets the nose underneath the quarter panel, but on the outside of that hairpin, it is such a bad drive around there. So he has to slot back in.
Just look how close they are.
Yeah, I mean, it's just ridiculous. I mean, you can see he was there. He just can't make it on the inside line. Even coming out of that hairpin is the line you want to be on. Well, lap traffic is being caught up. That Porsche at this point is within range of being passed. Curious to see if that impacts this race. Eric Diaz back in P6, about a second off the back of Jarkko Torvinen. Peter Roche in the 405 back in P13, getting close to Joe Lecor at near the back end of the field. And Jarkko has dropped a couple seconds off of Jardiaz. Here's the move from James. Is he able to get it stuck? No, goes way wide. Not sure if there was a touch there or not that sent him wide, but coming into the final right-hander, not able to get it done. Yeah, I don't think there was a touch there. I think James just ran wide. It looks like he caught the curb and it just sent him a little bit.
Yeah, it was close. There was definitely no contact, but I think, again, on the dirty part of the track, you just lose all grip, all turning capability, and that's what really pushed him wide and off the track. So now he's got it all to do again. Got to try and catch back up as we see a replay.
Yeah, you get your replay from the 92 Audi here, who threw himself off track. And this is what that's so dangerous was. He spun himself on purpose because he knew he was going to hit that wall. You've got to throw yourself if you can into that dirt pit there. Manages to get back out on track without catching the wall. Out ahead Joe Lecor in that BMW, but such a dangerous little corner there to get loose, and you can tell he's maybe got a couple flat spots on his tires at this point, and he's going to struggle. Sorry, that's not Joe Lecor, that's Dan Mitten in the BMW behind him, and he's going to struggle just a little bit there to not let Mitten by over the next couple laps before he can get those flat spots up off his tires. James Parker, meanwhile, dropped about a second off the back of Maximilian Wolmuth up at the top of the field as they carted their way through the lap traffic. Wolmuth manages to get past the Porsche nice and comfortably. And James Parker lost a little bit of time off the back end of that. Jarkko Torvinen has continued to fall off the back of Jardier a bit. Diaz catching up to him. Here is the onboard with Jardier coming across the line to start lap number 67 of this 6-hour race. About 2 hours in at this point.
I've just had a peek over at Jardier's stream. Excuse me. And yeah, he's definitely dropping more and more pressure out of the left side of his car. His pressures are down to 26.7 on the front, and it only seems to be going down. Oh, I lied. It's gone up to... Oh no, I'm double lying. I'm throwing you for the old switcheroo. It went up to 0.8, it's gone back down to 0.7, but yeah, definitely having some issues there now. It's down to 0.6. So
Stewie showing us a replay here of Wolmuth. Will we see the mistake happen from the Porsche? And we do. He catches the curb a little bit there, throws himself a little bit wide, and James Parker right up to the back of him again. So small mistakes from Wolmuth coming out. James Parker gains those critical tenths back up to the back of him. You know, of course, that 570S, as Nate was saying, losing a little bit of tire pressure. But looking over at him, he's still within that ideal range. He's still around the 26 marker. Though I did just see him do Jardier off track there a little bit, actually, coming out of Druids. Caught a little bit of the curb. Luckily, nothing much. Stewie's going to catch a bit of a replay here to see he catches. I think he just catches a bit of the curb here on the outside, and it just kind of threw him off track a little bit. Unfortunately, wasn't able to catch the replay of it. James Parker going to the outside for the hairpin. Wolmuth ran a little wide there, actually. James might get the... Oh, he is! He's going to get cut back here, because there goes the Porsche out on the grass. Wolmuth tries to get back on the track as quickly as possible, but James Parker on lap 68 of this race finally takes over the lead from Maximilian Wolmuth. The Excel Racing Team back down into P2 for basically the first time in more or less the past 2 hours. Parker in the KTM now out in the lead. Charlie Crossland, I'm sure, celebrating in James Parker's ear as they approach that pit stop window here in the next 10 minutes or so. Parker now going to try to check out and get as much distance as possible between him and Wolmuth over the next 10 minutes.
yeah, I don't know if it was a combination of factors of just the tires maybe starting to become a bit less useful, or the pressure of trying to keep another driver behind, but it could have all added up and it's resulted in a mistake that's handed the lead over to Parker. As we come to a replay of what's going to happen here, we're looking at the 192. It's a nice, clean, simple overtake there. We like those ones, nice and straightforward, no fuss, no muss.
Yeah, Zadella for the Raceline Motorsport team, not surprised to see him slot path, and I'm not surprised to see Wolmuth directly into the pit lane, realizing that he just got the overtake happen. A little bit of a mistake. He's like, all right, let's go ahead, make the pit stop. Perhaps even do the driver change back to Karsten. We'll see who's taking over that car. Meanwhile, Mikael Sundstrom going to take that provisional P2 as they're approaching their pit stop. We're at about the 2-hour mark just now, which means that if people are pitting on the hour, this is about the lap to do it. Of course, 70-minute stint timers will happen here, so some of these drivers will pit at the very last moment, try and save themselves as much as possible on the last stop. But Sundstrom in the KTM. Now we've got 2 KTM, P1, P2. And there's Diaz, of course, back in P5. Catch a bit of a replay here from Jarkko Torvinen. Going into the hairpin, runs wide, catches the grass, and throws himself off track. It's such a danger here at these British circuits to throw yourself off the track, as you'll just lose so much time. Diaz and the THR team throwing himself past the FFS Racing Audi. And Jarkko making mistakes towards the end of his stint, and that is potentially those braking problems that we've talked about with the Audi. Towards the end of the stint here could have a little bit of brake fade. But Nate, I believe it's about that time that you get back out to the track yourself. I believe you might have a couple double stints to be running shortly over in your split. How's your team doing? They still up in P2? That's where we started.
Last I checked, we were P4. I have no idea where we are now, but I can assure you it's about to go backwards. We're definitely not going to be making up any positions, me in the car. But yeah, so I've got a double ahead of me, and then I'll be back in here to commentate the final 2 hours.
All right. Well, Nate, thank you for joining me for the past hour or so as your replacement gets himself mic'd up. Good luck in the car for the next couple hours, and we will see you back after that. Meantime, Joe Gleason joining me in the box for the first time here at RCI.
Yeah,
Joe,
no pressure there,
race
Mike.
control box.
No, thanks, Mike. Just out of the race control box, so yeah, very quiet race in terms of incidents so far, just to 7. So hopefully that continues for the next just under 4 hours.
Yeah, just under 4 hours. You've not had too much to do over in the race control box the past couple
No,
hours. We were just
yeah,
talking about that.
Yeah, it's strange for Oulton Park, especially especially in the sprint races, like the 30 minutes, the 1 hour races. Like the 7 incidents would probably all happen in the first lap. But, no, very, very mannered so far with these pro drivers here.
Yeah, of course, a little bit of a small field out here at Oulton Park today. Only about 26 cars took to the grid, 23 remaining, as we had a couple disconnects, mechanical issues through the start of the race. But it's been a very clean race, still action-packed here up and down the field. We've got the 302 Porsche out into the pit lane. And where did the 16 come out? So the 16 came out. Alexander Carson is back in the car as well. So there's only been a couple penalties come out. Of course, the 404 team had that contact with the OTL 21. Now that one, obviously you were doing race control, so you're not necessarily super involved in the stewarding, but that was one that I'm sure hurt to give out a little bit.
Yeah, for that incident, as you said, I didn't actually see it, but the steward had a good look at it, since we had 5 or 6 at the time, so we analyzed it thoroughly, and just the 15 seconds I would have to assume was a takeout. But yeah, that was the second time penalty we have to give. There was another 5-second early on in the race for, I believe, car number 421. I may be mistaken on that. I'll just check my notes.
Been the 420, in fact.
Yes, 420. Yes.
Yeah, the 2SLR team. That was Samuel Chumley who knocked off the number 80, I believe it was, in the first chicane with Crozen in the car at the time. Crozen back in that number 80 team, by the way, about 11 seconds behind that 420 team. They've lost a little bit of time, even with the penalty, through the middle section of the second stint here. Now deep into this race, 2 hours in of this 6-hour race. Here's Ryan Gill, by the way. Of course, he had the earlier issue where he came off on Druids, threw himself into the wall, self-inflicted injuries. He's made up 1 position, and he's looking to at least make up a couple more, or make up some time at least for the end of his stint. currently out of range of gaining a position. He's about 30 seconds back off of Molahan, which is the next person to him. Billy Oulton will be taking over for a double stint after Ryan is done here and getting himself out on the track, hoping to make up some time. Yeah, there it is, 27 seconds back from Molahan. But James Parker is out in front at this time, finally getting past 16. The 16 immediately dove into the pit lane for that 69 British Ballers team is celebrating at the moment. Crossland, of course, in the chat, his James Parker's teammate for that 69 KTM. It's really interesting to see all these KTMs up here. Did you have any experience driving out in these GT4s, Joe?
Yeah, yeah, we had the league race there for the GT4s, I believe, two Thursdays ago, and my car was a KTM as well, so it was one of the few tracks that we had for that league that I really enjoyed the KTM. I managed to somehow get myself up to fourth in the amateur split, which is unusual for myself. But yeah, no, KTM I found it's a very agile car, especially in these corners. And in Oulton, like the corners, you can make up a lot of time if you can just nail the acceleration out of them. Now, it may not have the speed. KTM doesn't have it on the straights, but you can make it all up in the corners, the braking zones. So I find it ideal for this track. But
yeah, of course, that's what we were kind of seeing when James was behind that 16 Porsche. Is he was struggling so much to get past him because every time they come out of a corner, that Porsche would just take off and he'd be gone. But as soon as that Porsche made the mistake, the KTM was just nope, I'm out of here.
Yeah, if the Porsche GT4 is anything like the Porsche GT3, it's like I'm staying well away from it. It's fantastic traction, but it's just into the braking zone. It's a spinning day for me anytime I'm in a Porsche. But yeah, good to see at least there's one Porsche there in the top 10. Very tricky car to drive if you're a novice with it like myself.
Yeah, some people swear up and down about it. I'm not a Porsche fan to begin with, more or less driving it, so not really my cup of tea with that.
The one thing I do like with the Porsche though is once you get into 6th gear, that turbo, the unique sound of it compared to the other engines in the field, like it's worth it in my opinion. But yeah, again, trying to control it under braking is no, I have nightmares about that.
Stewie taking us on a bit of a tour of Oulton Park here, taking the drone cam over to the first chicane. You can see just how much some of these cars are cutting the chicane. The Camaro, I think he had all 4 wheels off of that thing. And you can see just why these cars are losing so much tire pressure, as we've been talking about for the past 2 hours, jumping over those curbs up onto the grass, and that causes ever so slight small punctures through the stint. As we're watching these guys kind of wrap up the end of the second stint, pit stops coming through, a couple of them at least, and we're ready to get the final 4 hours ready to go.
Interesting now to see if the drivers will increase the tire pressures on the left side only, because as you said, the tires, especially on the left, take a as we saw. Sorry, I just had to interrupt myself. The incident there, but no harm done. But back to what I was saying, the left tires, front and rear, they take a hell of a beating around this track. It's not uncommon after an hour to see the PSI down maybe 2 or even sometimes 3 from the starting position.
Yeah, so obviously Ryan and I were talking earlier about just since we have live feed from Jardier and his tire pressures, he went up to about 28.5 hot tire pressures as he came out. Currently, his left sides are at about 25.7 and 25.1 front and rear, which is about a pound under pressure, which is probably about exactly where he wants to be at this point, with about 7 minutes left in his stint, because he's about ready to start taking that pit stop here within the next couple laps. His right sides, by the way, have not gotten the tire pressure loss, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him drop the right side tire pressures a bit, as they're a bit over what they would normally be. Here's a look from Stewie at the left side, the front left of James Parker, our current leader. Now let's take a few points around the track here from this angle. You just kind of see how rough these fronts are. These left side tires are punished as they come around the track. James doing a good job avoiding at least some of the grass and the curbs, but it will be very telling as he comes into the chicane up here. Comes out of the hairpin, and we're going to see him come into his lap's chicane here shortly. And watch the left side here. Boom, over the curb.
Ooh.
That's just that huge impact. And then subsequently over the grass again as he exits the chicane. Both of these left-handed chicanes on the first. Here's the right side as he comes into the second chicane. You can see catches a bit of the curb there, but just not as much as you take into that first chicane on the left side of your tires. And so you're not quite as impactful through that second chicane. But you can really tell just how or why these tires are getting so much pressure loss as you really watch from the
especially on that exit there from where it's Knockerbrook corner, I believe. It's the outside curbing. You just do not want to go anyway wide because just rip 1 or 2 psi there in case you get on the outside of the curbs. Very rough for the left tires, especially. But no.
Jumping back to the battle for P14. Here is Charles for the 3016, Bart Macha, 405, Urkel for the 92, and Svenchek in the green Lopez 107. Bart Macha, Bart Macha with a nice little drift. And this is a spot that we have seen as a bit of a danger zone for multiple drivers. This is where Ryan Gill threw himself off earlier. And all the way back to P15 is Macha, luckily keeping it off the wall and staying on track. Probably not too good on the tires.
No, I would not want to see those tire temps right now.
No, yeah, definitely no problem with the flat spots.
Yeah, but you just gotta pray for those flat spots. If they're just out of the pits, that is not too bad. But if they just have to come into the pits now, just 1 or 2 more laps, and they'll be off the set of tires.
My producer is telling me, by the way, that apparently there was a very small contact with the Porsche that potentially set some of that off. It wouldn't have been much if there was, and I'm sorry, not setting it off, but rather on the back end of that, some small contact with the Porsche. So not something that caused it. Bart definitely spun himself off, unfortunately. Very small contact with the Porsche on the way by. Luckily, the Porsche
just
that said, he's got to fight. He's got to keep fighting. The connection line. Oh, there it is, too. That's going to be the first one into that wall.
Nice.
That
nice avoiding action from all drivers.
Barely saves from throwing himself. I think he was going to be the first one into the hairpin. We're going to catch a bit of a replay here. Here's Ollie Charles. Let's see what happens. He catches a bit of the inside curb.
Just a bit of oversteer there.
Through into the grass, and just look at that. Like, that was so close. So close. Bart Macha able to slide past the Audi, manages to get it stopped in time, and the 307 behind, just barely onto the brakes. Or sorry, the 107 behind. And Charles is Dan Minton in that car for the previous stint did pretty well. Charles, though, hopefully he can live up to what Minton was doing. Minton brought himself up the field a few positions. Urkel in that Audi, ready to pounce if that mistake happens again. Bart Macha needs to check himself back out as he's got plenty of time to make up. 2.5 seconds up the pike.
Yeah. Just like I was saying, going into that island bend there, if you just manage to go slightly offline, especially now when we're 2 hours in, a little bit of marbles on the tire, you're just going to understeer out towards that grass there on the right hand side. Again, very lucky. And see the replay there.
Yeah.
I would not.
Minor contact with the Porsche. That's the 16, by the way. That is the Alexander Karsten 16 Excel Racing by Ren Welton team, who was out in P1 for the pit stops. By the way, pit stops should be happening here very shortly. Every driver that has not pit should pretty much probably be on what is effectively their last lap before they come in for their pit stop, if they haven't already. Here's a bit of a replay from the back of the field. Charles has lost those positions from the Audi and the Green Lopez Aston Martin behind. And perhaps another small mistake coming out from that 36 BMW. Maybe the tires a little flat spotted from his trip across the grass. But positions lost there. And here, by the way, is Eric Diaz, who has caught Jardier. However, Jardier will be into the pit lane this time by, and I believe Diaz might as well. So at this point, this might be a battle of pit stop attrition. As Jardier bouncing over the curves, trying to make his way off, and he's going to dive into the pit lane.
Nope.
Diaz is going to go at least one more lap before he comes into the pit lane. And we'll see what that KTM can do out in clean air while he has it. Back over to Burkle and Macha for the mid-pack battle here. Burkle has caught up to Macha after getting past the 36 car, who is bleeding positions, by the way. He just had to let another car pass. That was a leader that he let pass that time. But losing positions left and right is that 36. Ollie Charles not having a good day in that BMW. Burkle all over the back of Macha here in the 405 connection. Lost Aston Martin. Not able to quite get a move done, though, out of or into Old Hall Corner. And does not get the run into Cascades this time by. Bart doing a good job holding off and being defensive.
Just this Audi here in 92 just has to be very careful coming up to these series of corners. And even though there's a lack of downforce compared to GT3, there's still some on these GT4 cars, and if you run too close, you just risk getting that bit of dirty air. But no, going into the chicane here, I definitely would not have recommended an overtaking maneuver there from the 92. Possibly on this run out. I'd say just a bit too far back from this time around.
Not quite enough of a run for the Audi this time by.
If the Audi can keep up this pressure, the Aston here might make another mistake, or even.
And Bart Macha, very consistent driver, not one that's going to make a ton of mistakes often, but not quite as comfortable, of course, in these GT4s or really any of these drivers. Most of them used to driving the GT3s, though Bart does get himself into some GT4s here and there. See if he, Audi deep under the brakes there. Has to lock up as he gets to the apex of the corner, and he's going to lose a tenth or two off of that. You catch a bit of a replay from the splitter cam of the back of Macha there, and you can see just how close that Audi got to him. Good on him to get that dodge out. Bart perhaps playing the strategy game there, braking perhaps a little bit more than he needed to get the Audi off of his back. But here comes Fabian Schmedberger, who was just out in the steward's box, has driven out onto the track. The 899 team taking over from Mikael Sundstrom in that KTM, who was out in P3 before the pit stops shook out. Still a couple cars yet to pit, and they will have to come into the pit lane. I believe it's basically this time by. Here's James Parker in the pit lane. See if he goes and makes a driver swap. Crossland might take back over that car. Here's Eric Diaz for the Team Highlands Racing 927 KTM. He'll probably have to come in this time by as well, as the stint timers are effectively basically expired on this lap. 70 minutes plus the little bit of pit stop time that goes over should be about the 3-minute 39 mark to expire. So it'd be very ballsy for Diaz not to come into the pit lane this time by, and he will.
And he does.
Jarkko Torvinen should follow him in as well. Hard on the brakes. Is
interesting to see if Diaz got that stopped in time. Very, very late on the brakes there.
We're going to catch a replay here. Let's see. Oh, there's Macha again in Druids. Getting loose in Druids, and the 92 Audi going to slide on past. Macha struggling in that corner. Goes off track again down the straight. Macha might be having some mechanical issues that are causing him problems, as that is not the first time he's had that problem. And now has Benchek breathing down his neck for P14. Macha struggling towards the back end of the stand. Here's our leader, or what was our leader, Charlie Crossland. Karsten is out in front. The pit stops almost exactly to the T as to where they made their pit stops to begin with. Karsten out in front by a few tenths. Diaz Torben, and Berrier, and Pottage all in the pit lane as well. Every single car has made their pit stop at this point or is making their way out of the pits. Here's Mikowski back in P6, taking over for Valentin Berrier in that 7-Eleven Alpine, who is doing a heck of a run for an Alpine. There's the OVRC team in the pit. He's back in P8 and should about cycle out at P8, which is where that OVRC team has been. P10, as there goes Bosco and Zanella by. They've been fighting around that P8 to P10 marker for most of the race. And the Race Line Motorsport team does manage to get on past as well as Bosco and that 27 STL team, who, by the way, has made up so many positions that the STL team is up into P10 through the end of their stint, but their stint timer only has about 10 minutes left, so remember, they have to make those early pits. But looks like the order is pretty much shuffled out exactly as it was, except the FFS Racing team has fallen down quite a few seconds to Jardier here. Jarkko Torvinen did not get the pit stop that he wanted or had to do a bit of repairs. And I'm sure one of the guys will be into the chat here shortly to let us know. Mike,
we have a car up there, number 7. About as we see there, just at the second chicane there, the end of the pit stops.
That's Andrew Berg, Team Highlands Racing team, parked in the grass. Let's see what happened here. Breaking into the chicane and pulls over the car. I've got to assume that is some sort of mechanical issue that he has. He pulls the car over. Maybe has some issues with his wheel. Probably making settings adjustment.
It might be an internet connection as well. I don't know if you have it on screen, but I see here the ping indicator is very jumpy, going up and down. So it might be technical issues here.
We're gonna have to
hopefully he won't be there for too much longer.
Yeah, the stewards will of course keep an eye on him, disqualify them off the track if needed. Meantime, bleeding time is that 927. Shouldn't be a connection issue as they haven't lost the server. Andrew Berg's ping should be fine where it's at.
No, it's still very strange. I wonder, could we get any word of what the potential issue could be for this?
Nope, he's moving.
Moving?
I am seeing the 927 move.
Yeah.
Back out onto the track. Lost almost an entire lap worth of time.
Lost a good 10 positions there as well. Down to P20.
Interesting to see. We'll have to figure out what's going on with them. Hopefully we can get a report back from one of Andrew Berg's teammates on that THR team. Figure out what's going on. Meantime, back down into P20 for them. And we will continue to monitor, see what's going on with them through the next 10-15 minutes or so. See if he maybe comes into the pit lane this time by. Let's actually see if he comes into the pit lane this time by. Nope, not on track. So whatever the issue was, seems to have gotten it fixed. And the THR team will take off again. Here's Christian Stryker for the 2SLR meme team. Normally 2SLR Team Red and Green, I believe. This is the 420 Chum Chum Train team. Getting past, trying to get past the Alpine here of Mike Williams for the Jardier community team. Oh, there's Jardier's community team going off there. Mike Williams touches the grass in that Alpine, throws him sideways. Luckily, wasn't going fast enough to throw him into the wall, but that's going to lose him a couple positions. Molahan, you're going to pass, but there it is, just understeers into the grass.
Understeer, yeah, just slightly to the right of the ideal line through that corner, and just as you see, any mistake on this corner, you're just into the grass.
Luckily, able to keep himself off the wall, but has fallen down behind Molahan in that Veneta. Timing screen on the left hasn't quite updated yet, I don't believe, as it should be stricter Molahan on behind him. Once the timing screen updates, that should shuffle him back to about P19. And we're back on board with Burkle, still chasing down the 404 team. 404 has made a driver swap. Bart Macha out of the... Bart Macha's in the 405. Burkle has made his way past The 405 connection loss team is now behind the 404 connection loss team, who are more or less stacked up here one by one again. Merkel now got to get past the teammate of Bart Macha. Martin Lawrence not quite as easy to get by, though, and that is the OTL 21 BMW out in front of them as well. That number 21 BMW has had a pretty decent run through this race, but has struggled a little bit keeping a hold of positions as there are under pressure. There's a bit of a move there going on from Martin Lawrence. He's going to try and take it coming into the second chicane. Not the position you want to be in, though, on the outside of that one, in case they get a bump, and they don't. Andrew Pike keeping it nice and tidy through the bumps and does not punt off Martin Lawrence, but he will lose the position and potentially lose a second. Burkle now coming in as well, wants that spot, not quite hard enough on the brakes as Pike. Audi hard on the brakes, and he slots past. And again, just as I said, Joe, I mean, basically, a 21 team has had they've had decent pace, but when they get stuck or stuck ahead of somebody, there's small mistakes that come out, and they keep losing positions from that.
Yeah, I feel this is it's more the track than anything. Any small mistake, especially if there's 2 or 3 cars behind you, you are liable to lose the 2 or 3 positions just out of pure momentum loss. But we see
Charlie Crossland throwing himself off in the island bend, keeps it out of the wall, but that is P2 losing down Crossland. They have had such a run to get up into that position. We're going to catch a replay from the onboard. Same exact thing we've seen from everybody else that has thrown themselves up there, understeers into the grass, and James Parker, he's got his head in his palms. James Parker at this point is just, I did so much work to catch up, Charlie. What are you doing?
Well, the only saving grace for that little mistake there, he kept it out of the wall. It's only a few seconds lost there, so like that's easily gained back over a stint or 2. If it was in the wall, that's at least 20 seconds of damage, and that's very difficult to come back from.
That does promote Fabian Schmidberger a little bit closer to Crossland at least, though. So it works for him. Total of about 12 seconds lost there for Crossland. We'll see if he loses any more time to dirty tires, flat spots over the next lap or 2. Here's the 7-Eleven. This is Mikowski for one of Jardier's teams. Alpine but not Factory. It's their team name in game today. And this is Matt Samuel for the FFS Racing Team out ahead. Matt back in that car, and that 3-2-1 struggling a little bit potentially from this Alpine, which is surprising.
Well, from my experience anyway, the Audi not the greatest on the brakes, so it could have just been going into Druids there, just a touch too heavy on the brakes, and a bit of a squirm going out of it. But the last few corners there proved me wrong, where Audi looks very much under control here. But the Alpine of 7-Eleven is definitely not giving up this chase. I doubt there's even a car's length between the 2 of these cars here.
Got an update on the 927, by the way, about what happened with the THR team. Apparently, his mirror completely disappeared off the screen, and he did not have buttons bound, unfortunately. Small bug that has been ongoing with ACC for quite a while here, where your mirror likes to disappear after a driver swap. You have to kind of cycle through the cameras to get back out. So I'm sure that the THR team had to jump into the settings, rebind the controls, and get his HUD back up. Unfortunately, cost them a lot in the race here. So that's put them all the way down to P20 from P5, where they were at, fighting Jardier towards the end of the last stint. Here's Billy Octane, by the way. Seems they've lost a little bit more time in that RRR Alpine. Billy now in the car from Ryan, but they had to make the pit stop and are now down to P23.
Ooh, you
Very
see
last place
Octane.
here today.
Yeah, you see Octane definitely pushing it there at the last corner, running wide.
At this
Definitely
point,
not
man's
giving
got
up there.
nothing. Definitely at this point, man's got nothing to lose.
No,
About 30 seconds or so back from Brown out ahead. He's got quite a bit of time to make up. And at this point, I think they're going to have to do some major strategy plays, perhaps double stint some tires. Billy is, I know, doing a double stint for this stint. So he, if he can take care of his tires, he might be able to come in, take a little bit of fuel, go out and do another 70 minutes on a double set. The track has cooled down fairly significantly from the top of the race. We're now down to 26 C track temp, 22 ambient as we approach dusk here. Of course, pretty cloudy out here at Oulton Park today, something you'd expect from being out at Oulton Park anyway. And switching back over to Mikowski in the Samuel battle. Still going on. They are catching lap traffic ahead. And they're going to have to navigate their way through that. I don't think that Matt will have any issues with it. Matt, of course, one of the most consistent drivers that we have here. One of the better drivers at the FFS Racing team.
just here it'll
Overall,
be very important to see where these cars pass. If it's just before Druids, the Audi ahead might gain a bit of an advantage just with the lap traffic here. Well, looks like it won't be, so they should be on even footing going into this last corner here. Oh, yep. The Porsche getting well out of the way there. Off track even, not to avoid. Oh, down the inside, do we have? Please don't contact.
a little bit of move there from
Maybe
Mikowski.
a bit of contact there, but
Slides past Samuel. Let's get a
ve-
bit of a replay of that one if we can. If Stewies can cue that one up.
but no. Nice
See
move
exactly what happened. So here's Mikowski going to catch the helicam out of the turn there, and it just looks like he just slid on past. Good move by Mikowski there.
Indeed, both drivers there given space, and just unfortunately for the Audi, just loses it a bit going on the outside line. But no, just putting the pressure back on the 7-11 here. Interesting now to see if
not
be
quite
interesting
enough
now to see if
drive
the
out of the
7-11
corner with the Alpine to make that move done. Audi going to really have to push to make that traction work out of the corner to stop the Alpine. Looks out to the right, but not quite close enough to make a move going into the second chicane. Just filling up Mikowski's mirrors there. He wants him to know he's there. He wants him to have to brake a little bit late, maybe overextend out of a corner. And that will be the move that Matt needs to make. The Audi not very consistent on the brakes, that car is, so he's got to be extra careful. That said, if Mikowski can get a bit of a drive out of the corner like he looks like he's been doing, he might gap Samuel out. And switching back over to that midfield battle, here's Pike, Macha, and Svenchek again. Still stacked up here. The 21 team, of course, struggled with the cars ahead, Burkle and Lawrence earlier, but will they continue to struggle now that he's got a couple more cars back behind him? Of course, that 21 team has made multiple mistakes as they've approached or as they've had cars up behind. But Macha and Svenchek so far keeping Pike keeping them behind, jumping over the curb in the first chicane here in his BMW. About 3.5 hours left in this race. For all of you joining us today here at RCI TV, make sure you give a like over to the stream. Maybe subscribe if you're interested. We run multiple races a week here at RCI. A bit of a transition period in our championships. The Wednesday Diamond Drive Cup Championship is about to wrap up this week. Night Owl wrapping up on Saturday as well. The Monday Porsche Triple Class Championship going to be happening here very shortly. Jump on Discord, take sign-ups for that. That is Cup GT3 and GT4 Porsche car is going to be happening on Monday. And then, of course, the Friday Championship, our flagship championship, open for signups as well. Pre-qualifying for that here in a couple weeks. Jump on in, get yourself signed up for that. Should be, I'm estimating about 6 to 8 splits for that one. Make sure you jump in, get your sign up, and come on and join us for the Friday Championship. Night Owl will be taking signups this week as well for the next round. That one is 2300 start time UK on Saturdays. A little bit easier for us U.S.-based people to get a drive in that. And of course, next weekend, our next round of our World Tour qualifying happening. 8 hours of Monza qualifying in Super Bowl next week for the race on the 17th. 8 hours of Monza, rain on the forecast for the qualifying event so far. Should be one heck of an interesting qualifying event here at Racing Club International.
It's like, I should have mentioned how the last time I was in rain, I kept spinning the car out. No, the rain is definitely a driver equalizer, I feel. The driver there may be different skill levels in the dry, but once you get down to the wet, it's a lot more, you see the good drivers stand out here in the wet.
And that's really what it's going to be. Of course, we saw a lot of that Kyalami. The Sidemax Audi dominated most of that race, and the Audi, not known for being easy in the rain. And the Sidemax team did so well during that entire race. Just watching Macha run wide again at Druids, and he is just struggling through that section, lap after lap after lap. But luckily, does not lose it to Svenchek this time by.
Good defending there from Macha. Takes the inside line, and if the grey Aston was going to go down on the outside, the ideal solution for me would have been just to open the door on the exit, make it as difficult as possible if the 107 Aston there wanted to be adventurous on the outside. But no, still good driving from the two Astons here.
Yeah, Pike doing a good job holding these guys off. Obviously, mistakes abound in that 21, but so far holding it steady ahead of the two Aston Martins. Luckily for Pike, the battle ongoing behind him, giving him a little bit of breathing room. Not much, but a little bit of breathing room. And we're not seeing Ollie Charles able to catch back up to these guys at all. Still 20 seconds back as he and these guys not really catching Burkle in front as well. Burkle and Lawrence, of course, checked out a little while ago ahead of Pike and have gapped him by almost 5.5 seconds. Burkle and Lawrence still nose to tail up for P10. There's quite a bit of a gap there. Checking back on Crossland, by the way, running extremely similar times to Alexander Carson. There's the Audi. That is not the FFS team. That is the Burkle team. Just talking about him being all over the back of Lawrence, and it looks like he's got damage on that front end. Let's see what happens. A little bit of a contact there with the Connection Lost Racing team, and as they come out on, and there's the bump again. The little bit of a bump throws himself into the wall, and that 92 Audi, that is going to be some damage for him. He's going to probably have to come into the pit lane to repair that Audi this time by. I would not be surprised, trying to get himself back out on track in a very awkward position. Luckily, everybody able to slot past, but that 92, that is going to be heart-wrenching for them as they've had a great run.
Diving into the pits now. Mike. Be interesting now to see if they change up the strategy. 3 hours, 20 minutes. Could they manage to get the split timers, the 70-minute split timers? Doing some quick math here. Depending how long this pit stop lasts, they might be able to make it 2 more pit stops to the end of the race, cutting it very close there with the 70-minute driver stint timer. Be interesting to see if they go for that way or no. Very, very unfortunate. There some good hard racing between the Audi and the Camaro there. Be interesting to see if there is a stewards inquiry into that incident due to the damage from the Audi. But just from my first looking there, it kind of looked like there was a bit of hard racing, and there was definitely no room given, possibly by the Camaro, for the Audi coming back onto the track. But definitely need to see replay on that.
Yeah, I'm sure the stewards will be reviewing that here shortly. That said, as we watch Matt Samuel keep trying to chase down Mikowski here, Mikowski, of course, slid past him a couple laps ago. Matt Samuel does not want to give that position up, and finally now getting past the back marker that's now behind them in the 36 BMW. I believe that is, they've got a little bit of space here up front. It's about that time for me to take a bit of a break at this circuit. Ryan Gill has managed to extricate himself from his Alpine, given over to Billy Octane, and walked into the booth. And I believe he is mic'd up and ready to go. So, Joe, I will be passing you off to Mr. Gill for the next little bit here. And Ryan, well, been a bit of a rough run for you.
Well, to say it's been a rough one is I'm putting it very, very mildly. It's been tough out there. It's not been great on our little car. We've had a couple different challenges come our way, but you know what? We're gonna still stick in it. We're gonna still come to the end of the race and well, just see what, if anything, we can get out of this race towards the end. But hello, everyone, and welcome to the 6 hours of Oulton Park GT4. If you're just joining us, I'll be taking over Mike Jones' commentary spot for about an hour or so until he comes back. He's going to go get himself some food, some refreshments, and of course, I am joined by Joe Gleason. How are you doing today, Joe?
Not too bad, Ryan. Yeah, just coming up to my first hour there in the commentary box after the 2 hours in race control. So very, very interesting to see the racing from this point of view compared to the steward's point of view previously. But no, got to say we're having some very close racing. Maybe not a lot of incidents or overtakes, but definitely very close. And you won't see that in many other motorsports currently in Tint F1.
Yeah, I had a little bit of a look over the penalty report when I got out of the car, and I was actually quite surprised how few penalties had been given out. But I suppose maybe with a bit smaller grid, people treating it a bit more careful, maybe.
Yeah, I believe all the drivers going into the 6 hour race, they probably all understand you cannot win the race in the first lap, but you can definitely lose it. So probably a bit of caution rather than the bit more aggressive took over for the first few hours. But I say, come the last half hour, I definitely would not say caution goes out of the window here. But we still have a good three hours to go before that point.
Yeah, we're currently looking at Matt Samuel chasing down Mikowski at this point in time. The 711, the highest placed of the 3 Alpines on the grid today. And of course, Matt Samuel, who's taken over that car from Gergo Panker. I'm not quite sure if Gergo did the second stint or not, or if this is Samuel's second stint. But here we have a replay. Mulholland, and behind in one of the Mulholland is the Ginetta.
Just loses a bit of time going into that chicane there. Thank you, Stewie, for the clarification. But yep, very easily you can make a small little error there going on the turn-in or on the exit. You can lose 2/10 very quickly.
Yeah, a lot of time can be lost around here very, very quickly. I realised that myself, being stuck behind a BMW. Here we have an Alpine under pressure from a Camaro, and down the inside, the Alpine going to have to back off that.
Yeah, Alpine just misses the braking point ever so slightly, hits the grass and has to concede a position. But definitely a case of probably one of the biggest cars on the grid in the Camaro versus one of the smallest cars in the Alpine.
Definitely one of the smallest cars against one of the biggest cars, and the Alpine comes with its own set of challenges. It is quite a smooth car to drive, but one of the things that I find out rather harshly today was that you know, the BMWs and the Camaros really, really difficult to overtake in this little car. Just doesn't have the straight line speed or the exit speed to compete with them. And I kind of get the feeling that Mikowski, he's going to be finding that out at some point here with the Audi of Matt Samuel. I get the feeling that if Matt Samuel can get past, then I don't think the Alpine will be able to stick with him for too long. You do typically see cars like the BMW that are much, much quicker in a straight line. You'll typically see some of the smaller cars just stuck behind them on the straights.
Yeah. No, that's the old, good old balance of power here we have with GT4. Alpine, I'd say, no, I haven't driven it personally, but I'd say it's very good in the corners and the braking zone, while the BMW and the Audi, very good in the straights. But just for Oulton Park here, it's a nice mix and blend of the two. So while the Alpine can probably stay ahead due to the speed in the corners, if that Audi gets ahead, I'd say it will just take away on the straights, and you will see an easy 2 to 3 second gap emerge over the course of a few laps. No. Just on board there with the 16 Porsche, seemingly having a very lonely race for the last few minutes. So Crossland there in second, making amends for his earlier mistake going through Island Bend. I believe the gap now is down to 13 seconds from a height of 20. So if this rate continues, we might see them maybe in half an hour's time. Given the pit stops, we might see them back to close racing.
Yeah, I mean that team is absolutely stacked as well. James Parker and Charlie Crossland in the number 69 KTM. I mean, it's a fantastic double lineup, and getting some free cam shots here through our producer Stewie here at the second chicane on the Oulton Park International layout.
It's just interesting to see the different lines these different drivers and cars take. Some cars, I believe that was just Aston there, not taking as much curb as the Beamer or Chevy, while KTMs would generally avoid the curbs on the inside. But
I
again,
did notice that fairly early on there were quite a few cars abusing the curbs very early. And of course, for our car, our little Alpine, our main objective was to stay off the curbs and try and retain those tire pressures. But some of these guys maybe have gone for the opposite strategy of overpressuring the tires and just go ham on those curbs, I guess.
Yeah, it's all about the strategy here, because like you said, the curbs, I'd say, could, if you go a little bit wide, you could easily lose a tenth or two per corner, but you run the risk of then having the unoptimal tire pressure to compensate. Ideally, we still want around 27 psi, 27 to 28 range, while if you run higher, the car is unoptimal in terms of grip and speed. But over the course of an hour, the drivers have to weigh up the pros and cons of a potentially slower tire, but being able to make up that time on the curbs.
Yeah, and the curbs very, very important around here if you want to maximize your lap time. We saw that in qualifying. This is Mulholland still chasing down. That's Peter Roche for the 405 Connection Lost Racing team. And these are some of the cars that got bumped up from silver class, I believe.
Yeah. But no, they're still they're doing themselves very good service there, being silvers in a pro field. Now, hate to put salt in the ruins, but they're definitely ahead of your team there and your teammate Billy Octane in the Alpine. But no, definitely, I believe they were keeping themselves out of trouble, and just props for the 405 there for the wonderful team name of Connection Not Found.
They definitely do have one of the best names I found in sim racing, and the joke of them being ahead of my car is not lost on me.
No.
Trust me, but it's all good. I mean,
Well-
I made the primary mistake, and that's why our car is down there. And Billy's going to try and do his best to recover whatever he can before I inevitably get back in that car.
Well-
But
Yeah, but no, not to worry. There's still more than half of this race to go, and as you're
There is?
gonna see, there's any small little mistake can lose you 5 or 10 seconds here. So it's all about being consistent on this track, and for 6 hours, that is easier said than done.
well,
But,
speaking of consistency, there's a man that is very, very consistent. Fabian Schmidberger, one of the head stewards here at RCI, getting involved in some racing again. Having a much better time than they were at the Bathurst 12 hour, it has to be said.
The Bathurst 12-hour. Strange to think that was only a week ago. If I remember correctly.
It was. It
Yeah.
was exactly a week ago today.
Yes. Funny, we managed to fly all the way from Australia to good old England here for completely different track layouts and car classification. GT3 going down to GT4, but still fascinating racing.
Yeah, and of course
just-
there were some GT4 cars out in the field for the Bathurst 12 hour.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. You managed to re-jog my memory there. Completely forgot. I was so thrilled with those GT3s.
It was a small field, to be fair. I think it was only about 12 cars, but yeah, the GT4 cars did have some fun out at Bathurst. There were some choice words from GT4 drivers about the standards of lapping across the top of the mountain, but
Yeah.
all in all,
Talking about
everyone enjoyed themselves, and obviously this is the first time we've ever hosted a GT4 only endurance race, and it's been very nice to see the reception from the community to this race. Obviously, haven't got as many numbers as we usually would have for an endurance race of this scale, but definitely plenty of people getting involved with the GT4s. Some people never driven them before and getting involved in the GT4s, and that's great to see because, I mean, in my personal opinion, after having driven these cars for the past month, I think some of the best racing in ACC is in these cars.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you there. Like, I have to say, before we started the GT4 league there on Thursdays, what was it, 2 months ago? Would never have dreamt of going in a GT4. Now, like, I can't wait till the next GT4 league. They're just that much fun to drive, I feel. The reliance more on mechanical rather than aero grip just allows you almost feel like more with the track, if that makes sense. It's hard to almost describe, but once you get out driving in a field of GT4 cars, they're just immense fun to drive.
Yeah, they are absolutely incredible to drive, and it's always interesting to see how they'll perform in a GT4 only endurance race, and well, starting to see shapes of that now. And it's very, very interesting to see all the incredibly different characteristics of these cars. I mean, you have cars like the Ginetta and the Alpine, very, very small cars, small engines, and then you have enormous contrast with things like the Camaro and the BMW M4. And I think that's one of the things that makes the GT4 class a bit more special, is that, yes, there are differences between GT3 cars and the way they handle, the size, and power that they can output, but it's much, much more noticeable in these smaller GT4 cars, and the variation in performance across different circuits is way more noticeable in these cars as well.
Oh yeah, definitely agree with that. I remember when I was using the KTM, every track but Paul Ricard was a joy to drive in. But as soon as you get on that main straight, like the KTM, probably in a 1 hour race would have been lapped maybe 2 times. But no, just really. Oh, sorry for cutting across my train of thought there, but just see the Beamer here going a bit wide.
Igor
just-
Zanella. Ooh.
just a touch off understeer, I believe. Possibly going in a bit too hot into that corner, but no, doesn't look like any damage. Maybe just a bit of grass underneath the car. Should be gone within the lap.
It was well recovered after going a bit deep there and wide, and keeps it on the track and in 7th place at this point in time, not having to worry about too much. Has John Dalton about 7.6 seconds back. You'll probably see them come around the corner there. The OVRC 888. Interesting to not see OVRC running their traditional 777 number that they usually run. Here is the 777 though. It's the Jardier community team Ginetta. And of course they were bumped up from silver into pro. So obviously they weren't on the pro entry list initially, so I don't see any reason as to why the OVRC car wouldn't run its traditional 777. Stewie's giving us a great look at the button box here inside the Ginetta. Lovely interior on this car, I have to say. And there's a fire extinguisher just up above, a few buttons as well. 02000, interesting brand. And Ginetta even have their logo on the side of the seat as well, by the looks of it. Always nice to see the little details that are added in these cars.
Yeah, very easily forgotten, those details, especially when you're thinking it's a sim racing experience. Just concentrate about the cars, but definitely those small details make it even more immersive. And if you want even more immersive, I would highly recommend trying out a VR headset in these cars, because it just brings them to the next level.
I have heard that from a couple of people I know that have VR headsets, and they said that it's quite a unique experience in ACC. And I mean, I can believe it. Unfortunately for myself, I just don't really have the financial capabilities to go out and spend that kind of money. But I'm sure that I'm sure that is a great experience. And oh, here we go. We've got an overtake on track here at this point in time. This is Berg on Charles, the 927 on the 36, and that move done very nicely there. Clips over the anti-cut curve, but not going to trouble the KTM too much. And the BMW, ooh, going a bit wide, getting caught on that really aggressive curve on the exit of the second chicane. I'm just having to ease off here, and you can see the replay.
No, KTM there takes an awfully big bump there, but luckily I don't believe any damage done on the car.
Yeah, you see, this is not where you want to be. You don't want to get the underside of your car trapped under that curve.
So you get on that underside, the side closest to grass, that curb just keeps you there till the end of the curb. And of course you risk the potential puncture there on the left-hand tires, but hopefully there wasn't any puncture lost. No, the car looks good, so hopefully Beamer might catch up, or we might see Berg just shoot off through the field back to P10 where they were previously, before they had the small little technical issue.
Definitely did have some issues earlier on in the race. And as I say that, we are approaching the halfway point of this race, just over a minute to go until we reach 3 hours into this 6-hour race. And, well, we're going to have a little bit of a broadcast switch. Our broadcaster, Stewie, he's going to go dismiss himself and take a little break. And whilst we initiate the broadcast switch, how about we have a little bit of an onboard with our leader, the number 16 Porsche, currently out in front, XL Racing by Renwelton. Got Alexander Karsten in the car at this point in time, so we'll leave you with the sounds and sights of the inside of the Porsche 718 Cayman, and we'll be back in just a few moments' time. Welcome back to the coverage of the 6 hours of Oulton Park GT4. Just before the broadcast switch, we left you with the sights and sounds of the Porsche Cayman from the leader, the number 16, and now we rejoin for the broadcast with our new producer, Nick Setnick, now behind the cameras, and we have Charlie Crossland on screen at this point in time in the number 69. We have Fabian Schridberger in the nearly on-pace 899 KTM. He's currently sitting in third place. Jardier, who is driving solo for this event here today. He's in fourth. Mammoth effort from him so far in this race. And then we have Krzysztof Makowski in the Alpine, rounding out the top 5. It's been a great 3 hours so far. And I will be with you for the next hour or so until Mike Jones returns. And of course, alongside me for a little while longer, I have Joe Gleason.
Yep. Good. It's always good to be back on there. But yeah, as you were mentioned there, Jardier in the sole McLaren doing an excellent job there in fourth. And just even tuning into his stream beforehand, I believe he had a grand total of 10 minutes of practice beforehand. So very impressive here in the GT4 McLaren. No, we are also about to be getting into our next round of pit stops as well. I just saw a few cars there popping in, possibly trying to get an undercut, but again, pit window for the stint is still 10 minutes to go, I'd say. So
yeah, we definitely do have a few minutes until the rounds of pit stops begin again. In fact, down on my sheet that I have for my own team, I have at about 2.5 hours left is going to be the latest point in which you could come and serve your pit stop. So within the next 25 minutes, all of these guys should be coming in to serve another pit stop. Of course, some of them maybe a bit earlier than others. Some of these cars quite thirsty. I know my little Alpine does, I think it's 1.97 litres per lap. I know the Camaro drinks quite a bit more than that. And I would imagine that the BMW does as well. Speaking of both the BMW and the Camaro, though, we have Marco Macri against Martin Lawrence. 192 versus 404. And can the connection lost racing Camaro find a way past a BMW, which has been fairly painful for, I think, basically every car to get past today with how good it is in straights.
Yeah, definitely a battle of the beasts, as I would like to call it here. The two powerhouses of the GT4 in terms of raw grunt. But a nice little recovery drive coming out of this 404 connection loss, given the 15-second penalty it received earlier on in the race, but definitely, I believe, hasn't lost too many positions overall. I believe, if memory serves me right. No.
Well, this is our leader of the race, Alexander Karsten, in the car at this point in time. There was Woolmuth in the car earlier on. And the XL Racing by Renwelton team. Renwelton, a team that have not had too much success in RCI endurance races as of late. But out here at this point in time, their XL Racing team, which is powered by Renwelton, doing a very good job at this point in the race. 107 laps down, soon to be 108. And they have a 12.4 second lead at this point in time on the KTMs. The KTMs, they were kind of the car to beat coming into this race. I was pretty convinced that the KTM is the best car around here. So I was very, very surprised to see a Porsche come the top of the timing tables. And I'm even more surprised 3 hours into this race to see a Porsche leading. But, oh, here we go then. Alexander Karsten. He's decided that now is the time to come in.
Very interesting. I believe that will still leave 2 pit stops remaining. I don't know if any teams have managed to time it so they might get one more. We shall have to wait and see for that. But no, just on your point there. Yeah, very surprised the Porsche is still out and ahead. Definitely would agree with you where it's a KTM or even an Alpine track for this, but the Porsche, given that it has great traction out of the corners, may just be making up all the time coming out of these corners. But,
we're currently watching the little Ginetta of Darren Mulholland trying to chase down the Aston Martin of Peter Roche, and one of the issues with the Ginetta, the exit speed of this car through some of the slow corners, very, very good, but its straight line speed just not that great. And it makes overtaking basically anything in the race except another Ginetta very, very difficult.
yeah,
And,
I guess we're seeing this currently with the Aston, even though maybe 3-4 tenths behind, looks like it's definitely being held up, but definitely just cannot find an opportunity there to get past.
This is the situation I had with the BMW M4 earlier on in the race, where you're almost a second a lap quicker, but you just can't get past because whatever you're up against is so much quicker on the straights that you make up all your time in the braking zones in the corners, but you're always too far back coming off the straights to make any difference out of it. Meanwhile, Woolmuth is back in the XL Racing car, and he's going to be under pressure a bit from Matt Samuel to start his stint.
Yeah, be interesting to see if Samuels either goes for the aggressive overtaking maneuver, probably due to the fact that the tires are up to temperature, or just sits back and realizes they're not currently fighting for position, so just to take it easy and keep the nose out of trouble. But it's one thing to say to take it easy when you're this side of a racing car. Once you're in the racing seat, I'm fairly sure all these drivers may be going full out throttle. but definitely getting very close here, this Audi.
Definitely is getting close, and Wilmoth will have to wait a couple of laps until those tyres are fully up to temperature and the PSI is within the optimum range. And Matt Samuel doesn't have to worry about that at this point in time. His car's been going for a while now. And that car looking very, very good at this point in time. It'll be interesting to see. I think Matt Samuel will probably just stick in behind. I don't think he'll risk an overtake on Wilmoth at this point in time when he doesn't need to. But I'm interested to see if once Wilmoth's tyres get up to temperature and Matt Samuel is still following him, if the Porsche will just start to pull away, or if the Audi can keep pace with the Cayman. Meanwhile, this battle continues as well. The 777 still very much stuck behind the 405, and I don't mean to be a bearer of bad news, but I think it's probably going to stay this way for quite a while for this little Ginetta, unless it can undercut or overcut the Aston Martin in the pit lane.
Yeah, that's a very good point, though. The one thing I will have to say for that is, sometimes in Oulton, it may be the better option just to stay behind the car in front, because then you have ideal braking points. But I'd say, given we're 3 hours into this race, I'd say the drivers have picked out their braking points. Or, oh, does the Ginetta go around the out? No. Be very risky there going around the outside on turn 1. Just look there for a moment, like the Ginetta might try. Oh no, going on the outside now for turn 3. Ginetta should have the advantage here in these corners, but just runs a touch wide and won't have the grunt to
Look
get close
at
to
the
the
drive from the Aston Martin, though.
You just see it easily, say 2 to 3 car lengths just out of the drive, and like the Ginetta makes it up during the corners, but just, well, it's very difficult to overtake in the corners. A lot easier to overtake on a straight if you have the grunt.
Yeah, kind of just seeing firsthand here the problem that the Ginetta has. Meanwhile, Matt Samuel's still following close behind to Wilmoth. I imagine Wilmoth's tyres and pressures are within optimum range now. So this is where we start to see if the Cayman is just that much quicker than the Audi, or if Matt Samuel really does have the pace to stick with the Cayman at this point in time. And I have to say, I really do like the livery on that Audi.
I have to agree with you there, Ryan. A lovely mix of colours there, especially the pink. Is it? Yeah, I believe it's pink, just contrasting the black and white there. But it'll be very interesting to see if Samuel keeps up with this Porsche, because if that's the case, we can see how, even though Samuel may have the pace of the leaders, it's all about track position being down in 6th, which may be costing them in the end. No.
Yeah, Matt Samuel, he'll be coming into the pit lane at some point within the next 17 minutes. Not entirely sure when. Will he come in this lap? Nope. Gonna stick out. And I don't know who he'll be handing the car over to. I know Gergo Panka started the car. And I know that Jarkko Torvinen is also part of this team, so he'll be in the car at some point, unless he has been already. Obviously, a good 2 hours of this race, I haven't been totally clued in on what's going on, because of course I've been driving. Meanwhile, Jardiet is hunting down Fabian Schmidberger. So the 999, oh no, not the 999, the 899, sorry, being caught up by the 39. And of course, Jardiet doing this race solo.
Yeah, I wonder did the 899 make a mistake? Because if memory serves correct, there's maybe a 4 or 5 second gap, and there's only half a second now. So, interesting if 899 maybe went a bit wide in one of the corners. But no, definitely we see someone going wide there. Looks like a lap car, so gets out of the way nicely for the 2 in 2nd and 3rd currently.
That was one of the Mercedes 27, I believe that was Migliore, down in 10th place. But yeah, Fabian currently sitting second at this point in time. Provisional second, of course, as he'll be coming into the pit lane at some point within the next 15 minutes, but he's got Jardier on his tail. And the interesting thing here is, will Fabian defend from Jardier, try and maintain that track position, or is he going to not be too bothered, and if Jardier gets past him, just, settle for it and carry on with your day?
So I wouldn't want to be the 899 here, but definitely if I was in the situation, especially so close to a pit stop, where both drivers need to be pitting, I'd be fighting fairly hard to keep that position on track, and possibly even doing a bit of an undercut if that situation arises. No, the McLaren there trying to bait out a little mistake there from DK team ahead, but a cool head hits the braking point and keeps on track.
Fabian at this point in time, not just giving way to Jardier. He's going to keep ahead at this point in time of the number 39. And looking to retain that track position. Of course, it's going to be interesting to monitor Jardier's pace over the second half of the race. He's done 3 hours so far on his own. And he's going to have to do another 2 hours, 44 minutes of this race. And, well, his pace not slowing down at this point. It'll be interesting to note if his pace does slow down later on in the race. Meanwhile, Charlie Crossland is now the provisional leader because of Woolworth pitting. And between Woolworth and Matt Samuel, a gap not starting to open up, has opened up. 3 seconds.
Yeah. 3 seconds there, I believe could be just down to the fresh tyres of the Porsche there, but be interesting to see if Woolworth there was held up or could be held up by the Alpine ahead. Any time loss here for the Porsche can prove vital for this KTM Crossland here. Remember, the gap before the pit stops was about 13 seconds. So we'll be watching this very closely to see if that is anyway reduced once Crossland pits, hopefully in the next few minutes.
Yep, and Woolworth will be hoping that Alpine does pit and get out of his way. He's got a back marker Cayman. I think that's the 302 of Speth just up the road.
Yeah. And also we have the 777 Ginetta as well up the road. There's I believe 3 cars there ahead off Walmart here, so gonna hopefully pray for the 2 cars ahead just to dive into the pits this lap or maybe next to avoid any traffic, which unfortunately for him they do not, so there's a chance now that they might catch up on this lap.
Well, a few of these guys are going to be out of sequence on their pit stops, and that will mean that they could go longer or shorter. Currently, Jaroslav Honzik and Fabian Schridberger not deciding to come into the pit lane for either of those two. And they're going to continue on as they are right now, and you have to wonder at this point in time, is Jardier just content to sit behind Schmidberger here? Or do you think if he gets close enough, if he gets the opportunity, he's really going to try and stick it? Or is it just a case of try and beat them in the pit lane via an undercut or an overcut, as the number 27 has just received a drive-through for track limits abuse?
That is unlucky there for the 27. I don't know if they have just come out of the pits or has to come into the pits, but fortunately they will have to take that drive-through within the next 3 laps. But going back to that discussion there with the McLaren, I would definitely be on the case of just taking it easy and not not risking anything at this stage, given that there's still 2 hours 40 minutes to go. But if the door was left open, I definitely wouldn't say no. But as we see, oh, the McLaren goes in looking for this undercut. Be interesting now to see if Fabian and the KTM responds this lap.
Well, Jardier in, and as he comes in, so does the number 27. That'll be to serve that drive-through penalty. Speaking of drive-through penalties, another car has received one now. It's the number 36 of Charles, the Victoria's Secret BMW. Unfortunately, picking up a drive-through penalty for track limits abuse as well. And I did see this earlier on. Quite a few people are going wide, particularly at turn 1. And I was quite surprised by the end of, my 2 hours in the car that, there hadn't really been that many track limit penalties handed out. But it does seem like the drivers that were, taking some liberties and maybe just extending the track a bit too much are now starting to pay for it later on in the race.
Yeah, exactly. I believe this could have been the 3rd or 4th drive-through penalty now for track limits in the field, but I'd definitely say there's a few drivers in the field, but maybe 1 or 2 track warnings already. And like you said, turn 1, very easy to get a track warning there if you just go anyway left of the curb. Because if you go on left of the curb, in case anyone isn't familiar with this track, by going a bit more left, you're able to carry in more speed, and especially in qualifying, that can result in even 2 tenths before turn 3. So vitally important. As we see Fabian coming to the pits now, be interesting now. Where is Hosdick in comparison?
He's in 6th at this point in time. So Fabian in.
Jardier there just coming up to Druids there in about 2 to 3 seconds. He's currently in traffic though, so it'll be very interesting to see if he's held up massively.
That's the BMW that has a drive-through.
Yeah. But no, it looks like the BMW is just getting out of the way there. But going to be touch and go now with this KTM.
Well, Fabian still stationary, or whoever is going to get back in that car. The number 36 peels off, and here we go. Mikael Sundstrom's now switched into the car. There is Jardier. And Jardier clean up in front and does jump the KTM in the pit lane. And of course, he will have fresh tyres, tyres that are fresh and up to temperature as well, so he'll be able to immediately start pulling a gap. So for Mikael Sundstrom, he has some work to do.
Be very interesting. See, the BMW was definitely not willing to accept. It looks like very not willing to accept the being lapped there by that KTM of Sundstrom, but I'm fairly sure now this KTM will just drive away now.
You would think so, but the straight line speed of that BMW will make it difficult initially, especially with Mikael Sundstrom having cold tyres and pressures that are not up to where they would be optimal. Jardier going strong there.
Yep.
Matt Samuel still needs to pit, as does McCaskey and Crossland, so we could see Jardier up into the top 3 by the time all the pit stops peter out, and I don't think we've got too much left until some of these guys will be coming into the pit lane. I would expect Crossland, Mikowski, and Samuel to all be in within the next 6 minutes.
Just interesting there with Jardier opens up a 5-second gap already on just the 1 lap, and I'd say it'd be probably close to 5.5 seconds coming over the timing line. 5.4 seconds there between Sundstrom and Jardier. So the bit of traffic and the undercut there proving dividends for the McLaren there.
This is Simon Speth in the 302. And he's currently chasing down Antoine Olive, who was the runner-up to the April Fool's race that we hosted yesterday. And at this point in time, sitting in 16th place, not the best race for him so far, and Speth letting the leader, well, not the leader, but the theoretical leader through. It's Max Woolmuth.
We see Mac there in the Alpine 711 putting there, so maybe down to 6th or 7th position with this pit stop now. So we should be one of the last few. Oh, we see a Porsche there losing it. Oh, maintains control there. Was it the 302 Porsche? Nice catch there by Spieth.
Well, Simon Speth continues onwards, and you can just see Matt Samuel in the background there. In the 321 Audi. Meanwhile, Charlie Crossland still leads out in front until they will come in for their pit stop. Are they going to come in this time around? Nope. KTM stays out. And Charlie Crossland will go again. And this is Krzysztof Makowski, who has just pitted and come back out in 6th place behind Mikhail Sundström. That will update once they hit the timing line for Sector 2. There you go. So Mikhail Sundström up in 5th, and Makowski. Oh, we got a BMW off. Who was that? That looked like, was that number 32?
Yeah, number 32 Brown there. Didn't get a good eye on that, but I'd say it's just running a touch wide and then understeers off. But unluckily for the BMW, but the BMW there in 21st position, not really affecting the fight for 4th and 5th there, or 5th and 6th, excuse me.
Well, Charlie Crossland continues onwards. I imagine he'll come in this lap or next lap. Don't think he'll have too much longer out there. In that KTM. This is Andrew Pike. And he's chasing down a KTM at this point in time in the BMW. Chasing down Berg in the 927, who has worked his way back up into 10th place. But is going to be under pressure for that top 10 spot in, well, just a moment, in fact. It says 0.6 of a second gap. It looks like a lot less than that now from the onboard.
Oh, forgive me for interrupting you there, Ryan, but Crossland there in the pits. So be very interesting to see this gap.
So Charlie Crossland is in the pit lane. Berg also peel off into the pit lane as well. So 2 KTMs in the pit lane. And Charlie Crossland, we will watch to see where he comes out. At this point in time, Woolmuth is just crossing over into Sector 3.
I definitely would say Woolmuth there has the lead, but be more interested to see this gap now. Around 13 seconds, I believe, pre-pit stop of Woolmuth, so has the extra few laps for the KTM managed to close this gap or not?
Well, the KTM is rolling again, and it's James Parker back in the car, works his way. There's the pit line for the speed limiter, and I tell you what, he's going to be in front.
Probably
and
now
he'll
interesting.
have cold tyres.
Porsche has the momentum though.
Now. So James Parker, he's got 2 laps to get those tyres and pressures up to their optimal range, and that means that Woolmuth, he's got 2 laps to close that gap before that KTM really does get up to speed. Little flash of the lights as well there.
I'd say that could just be out of frustration. Either just a bad luck with traffic once the pit stop was completed, or just Crossland was nailing those 5 or 6 laps that he had extra. But I'd say Woolmuth needs to get that gap down to under a second in the next few laps to have any chance of staying with Parker.
3.3 seconds is the gap. And that is the gap that Woolworth has to claw down. Did see the KTM of James Parker doing mid-42s, I think it was, earlier on in the race. Exceptionally quick lap times, but of course, someone of James Parker and Charlie Crosland's quality. Kind of expect that out from them.
Yeah.
And Woolworth not really closing in as much as I thought he would actually on this first lap.
Oh yeah, 3.2 seconds there. So let's see, going on to the timing line there. 3.2. So maybe 0.2 there gained, but definitely not enough to challenge or put any pressure on Parker for the next few minutes anyway. But no, I have to say, either was a very well done recovery drive there from Crossland there, previous to from a 20-second gap there, maybe half an hour ago, to get Parker in a position where he's now leading, going into this next stint. Very impressive.
Billy Octane back in the pit lane, my teammate, and he'll be serving his stop. Of course, we're having to double stint in the Triple R team, so that I could be available for some commentary here today.
It's like, do you have any insider information to see if you're going to risk it with a double stint of the tires, or is that just a outside?
No. No, definitely no double stinting of tires. The way we have it calculated, the final stint isn't going to be that long. It's going to be a relatively short one, and hopefully we can regain some time. But yeah, I don't think anyone's going to be double stinting the tires out here. It's just a bit too rough.
Yeah, you have to be a very good driver on the tires to even think about that idea. But definitely some very close racing there in the last three corners between the Beamer and the Merc there. Be interested to see if the Merc gets this drive out of the corner. Doesn't look like it. The Beamer's just pulling ahead there.
Now, Andrew Pike continues onwards, and of course is up into 10th place. Just under
Beamer
a bit of
looks
pressure
slow there
now.
out of that corner, yeah.
Very, very difficult to get a move done here. You have to be alongside coming into this corner if you're going to have a move. But now, can Kevin Leon get a bit of a better exit here coming up? No, not going to be close enough for a dive into the final corner. You basically have to be side by side with someone through all of these corners if you're going to make a move. Oh, but looked like a slow exit from the BMW. Here comes the Mercedes, but good defending from Andrew Pike. Oh, the Merc having a look on the inside, getting caught on the curb, and that's going to be contact.
Contact. Oh, I definitely have to say that Merc has to give the position back there. Definitely gained it off track.
Ooh, Andrew Pike's not going to settle for it, though. He doesn't care if he wants to give it back. He's going to take it back.
Some good hard racing there. I love to see it. But no, it'd be interesting to see if that little incident gets reported there by any of the drivers. But we're same positions as the lap previous, so it may not be the case. But definitely this Merc wants to get past, and the Beamer doesn't want to let him.
Yeah, I was kind of in the same chain of thought that you were, which was that the Mercedes would have to give the place back to the BMW. And a little bit of contact going on here. Some
very, very close racing here, and possibly too close even.
Some flashing of the lights as well, for good measure.
I definitely say this Mercedes is definitely faster, but well, you can be faster in this track, but you have to be
we've got an
faster
Audi backwards on the main straight. The number 92.
Yeah, all positioned.
Ooh.
Oh, wonder what happened there.
That is not where a car should find itself in any situation around this circuit. I can only assume they've hit the wall.
Like, no, just I'm wondering if they because they would have been close to a pit stop now. I wonder did the driver mistime the stint, possibly thinking there was time for one more lap and then realizing there wasn't, so I had to make an emergency stop. But definitely interesting to see if we can get word on that. Very unusual for a car to stop there right in the middle of the pit straight.
Yeah, very, very strange and not really the situation you want to find yourself in. Meanwhile, wow, around the outside, the
What a
carousel
move.
goes to
What a move.
27 of Kevin Lord, and what a move! The BMW definitely didn't have the speed through the corner, but incredible commitment. They would say keep to the inside line, don't give up the inside line. But my word, the number 27 didn't care. Just carried the speed through. Andrew Pike clearly not happy, flashing the lights.
Yeah, I wonder was there contact before. We've definitely seen contacts in the last 2 laps, so I wonder was there a bit of a bumper rubbing there in the previous corners that may have put the Beamer out of position.
It's entirely possible. And, I mean, if there was contact, it will definitely be reported by the team. And the stewards will have a look at it. Meanwhile, James Parker continues on his march. 4.1 seconds between himself and second place Woolworth.
But no, I'd say Parker's now just going to end the rhythm now. Tires and PSI definitely up to ideal temperature and pressure respectively, and just say eking out a gap there. Previous was 3.2 seconds up to 4.1, now 4.5, so possibly they're gaining, I'd say, even 0.2 in that middle sector there.
James Parker and Charlie Crossland doing a fantastic job so far, and with 2 hours and 23 minutes of this race remaining, they are the leaders on track. And everyone will have sorted through their pit stops by now. Jardier, though, mammoth effort so far from this man. He's driving solo for the day. And he's in 3rd place at the moment. 2 hours, 23 minutes to go. I mean, I've got to be honest, Joe. I mean, I couldn't do 3 hours around here on my own in a row. It would be too much for me. Never mind double that.
I think I'd be worse with you. I struggle to do just 30 minutes around this track alone without absolutely building it. But no, this is some effort. Like some effort indeed to even keep in 3rd, and I believe extending the gap now to 4th, just about 6 seconds there. So be interesting to see now if Jardier can make his way up to 2nd, which I believe possibly 20 seconds down the road, give or take. If the timing lights will update. Oh, sorry, my bad. 36 seconds. But no, still 2 hours 20 minutes to go, so that time could be easily made up.
It could be made up, and plenty of time to still do so. I would expect Jardier's pace to drop off in the last couple of hours, but I mean, he is a monster. Behind the wheel, and his fatigued pace is probably better than my peak pace. So
definitely be the case for me. Is like I think I might have one quali lap in me that might just beat his average fatigue race pace. But we see penalties coming in there. A stop and go 10 seconds.
Stop and go 10 for the 92. Now I wonder. Was that for driving the wrong way on the circuit? And it is. Lap 118, pit straight involving car 92. Stop and go 10 from the stewards. 92 driving in the wrong direction on the circuit. And no matter what has happened to that car, which we still don't know what's happened to that car, the stewards have deemed that it is unacceptable to drive the wrong way on the circuit, and I mean,
I don't think they can have any arguments there. Like at
No,
least
I mean,
100 meters beyond the pit entry. Like
it's. I mean, obviously, sim racing is not. There are no. I don't to say the word real dangers, but you know, there are no life-threatening consequences of, say, driving the wrong way on the circuit. But it is about setting a precedent, and the real-world standards that apply to stewarding apply in the sim as well. And obviously, driving in the wrong direction for anything, if it's to get back in the pit lane after an incident or whatever, it does not matter. It is deemed unacceptable. And like you said, Joe, I mean, I don't really think they have a leg to stand on if they want to complain or protest that one.
no, completely agree. Completely agree. But I definitely have to say then the theory then possibly of the running out of the driver split time, that could be a factor now. As they risked that maneuver, thinking that it may save them more time, because I believe the penalty for exceeding driver time is 130 seconds, if I'm not wrong. I could be on that.
I think you are correct. I think you are correct. I mean, around here, that would put you a lap down.
Oh.
And in fact, the 92. That's
has that
just been
got a second stop and go.
That's been upped from a stop and go 10 to a stop and go 30.
Oh, that's.
So there's obviously something else that's happened with that car.
Yeah, I know it was in the wars before. It was in the wars about an hour ago. I hit the wall, but it just doesn't look like it's a good hour for this Audi. But
so I'm interested to see now from the stewards if that's a stop and go 30 for cutting. So they've received a drive-through for track limits whilst they have the stop and go 10. And that's what's upped it to a stop and go 30 for the car.
Jeez, so that's
it's insult to injury, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, the only thing I would say possibly is, like, depending how long. Well, it's a very short pit lane, so I don't think a drive-through would cost you 20 seconds. But no, I think definitely, I don't know, unlucky on their part for getting that track warning, or just a slight lack of care to detail. But
well, the day goes from bad to worse for the 92.
Yeah, unfortunately, running in last position there. Well, unfortunately, I don't believe they'll be gaining any positions anytime soon. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see which lap they take to stop and go now. They have 2 remaining.
Yeah, and of course, if they don't take the stop and go, the automatic penalty system in ACC will disqualify the car. That won't be a steward's disqualification. It will just be ACC taking it into its own hands. James Parker, he's lapping the 777 into his own hands.
You know, 777 there, keeping him well out of the way, respecting the blue flags there, so fair play.
And a few people in the chat as well, saying that they think a stop and go penalty was a fair penalty, and I mean, I dread to think what it must be like in that team at this point in time. The discussions going on, but I mean, it would be hard for me as a driver to stomach, but then it would be even harder for me to willingly walk into the steward's box and ask why that was given.
Yeah, I don't think they're asking. Yeah, I think they're just accepting that penalty. But I think I wonder, was there a bit of a gamemanship there? They could have been on their 3rd warning for a track limit warning, and just and got it there to get the 2 penalties out of the way. So now, once they're out of the pit lane, now they don't have any more warnings. So
they have cleared it.
I wonder, was that a factor there from upping it from a stop go 10 to stop go 30?
Well, they have cleared it now, and they're back out on track. Albeit, probably a lap down again. Oh, the number 36 is back in the pit lane.
Yeah, I believe just the 36 is there in for a scheduled stop, but I don't know where they're in. The 36 could be in there for a long time. My memory's failing me now. When did the 36 actually pit? But yeah, the 92 there, a lap down from the car ahead, so it's going to be a very lonely race now, I'd say, for this 92 Audi.
A few people asking what happened with the 92 Audi. We're not entirely sure ourselves. We don't unfortunately have a replay of it. And it would be interesting to know what happens. Oh, the number 36 has retired, by the way. They've just disappeared off the timing screen, so that car has decided to call it a day. And, I mean, when it's not your day, it's not your day. And what some of these cars have been through, you know, you wouldn't be surprised if some drivers did call it a day, but, you know, some people still going to continue onwards, still going to see if they can recover anything from this race. And of course, we do appreciate the drivers that want to stick it out all the way to the end of the race as well. It's a feel-good feeling for us as staff. Obviously, we put a lot of time into putting these races on, so we want to see as many people as possible finish them, no matter how many laps down you are.
Just there, I think that 37 just rejoined. It could have just been a connection issue. If that's the case, very unfortunate. Lost the position there to the 92 Audi. But
that's a fair point, but it's rejoined and it's a number higher than it should be. Meanwhile, Simon Speth getting past the 420 of Antoine Olive, the Porsche Cayman, managing to find its way through against the Camaro. But yeah, if that was a disconnect for the number 36, they've rejoined and they're at number 37 now, so that's not ideal because that's created a second entry for that car.
not at all. And then now they're going to have to, if they want to continue, they're going to have to disconnect again. And that's even more time loss. But no, just going back to your previous point there, definitely I'd say for some of these drivers, I say pride has to come into it. Like, if you've signed up for the race, like I know myself, I've been in situations where I'm just plumb last and a lap or two down from the guy ahead. But it's like, if you signed up for a race, I always feel try to finish it out unless the car is like just gone beyond control. But no, fair play for those who are staying put. But even though we're talking about the cars at the back, there's still cars there in the midfield having a good old battle there. See your teammate there, Billy Octane, in the middle of three there.
Yep, Billy currently chasing down Mike Williams from the Jardier community team. And I kind of wish to refrain commenting too much on my car. I don't want to give the commentator's curse to my own vehicle. It's already been through enough today as is.
Like, I know, I was like, don't worry, I have faith in you. I have faith in you, Ryan. It's like, I say, your bad luck is over. It's like, and then I'm just wondering now, have I just cursed you for the last 2 hours?
Well, we'll find out when I get back in the car, I guess. In about, I think, 30 minutes' time. I will only be with you guys for the next about just over 11 minutes of this race, and Mike Jones will be rejoining the commentary, and I believe we'll have Ryan Mawson back as well at some point. But it's been a great race so far, and we have 2 hours, 11 and a half minutes to go. James Parker leads from Maximilian Wilmoth, 6.8 seconds. Here's the gap between the two leaders. Jardier is a bit further back. And I say a bit further back, it's about 30 odd seconds back from second place. And then, of course, Mikhail Sundström and Krzysztof Makowski in 4th and 5th place. Gogo Panka and Marco Macri in 6th and 7th. Tom Pottage and Martin Lawrence in 8th and 9th, the two Camaros in the top 10, and then Kevin Laund in 10th place to round out for the top 10. So just about 130 minutes to go here. This is Krzysztof Makowski trying to make his way through. Ooh! Very, very sketchy from one of the Camaros in front. At the 711. Alpine, but not factory, team will make their way through. James Parker there, looking very, very good at this point in time. And one of the things that I always find so amazing about James Parker, whenever you watch him, and had the privilege of watching him drive in the Monday Championship and the Friday Championship over the past 6 weeks, he always looks so smooth in the car. And it really is something that I noticed with James Parker a bit more than some other drivers, is that his driving style is just, you know, very, very smooth, very calm, doesn't seem to get flustered too much. And I mean, the car looks like it's on rails at this point, but I know from experience that KTM is very much not on rails.
Yeah, definitely a very agile car, to put it, to say it nicely anyway. But yeah, I remember, I say, all the racing people always say you're fast when you're smooth with your inputs, and I'd say it's Parker here is proving it true. Very smooth inputs, and he's top of the class there, 7.5 seconds ahead of second. And unfortunately, I can't say that I'm smooth with my driving style, but no, still, you can always learn in these games and in real life when you race. So.
Yeah, I think my driving style resembles something from the old movies, when you see them driving the car, the steering wheel going left to right on the straights. And I don't think I'm the only one with that kind of driving style out here.
I think I have to agree with you there. I'm pretty much the same, where it's like, if I can't feel the car, something's wrong. Like, so. But no, looks like there's Ginetta there in the 4 or 5 Aston. Oh, there's a touch of contact there.
But this battle's been going on for ages, remember? I mean, this was back when I first came into the commentary box. The 777 had found itself right behind the 405, and now Bournemouth is getting held up by all of this.
And I believe, the Ginetta there is popping into the pit lane. Possibly, I wonder, are they going for the undercut, or would that be me just guessing wildly wrong there, I wonder. But yeah, definitely that Woldworth there in second held up through the battle, and fairly sure those silver class cars there, they were not getting out of the way for the battle, like, so I don't blame them too much for ignoring the blue flags for the few corners there.
And it'll be interesting to see if Mulholland does jump Peter Roche in the pit lane. That Ginetta clearly feels it has the pace over the Aston Martin, but just can't find a way through on the straights. Bournemouth will want to find a way through. He'll be hoping that the Aston Martin pulls over and lets them pass, but of course they don't need to. If they want to keep their racing line, hold it as tight as they can, and just wait for the pace of the Porsche to dictate and go through, they are fully entitled to.
The only thing there for Woolworth is he's losing a ton of time here behind us, Aston. I believe the gap is now going to approach close to 9 seconds now, up from 7, I believe, previous lap. Oh, 9.5. That's 2.5 seconds lost on that lap alone.
Yeah, we saw the gap with Jardier as well, 35 seconds between Jardier and Woolworth. So Jardier still has quite a bit of work to do, and I think if he's going to come home with a win here today, he needs some good fortune to come his way, but a podium definitely on at this point in time for the number 39.
Definitely, and from experience, Oulton, it's not over till that checkered flag is flown. Very easily done to put a tire on the grass or just hit that inside curb a bit too much. Even for these pro drivers where the consistency is probably up to the 99% range, just that one small mistake can make it make or break your race.
Definitely can make or break your race, and James Parker continues onwards at this point in time. 9.8 seconds now, the gap between himself and Maximilian Woolmuth in second place.
Just interesting there, Rush there in the 405 Aston stays out. So wondering, are they going for the, are they not covering the undercut, or are they going for a different strategy?
Well, it's interesting. I didn't expect the Ginetta to come in at this point in time. I would have thought they would stay out a bit longer.
I have to agree. I think they probably still had a bit of time on their stint timer, but just doing again a bit of quick math, it looks like they'll just have the one more pit stop after this, and then it's the home stretch. So be interesting to see when this Aston pits in, because unfortunately I believe the Ginetta there is getting held up by a car ahead of them. So
well, that's Matt Stem. Oh, that's Gogo Panker in that car now. The FFS Racing Audi.
Looks like the Aston there is in the pit lane.
It is. The 405 is in the pit lane, so Peter Roche in now. Has the Ginetta gone quick enough in those couple of laps that it's had clean, in quotation marks there?
I don't believe it has, because just from previous cars who pitted in, that Ginetta now is only coming into Druid, while that Aston has at least 10 seconds in that pit lane, so it's going to be close, but I think the Aston might have it.
Well, Gegeli Kunsabo took over the car from Mulholland, and he comes around the final corner, and you are correct, the Aston Martin, it's rolling, and it's out on pit exit already. So the 777 has lost a lot of time in the pit lane. And that's time that they're not really going to regain just by having fresh tyres that are, warmed up and in the optimal temperature range. You can see it coming around the corner now. There's the Ginetta. And that's an enormous gap that
I say that's at least 7 or 8 seconds. Yeah, don't know. 5.5 seconds. Sorry, the timing updated there. But be interesting now to see how they're going to play for the next round of pit stops, because clearly the undercut did not work there. So do they do a risky play where they just pit when the Aston does and hope they beat them on track in the last hour? Because I'm sure this Ginetta will catch up, because I believe it is faster, but just not fast enough to pass.
And we'll have to see how everything develops at this point in time. Looking back at Jardia here. It's 11.2 seconds now between Parker and Woolmuth, so the gap increasing. And now what is the gap with Jardia? Crosses the line, not going to see, because the XL Racing car has already passed over into the next sector. But our time here in commentary, Joe, has come towards its end, and we'll be handing off to Mike Jones and Ryan Mawson, who
definitely
are going to be
leaving you in capable hands, I'd have to say.
Definitely. Although, I mean, Mike Jones, I don't trust him too much. He's not been in the commentary box for regular weekly racing too often, and
I heard that.
He's coming back for the Friday Championship. But yep, we will be disappearing now, and I imagine you and I are going to go off to drive our cars again. But we leave you for the rest of this race, the rest of the 2 hours of the 6 hours of Oulton Park GT4, in the capable hands of Mike Jones and Ryan Mawson. Take it away, Mike.
Well, it's been an interesting couple hours, Mr. Mawson. I know you've been watching. I've been watching, and it's James Parker still out in the lead in his number 69 KTM. Woolmuth has fallen down to P2 and stayed there. And I just don't know if anybody at this point is going to be able to catch that 69.
Yeah, we at the start of the race, I thought that the KTMs were sort of going to clump together and they would all slowly run away over time, but that's not the case. We're seeing the KTM pack has been broken up. The 899 has fallen down to P4. Jardier has climbed his way up all the way to P3 in the sole McLaren. And yeah, as he says, Woolmuth, the Porsche, been a sort of a yo-yo race for them. I've been glancing over and they've been here, there and everywhere on different strategies, different pit times, but in the end it appears that the 69 with Parker behind the wheel is just absolutely flying away from the rest of the pack.
That pretty much sums up the past couple hours. I do know from keeping an eye on Jardier and Sundstrom, however, that the KTM behind in that 899 has been slowly, ever so slowly, reeling in that McLaren. Jardier says that he is pushing pretty much about as hard as he really can at this point in the race. He's 4 hours into a stint, keep in mind. Jardier in here by himself for the 6 hours of Oulton Park in the 570S. And he's got 2 hours to go. Nothing, no big deal for a man such as Jaroslav Honzik. He puts in probably more racing than we put in sleep during the week, Ryan. So not too unusual for him, but Mikael Sundstrom just reeling him in 10th by 10th by 10th, and that is what will matter. I'm curious to see after the next round of pit stops what will happen once Mikael gets back out of the car. Can his teammates pick up the slack onto Jardier as well? Of course, Guiglia and Fabian Schmidberger not quite as fast as Mikael Sundstrom. Not that they're that much slower, but Mikael Sundstrom is properly quick. There's the Racing Line 192 Bentley or BMW that we were watching in the pit lane for their stop. That is their second to last stop. They'll have one more to go before the end of the race. And here is the number 39 Yas-Heat 570S McLaren with Jaroslav Honzik behind the wheel. 12.5 seconds back from Woolmuth at this point as well. And I don't think he's going to see much of an on-track battle the next 2 hours here unless Sundstrom catches him, as I don't think he's going to be able to catch Woolmuth, right?
No, it doesn't look like that. I mean, the gap is 35 odd seconds the last time they crossed the timing board. Unless, there is still 2 hours left for the Porsche of Woolmuth, the 16, to have a bit of a struggle, but they've got this far now. I think all the drivers of that team know what they're doing around Oulton Park, and yeah, as he says, the 899, it'll be interesting to see. They are catching him even on that last lap. That was a couple of attempts taken out again, but yeah, will the other two teammates be able to do that? Jardier has the slight advantage of just being on his own. The pace of that McLaren is the pace of that McLaren. It does not waver. Whereas each other teams, it goes up and down with your teammates. As we see Martin Lawrence right on the back of that 192, fresh out the pits. Maybe they've got good tires, but you also don't want to be fighting on them immediately. You've got to break them in slowly. So having a big Camaro right in your rear view that's looking very racy would not be the ideal thing straight out of the pits. We'll see where they come out. We've got another... yes, never mind. I was going to say we had another BMW in the pits, but that is the 37 who had connection problems earlier in this race. And other than that, it all appears to have very much settled out. As we says, we'll see where Jardier comes out with his pit stop. The gap is now, once again, slowly creeping down. We're under the 5-second mark. We're under just about 4.7 now. Otherwise, the gap to P1 is sort of relatively stabilized now, 13 seconds, 14 seconds, and then the gap back is around about 35 seconds. The 899 just getting through lapped traffic now. That might hinder them slightly, but it appears not. The Aston Martin's going to very kindly let them go to continue the battle, so no time at all lost there.
And it looks like Jardier is having the same thing a little bit up the field as well. Just made himself pass the number 80 Camaro with Crozen there behind the wheel. So both these cars navigating through traffic very cleanly. I just noticed, by the way, that Jardier picked up, you were saying the gap had stabilized, but he picked up about 4/10 on Woolmuth last lap. Woolmuth just had a bit of a bad lap, I think, ran a 43.1, whereas Jardier's lapping in the mid-45s, that last lap being the mid-42s, that last lap being a 42.7. As he comes across the line this time, we should be seeing around the same, 42.6. So Jardier is actually picking up quite a bit of time to Woolmuth out ahead, which is interesting because, of course, for the longest time that gap had pretty much stabilized down. But that said, Sundstrom ever closer. Didn't pick him any time last lap, but ever closer is that KTM distantly in the mirror. Only about 4 seconds back, 4.5 seconds back, depending on where they're at in the track. And here is James Parker, almost 15 to 20 seconds up the road in front of Woolmuth, if I'm not mistaken. We'll see. It's 14 and a half seconds up the road out in front for the British Ballers 69 KTM. Of course, his teammate Charlie Crossland. And would not be surprised to see Crossland get back into the car for the next stint and just kind of keep this gap out. Both these drivers, excellent drivers in GT4s. If I'm not mistaken, Ryan Crossland won our GT4 championship inside of the Monday British GT. I'm checking back on that right now.
Believe so.
He did, yeah. So he won, and that was a very, very competitive GT4 field inside of the Split 1 British GT Championship inside GT4. I mean, there was Panker, there was Parker, there was Macha, there was Lawrence. Pretty much all the FFS guys were in there, and Crossland came out ahead out of that series. And that was a fantastic series to watch across all the British tracks here. So he's got plenty of experience here at Oulton in the GT4 as well. As we're seeing the 2SLR team out in the pit lane for their stop.
Yes, we were saying earlier about the McLaren picking up pace. I have a feeling that is now partly due to, we're starting into the evening. Track temperatures dropped all the way down now. We're at 21. I mean, we started at around about 31 degrees. I have a feeling that the McLaren is just really favouring that cold air. It can do so much more now with its tyres, whereas the Porsche maybe is very quick, but it's just not gaining as much with these cold temperatures. So it might be interesting. It is a long old mountain to climb though, but this is Oulton Park and we still have 2 hours of this race yet. I'd still say that anything can happen.
Well, we're flipping through a little bit of the field here. There was Gergo Panker. Here is Christoph Mikowski, the Alpine but not factory team. Just one of Jardier's teammates, and not currently doing a battle on track. About 7 seconds back from Sundstrom up ahead, and Gergo about 7 seconds behind him. So just currently kind of making his way through some back markers in that Alpine. Happy to see one of the Alpines up into the top 5. By the way, Billy Octane, Ryan Gill have made up quite a few positions over the past. There's some contact there from the back marker. Back marker behind. One of the BMWs sends Mikowski off in the 7-Eleven in Druids there, and he is not going to be happy. We're going to catch a bit of a replay. What car is that behind? One of the BMWs. Unfortunately, can't tell which one from this angle. We're going to see him break into Druids. He tries to like go under him because he knew he had broke a little too late, and unfortunately sends Mikowski off. When we come back live, let's see where he ends up. So he's behind Panker, and that is not too far back. So it's about 6 seconds back. So he lost almost 20 seconds off that spin, and that is just that's unfortunate. Mikowski was having such a good drive as well in that little Alpine, but well, cursed it is today, right?
Pretty much. Yeah, as I believe that was the 192 BMW, I think. But yeah, such a shame. It is 5.7 seconds back at the minute to Panker. It's not an immeasurable mountain to climb. The little Alpine was going very well in clear air. You could really sort of maximize your handling abilities. Obviously, when you're stuck behind someone, you have to you have to follow their braking lines. You have to follow where they accelerate and their cornering speeds. If you're in clean air, you can really give the handling a run for its money. So it'll be interesting to see if the Alpine can make it back through those back markers and continue up the road. I think it hopefully should pick the pace back up, as long as he hasn't picked up too much damage from that slight rearward shunt.
And right away, bouncing Barrier, stomping past the comms box and into the steward's race control booth. In there, chatting with Connor about that. Steward's, of course, going to give that one a review, and that was indeed the 192 of Racing Line Motorsport. Zanala with the unfortunate tap, probably going to cost them anywhere between 5 to 15 seconds, if I had to guess, on a penalty on their next stop. And flipping back through the field again, here's the 107 Green Loftus Engineering team. They're currently catching Crozen up ahead. Crozen, of course, the RMK Racing team number 80. Saw them last week, 12 hours of Bathurst. Did pretty reasonably over the 12 hours, dealing with all the GT3 traffic. But for now, the Green Loftus team catching them up only a second and a half back out of the two of them. And that's going to be a battle that's going to be upcoming here pretty shortly.
Yeah, I think very shortly. Looking at the lap times, the last lap across the line for Crozen was 44.7, and of the Brescia, I am going to absolutely murder that name. There was a 43.5, so yeah, they're catching at a rapid rate. I mean, as we can see, just in the time that we've been watching them on screen, that gap visibly shorter to the Camaro in front.
Yeah, now getting down to just a 1.2 seconds from one for what it was 1.8, I think, at the start of the lap. So that Camaro out in front struggling, and the Green Loftus team picking up the slack, wanting to get that position back up. They had a good start, did the Green Loftus team. Struggled through the middle part of the first stint, and here we are at the tail end of the race. 1 hour, 48 minutes remaining, and everybody is calling for rain. It has not rained yet. Surprising here, we did have plenty of rain in the forecast. It looks like it has skirted around the track today, and we have not seen any of that rain so far. Currently 30 minutes in advance, still looking at just cloudy temperatures out here. 21C out on track as we approach sunset here at Oulton Park. 7:20 p.m. sim time. As Jardier making his way up through the back marker KTM of Berg. That's the THR team. Here's Billy Octane trying to chase down Kunsabu in the Ginetta. Alpine versus Ginetta. This should be a very interesting battle. Small boy versus small boy.
Yeah, and it's nice to see that Ginetta, at least they're not back on the back of the grid. I know that the Ginetta at the start of the race, I mentioned it, the only Ginetta in the field, and yeah, they particularly in qualifying had struggled a little bit, but have been picking off the places slowly, have made their way up, and especially for a silver class car, these were people who were promoted up to the invite split to race, and yeah, they're doing very well. It says it'd be interesting to see, because both of these cars are very handling-based cars. The Ginetta having an old generation Ford V6, and the Alpine having a 1.8, I believe. Sebastian Brunier corrected me on that. It's a 1.8 litre turbo Renault Megane engine, as you can see right on the back of the Ginetta. But both of them are very matched in the corners. As we have the run out of Druids, blind crest. It looks like Billy Octane might go for a move, flashing the lights. Trying to distract.
Such a slow flash on that Alpine. It's so sad.
a lot of the GT4s, if you notice, though, they do that, and a lot of them turn their whole lights off when they flash, which is very, very distracting at night. So a GT3 car behind you, you just get a slight light pulse. The GT4s really, it's noticeable. Bit of a mistake from the Ginetta coming out of turn 1. Billy Octane's looking to go around the long way. That is a long old way after Cascades. Possible for a cutback. Appears not. Just about holds on, does the Ginetta.
Yeah, not able to get the cutback this time by. You really need to be on the inside of this hairpin to get the line down in order to do that. And he's just not able to do it. Both of them kind of running just a touch wide in the hairpin. But so far, Billy Octane still behind the Ginetta. He's definitely got the pace to get past him. It's just a question of when can he do it. Billy should be approaching the end of his stint as well. So for these guys pushing this hard towards the end of their stint with the tires, he's looking to the right again. Ginetta goes defensive. Both of them back up onto the racing line as they get the coverage, jumping over the curb into the chicane. And once again, in through Druids. More or less here, not going to be a pass, as it doesn't look like the Alpine's going to be able to catch up through the set of final corners here. He's going to have to make it done, I think, in the first sector. That's where that Alpine is really showing its strength so far, at least with Billy Octane behind the wheel, is down through that first sector. Really got the grip through there, and we're going to see if he's able to get it done. They're going to come across the line here to start lap 147. At least that's the lap the leader's on. I think these guys are a lap down, so 146 possibly. Nothing into turn 1. Oh, never mind. There it is into turn 1. He tries to go for the overlap there. Ginetta runs a little bit wide, but doesn't touch the grass. And we're going to see what happens if he's able to get it into Cascades or not. He's going to go for the outside. Ginetta going defensive, but can the little Alpine get the run out of the corner? Down into Lakeside, he gets on the flashers once again and is just not able to get it down there before the bend. And he's going to have to get hard on the brakes and slot back still behind, as the Ginetta super defensive lines here.
Yeah, as we can see, it's just ducking and diving every which way. Obviously, a lot of the times it is very much easier to pass if you're in such cars like the BMW, the McLaren, anything that has straight line speed. But both of these cars are very matched in sense of speed. Both are full handling based cars. So while they're not necessarily... you're not being held up as much as if you're following one of the gigantic heavy BMWs that will then run away from you on the straight. It's still to the point where you both get a good run out of the corners and neither does anything. But yeah, the Alpine does appear to be stronger in the first sector, and the third sector just coming out of Druids. I've always seen the run as Warmouth pulls out of the pits from his mandatory pit stop. So there'll be one to go for them. Drops them back down to P4 overall, but obviously that's not net position yet. Everyone else is yet to pit. That is the 5 of Gergo Panker as well. Another team that we said maybe they qualified a little bit lower than we first thought, but have shown us that they definitely know that car in a race. Have pulled it back and really doing it. The Porsche running a little bit wide. That is going to compromise your exit into the first chicane. But obviously there is nowhere to pass in this chicane. We'll see what the Audi can do with its... It has a better run out of the corner. Look for the inside now.
Interesting to see Carson all the way back here fighting with Gergo Panker for P4. Of course, they were fighting for the lead most of the race here. Pit stops still to shake out, of course. Oh, Mikhail
the 899
gets himself off. Let's see here what happens. He's going into Druids, I believe that is. And just again, we see this today, Ryan. These guys come into Druids, catch the curb, and throw themselves off. And Mikhail's not the first one to make the mistake, and I don't think he's going to be the last. Still 90 minutes left on this race. There's going to be plenty of that, and that's costed him 2 positions. On that. That's about 15 to 20 seconds that he just lost, and that is just heartbreaking for that 899 team. They were having such a good drive, but Jardier promoted up to provisional P2. He's going to
Yeah,
be happy with that.
Yeah, exactly. That curb on the outside, that's Knickerbrook. That is such a what me and a couple of friends call the splitter grabber. If you run over that, it actually looks relatively flat when you're in the car, but it's quite a drop off, and it's quite concave if anything. So when you run over it, you just get launched into the sky. And if you're in a car that is already very twitchy, like the KTM, that is pretty much a spin, whether you like it or not. It's just, yeah, it's such a shame to see. But I mean, as we've said, and just as you said, we've still got 1 hour 40 left. Plenty of time for other teams to make that mistake. As it would appear as well, just being told, the 192, the contact from earlier, they did get a 15-second penalty for that contact, so you were right. It was a 15.
Yeah, not quite surprising to see that come across. Stewards being very consistent with their penalties, of course. Costing him roughly about 15 seconds as well. So that's tit for tat there here in the stewards box today. This battle still ongoing. We do have a couple battles going on through the race. Of course, we were just watching the Octane Kansabu battle back for P17. That's still ongoing. Battle going on for P13 as well. Crozen and Kieran Sharp. And of course here for P4 and P5. Here is that battle for P13, by the way. But of course the battle for P4, P5 ongoing between Panker and Karsten, which was P5, P6 a moment ago, or sorry, P4, P5 a moment ago. But now battling for that podium position. Sundstrom has thrown himself off track. He should have enough time to make up that 5 seconds to get back to them. And here's Kieran Sharp going on board with this BMW, looking at that big Camaro out in front. And you can see just how much torque that Camaro has. So much grunt coming out of that corner. And he's just able to even with this BMW able to get away from him coming out of Cascades. And you know, Kieran's really gonna have to work to get past this Camaro. That said, Crozen has suffered the past 20 minutes or so that we've been keeping an eye on him. Ryan a little bit as well. He's definitely suffered a little bit. That said, there's the 21 having to let the leaders by. And there's the 192 followed up by the 404 team. Another battle ongoing there, though that will be sorted out by the penalty given. That 15-second penalty from the Racing Line team 192. We'll sort that back out in the pit stops. Back up to Gergo Panker versus Karsten. There's a little bit of a gap here. Now out about 0.8. Small mistake from Gergo, I'm sure, being made. Distancing that out just slightly. Alexander Karsten 17 seconds back from Jardier up ahead in P2 as the pit windows are approaching. If we go off the 70-minute stint timers, Ryan, I believe our pit window should be at about the 125-ish mark for most drivers. So we're going to see pit stops happening here within the next few minutes. And while we approach that pit window, take a bit of an onboard ride with a couple of the cars here. Let's go on board with Gergo Panker as he chases down Alexander Karsten for the final podium position.
Welcome back. That was an onboard with Gergo Panka in the FFS Racing Audi. You can see some of the madness that is Oulton Park. Cars left, right, and centre. Still chasing down the 16 of Karsten. The gap slowly coming down, especially looking at the last laps. It was a 142.9 for Panka, still into the 42s, almost to the end of his stint, and a 43.2 for the Porsche. Partly that due to the lap traffic that we see ahead, but it will be very interesting to see what this battle plays out with once people start taking their pit stops. Who will gain advantage from that? Rest of the field looks like they've sort of settled themselves out. Otherwise, the gap between Karsten to Honzik is around about 18 seconds. It's sort of been yo-yoing itself here, there. And James Parker, once again, still just running away in that 69. KTM. As you can see, Martin Lawrence is trying to make his way through traffic. I believe that is the 927 of Berg, the other KTM in the field. So we still do have all three KTMs running. Just the 899 had a bit of a spin earlier, dropped down. He's on a mission. Once again, we said that the gap was around about five and a bit seconds. It appears to have slightly stabilized there, so maybe the spin has just cost a little bit on the tires, a little bit of pace drop off. Coming up to the pit stops, we will have to see how that team continues on. So we see the leader lapping traffic, the BMW. 21 of Sharp getting through, and then that is also the remaining Audi. That's the 321 of Gergo Panka going through, I believe.
Yeah, the Audi flashing his lights there at the KTM, making sure he gets up out of the way. Gergo still trying to hunt down Karsten there in that Porsche. And the Porsche has unfortunately gapped him just a little bit. That said, again, stint timers are about up here. We're going to see pit stops probably within the next lap or two. And we'll start seeing where these guys are going to shake out for their, basically, what should almost amount to the final stint, as everybody will have to come through the pit lane at least one more time. But some cars might not have to make a full pit stop, and some cars will have to come in for a splash and dash. Here's Jardier in the pit here. Hour 32 on the clock, 70-minute stint timers. That means by the time he comes out of the pit, he's got about 21 extra minutes that he'll have to run. So he's going to have to come in for a quick splash and dash and get back out. It's just the question of how many cars, such as the KTM, which is pretty good on fuel, how many cars we'll just have to do a drive-through to reset the stint timer. As, of course, here in GT racing, at least in GT4 Challenge Europe, that's all you have to do. All you have to do is drive through the pit lane to reset your 70-minute stint timer. You can stop for fuel if you need to. So, Jardier coming out of the pit. James Parker still yet to pit. Karsten Panker still yet to pit. Sundstrom has gained a little bit of time, though. I've just noticed he's about a second and a half up on Panker from where he was a minute ago.
I could say that was last lap. It was around about just over 5 seconds. It's now just under 4. Or just over 4, sorry. It is, by now as well, you're deep into the lap traffic. We've seen gaps really, come and go, yo-yo around. As Gergo was almost right on the back of Karsten, has now had a bit of a gap thanks to the traffic. As he says, once you've come out of that pit stop, we're going to see sort of the final shakedown battles. As I believe that is Mike Jones quickly getting up out of his seat, going to the other comms, as we might have a interview soon with Jardier, currently running in P6, but obviously that is not full position. That is just due to pit stops. So we will see where he comes when everyone is done.
Yeah, we'll see how these guys shake back out here in a minute after the pit stops. Guys, as Jardier came into the pit lane, I very quickly ran out to his car and handed him a microphone. And as such, I believe that I'm gonna drag our broadcaster over to where we can pick up Jardier's signal, and we're gonna go have a chat with him in car. Stream will go silent here for just a second, and we'll be back with the man himself. Jardier, I managed to pass you a microphone as you were coming through the pit lane. 4.5 hours into this race, man. How you feeling?
I feel super refreshed.
Refreshed?
Yeah, I feel great, man. It's like a chilling race, you know. After like a super serious race we had yesterday, I'm just chilling right now.
That's true. I was excuse me, I did tune into your and George's and Darren's stream and everything yesterday just to kind of keep an eye on things, and man, you guys were so very much just like very, very, oh yeah, we got to do this, and this is the pit strategy. We got to make sure we can like save fuel here. And today you're just cruising.
Yeah, exactly. Yesterday hardcore strategy, and today I'm like guessing the tire pressures, you know, and simply adding the fuel. No strategy, you know, just circling around. I got a bit sad that the KTM behind me crashed because Samsung was doing such a good job.
Yeah, he was. Unfortunately, I think that will put him well out of contention for that spot unless unless it starts raining. I'm still hoping. I know you've been talking about it. I'm still hoping it's gonna rain.
The weather just improved, so I don't think it's happening. I'm disappointed, you know, like honestly.
Well, as I told Barrier earlier, as he popped into our chat, he was make it rain. I'm like, the settings are like almost the same as the Kyalami, and of course you drove in our 24-hour Kyalami. You know how much it rained there, so I'm a bit disappointed myself that it is not raining today. But I mean, does that McLaren handle the rain pretty well? Have you had a chance to drive that 570 in there?
No, I never drove anything in the rain except when the GT4 released, so I have no idea how like on the pace it is. But I would like to try, so if the weather would change, I would welcome it.
Well, James Parker, or at least Charlie Crossland, his teammate, was praying not for rain. So I'm going to assume the KTM is not. Now, that said, I think, all said and done, you might find yourself fighting for P2 here at the end. I mean, do you think you can catch up to Carson?
I mean, that's what I heard, but I don't understand why. Like, I wasn't doing any calculations, so I don't know how they have to pit. So I don't know if I'll have like less pit stops than them or stuff like that. Like, he's like far ahead, right? He's like 40 seconds ahead of me.
He will have a pit stop to do. Here's Mikowski coming into the pit lane. Speaking of which, we should see Gergo Panker coming in. So Carson does still have a pit stop to do, and I think if I'm not mistaken, unfortunately my pit stop tracker didn't want to work today. But if I'm not mistaken, he will have to make another pit stop still. So same as you.
Mm-hmm.
But you only have 20 minutes left on your stint timer. So what's your plan? Do you have enough fuel to go to the end? You're just going to do a drive-through, or do you have to stop and slash and dash?
Yeah. I will do like just fuel for 20 minutes or something like that.
Gotcha.
So no changing tires, nothing like that, and just continue.
Well, guys,
there's a big gap. I think there's a big gap to Carson.
I'm very curious to see how that shakes out, as I just got myself back in the box from a quick break. So he still has that pit, but obviously with Sundstrom out of the picture, you're kind of comfortable to just go out and run your laps. So at this point, guys, we are watching or on board with Jaroslav Honzik, of course, in the number 39 Yassit McLaren, currently driving around the track, speaking with us. As anybody who's visited Jardier's YouTube channel knows, that's all he does while he drives anyway, so we thought we'd pull him into our box.
I invented that new type of interviews, you know, I'm not going to you, you're going to me.
Yeah, exactly. So Ryan, do you have anything for Jardier?
Pretty much. How's the McLaren been treating you? I know the last time I drove it, It was a lovely car to drive here. I just kept overheating the rear tyres. How's it been treating you on the tyre wear and general handling? It must be getting nicer now that it's getting a little bit cooler.
Oh yeah. How the track got cooler is way better. At the first stint, I was having a slight issue with the pressure loss. So basically, since the second stint, I'm like kind of over pressurizing my tires. So I'm running like 28.4, 28.3. So when I get the pressure loss, it's not that severe. Because when I was pitting in the first stint, I had 22 psi. So I was very close to the puncture. So since then, I was like being more careful and taking care of the tires and using way higher psi. Like for example, right now my left rear is 28.8, which is quite high, but in like 10 minutes it's gonna go down to 28.
So you're going for the full-on curb strategy, is what you're telling me.
Exactly. Yes. Full attack.
I wouldn't expect anything less from Jardier. So Jardier, I know you've got the SimGrid World Cup stuff that's going on. Obviously, our World Championship as well. You got anything super special coming up? Do you want to throw out to our viewers while you're here?
No, I'm just basically waiting right now because all my leagues and stuff like the Friday League, Monday League and such finished. ACR is also finishing, so basically just waiting for restarting these seasons, picking up some new cars and starting over.
Gotcha. Well, it'll be interesting to see, of course, what you pick up for our next Friday championship. Jaroslav Honzik, Jardier, by the way, won our Friday championship this past week over George Boothby with that was a hell of a fight between the two of you guys, all the way down to the end. I think it came down to one penalty for George, where he lost a couple points, and then guess you had a hell of a drive at Suzuka, and I'm really excited to see the two of you fight again for the next season. I'll be actually commentating that one as I'm actually off work on Fridays, so it'll be nice. So me and Jesse Lee will be there to curse you. Don't worry.
Looking forward.
All right, Jardier, been good talking to you. I will throw you back down with your teammates. Make sure you toss the microphone to me as you pass the pit lane next time. All right?
Yeah. I'll just open the window. Give me a second.
All right, guys. Well, that has been Jaroslav Honzik in the 39 McLaren 570S soloing this particular race. 4 hours, 37 minutes deep, and the man is still raring to go. Comms are going to go dark for just a quick second while me and Ryan navigate our way back into the comms box, and we'll be right back. Well, Ryan, always interesting to grab one of the drivers that are in the car. Me and Jesse had a little bit of that at the 3-hour solo Donington a few weeks back, where Killian, Gergo, Mike Noble, a bunch of the guys decided to jump into the box. Speaking of Gergo, in the pit lane. So that will shake out some of the rest of our pit stops here at the top. Of course, James Parker, we saw him come into the pit lane, switch over to Charlie Crossland. But 4.5 hours deep, man. Do you think you'd be that cheery?
Oh, I think Jardier is the only person in the world who would call a 6-hour drive
Super GT.
Yeah. Well, even that, you know what I mean? A 6-hour endurance in GT4 on your own and call it. It's very refreshing. So I would do what it would be called as stressed. I think would be the best term to say. And also one of the only few people I know who can be going around the outside of someone 3 wide at the first turn of a race and talking to stream at the same time.
That is confirmed. Have seen him do it on multiple occasions, and if you tune in his stream, you will too, because it happens pretty much every time he streams. So make sure you catch him. If any of you are living under a rock and do not know who Jardier is, you'll catch him at Jardier over on YouTube. Perhaps someone, if any of the mods are in the chat, maybe we can throw out a link to Jardier's YouTube channel, just in case anybody doesn't have it. Make sure to go give him a visit and say hello from RCI. Put some bears in chat for him, as that seems to be his thing for now. Or put some crabs in chat for him, just to make fun of him. He'll know what that means. Meanwhile, here's Charlie Crossland in the KTM, still way out in front, and Jardier is correct. Mr. Mawson, weather is improving, not getting worse.
Yes, I was very surprised considering this is the north of England. This is essentially my, well, local-ish track. It's around about a 45-minute drive away from me. And I can tell you that the weather is not always this sunny and lovely. It's often a bit miserable, a bit dreary. And like, for example, tomorrow, the forecast for us is snow. And I'm not even kidding.
You know, so I have a friend who lives in Leeds, right? And she posted a video online yesterday, and it was snowing out yesterday, the day before, something like that. And I was just like, y'all know it's April, right?
Yeah, that happens. I work in Leeds, and we had one day in the same day. I was every time I looked outside, it went from started sunny, and it was fairly mild. You know, you didn't need your coat on, for example. It then decided torrential rain, sleety snow, kind of blustery snow, back to sunshine, back to rain, back to snow, and then when I left work, it was just heavily breezy. And it's like, yes, I'm sure we can get all the seasons in there if we try hard enough.
I just want to point out, by the way, not to distract from that, but there's a couple guys now in Jardier's track giving little bit of contact there from Kevin Leone. Let's get a little bit of a replay of that next. So this is the 27 Mercedes coming into the hairpin behind the Audi. We're gonna watch him get hard on the brakes, try to go to the inside of the Audi, and just that touch there throws the Merc sideways. The Audi able to continue. Very solid on the outside of that track, but I'm gonna call that one probably no further action from the stewards there. Unfortunately, a little bit of a dive bomb from the Merc, and spins himself around. Not good for that SDL team. Who I'm very curious, by the way. Did we ever find out? Because I don't think we did. But I don't think we ever found out what happened to the SDL team through the first hour or so. Because if you remember, Ryan, we were watching them fight at the top of the field, and then all of a sudden they had to make an early pit stop.
Yeah,
they've struggled ever since.
Yeah, and then they pulled in again for another early pit stop around about mid race. I was watching. They came in, changed drivers, and then had another early pit. So it's a bit strange. I mean, also that Merc. I don't know if you've noticed, but compared to a lot of the other cars here, that Merc looks absolutely filthy. So it's possible it's had quite a few off-track excursions, maybe.
I would not be surprised to see every car on this track be a little filthy, perhaps, besides for Charlie Crossland's British Baller 69 KTM, as he seems to be keeping it on the track pretty tidily. Him and James do. They've been dodging the curbs. Everybody else, as we saw from Stewie's free cam excursions earlier, seems to really, really like smashing as much curb and dirt as possible. So, I feel like that's just British racing for you.
Yeah.
You just grab dirt everywhere.
Pretty much. I mean, a lot of our tracks are very small, very narrow. You know, this is long before the introductions of big GT3 or GT4 cars, when racing in England was mostly down to small MGAs and specials.
Yeah, like the what are they? The Clios, the Renault Clios.
Yeah, we do Clio Cup.
Or the touring cars and stuff like that. Yeah, those guys come out here. That would be the car that you would want to drive here, because those Clios they're basically rally cars with slicks on them. Like it's really what they are, if I'm not mistaken. And they'd be a blast to take around a track like this or Brands Hatch.
Yeah, pretty much. And I mean, the Alpine isn't much far away from that, like the one we're seeing on screen. An Alpine is basically a Renault Megane that you take the front subframe of, put that in the rear, and then stick a pretty body on it.
Well, I'm sure Ryan Gill would love for you to hear that, as he has an absolute love for the Alpine, also known to him as the French Ginetta. And that is, in fact, his name on the staff Discord right now, is the French Ginetta. Sorry, Team French Ginetta. My bad. And that is what Ryan refers to him as. Here's a little bit of an overtake. We haven't seen one of these in a minute. He's going for a bit of a move here, is the Jardier community team, but not quite able to get it done on
Not
the
quite.
outside of the second to last corner. That BMW, look at that BMW just take off.
Yeah, they do.
He had the inside line and he took off.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what kind of run you get out the outside, but then look how much the Alpine closes up. Has to actually take avoiding action to stop running into the BM. Try to go around the outside of Cascades. We have seen this move pull off before, but it is a long, long, long old way, and then you have one hell of a straight in front of you. You have to tuck up right underneath that BMW's wing and try hang on to their coattails in the little Alpine.
Going for it a little bit here.
Late on the
outside of
brakes.
hairpin. Yeah, late on the brakes is that Alpine, but just not the spot you want to do that overtake maneuver on the outside. And that is the number 16 of Karsten wanting to get around them as well. That's going to break up this battle ever so slightly. And calm it down for another lap or two. And there's the drive-through coming for the BMW out ahead. The drive-through for Haskell is going to come in. And that's going to put the Jardier Community Team 2 easily out in front. Little bit of a lawn mowing maneuver there, and a little bit of a tap from the 32 saying, "Hey, I didn't quite like that. The way you cut the track there. I just got to drive through for that. Maybe it's your turn too." But that is unfortunate for that BMW. But this is not the first drive-through we've seen. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a couple more as this race wraps up. That fatigue starts setting in, and we kind of finish wrapping up this race. I mean, 5 hours in at Oulton Park is this is a tough track to do. I mean, we watched, say, the 8 Hours of Laguna as an example, and that's a difficult track to run for 8 hours around. Granted, you got teammates, right? Well, as I look over and see Jardier, most of us have teammates when we do those kind of things. But even then, an hour race at Oulton is long, more or less 6.
Yeah, exactly. Especially at turn 1, that is a hell of a place to sort of gain track limits at. It would not surprise me if towards the end of this, they've managed to avoid them this long, but I would be surprised if there was a team that had got entirely 0 track limits through this entire 6 hours. It is a very nasty track, but it's always a track that you get a track limits at while still losing a load of time. It's almost just like an insult to injury. You go off at Druids and you have a bit of a moment and you think that's very annoying, and then the stewards decide to come along and say, "Hey, that was also cutting the track." I'm like, oh, thanks, lads.
And I think I see one of the 32's teammates walking back towards the race control booth as we speak to give a talk over to Connor, who is manning that booth at the moment. Ryan Brown in the booth, ready to make that report. He's a little unhappy with that. Obviously wants to make sure that they can make up as much time as possible with that drive-through penalty. However, what I just noticed is they've already fallen back 2 seconds. It's that 84 Alpine. Even if they get a penalty, I would not be surprised to see them check out a little bit and start heading down the track. They're obviously a little quicker than the BMW, but in the end, that doesn't excuse a dive bomb and subsequent touch, regardless of what happens. We were on board. Here's them coming through the drive-through now, by the way, for the 32. We were on board with Jardier just a moment ago, making his 570S run through the back end of Oulton Park. 7:56 p.m. sim time here. Sunset approaching very rapidly as we got an hour and 10 minutes or so left on this race. Jardier pretty far back from P2 at this point. It's about 35 seconds or so, give or take. If I was doing my math right on the time screen, might be a little closer. We'll see when he crosses the timing line. Carson about 20 to 25 seconds behind Crosland out in front. And Matt Samuel well behind Jardier at this point. So I think these podium positions are pretty much locked, loaded, and done for. But that said, 70 minutes left at Oulton Park.
Yeah, That is always the thing that we come back to. You know, we've said it so many times this race, but this is Oulton Park, and it will chew you up and spit you out if you take any liberties with it. But yeah, it would appear that the 3-2-1 of Samuel is about 23 seconds back, and Jardier, the last time he crossed the timing line, I saw it flash up, was about 35 seconds. So yeah, I think through P1 to P3 is locked in. Guglia might be able to catch back up to Samuel though. The 899 recovering from their earlier spin. The gap was, you know, we saw it sort of hover around 5 to 4 seconds, so it's now closer to 3. So they are slowly pulling themselves back up. Is that 899? Even with the last laps, they're around about pacing each other at the minute. Maybe a tenth or so here and there.
Yeah, it's kind of like we saw Mikhail Sunshine be doing to Jardier earlier. 10th and a 10th and a 10th and a 10th and a 10th, and that adds up. But at this point, we're getting to the spot where this is turning into a little bit more of a sprint race. But that said, Ryan, is that an Audi?
Yes, that would appear to be an Audi.
Well, then I think Matt Samuel must have made a mistake.
Yeah, because that was around about that was about 3 seconds the last time we blinked.
just making us liars out here today. Apparently, are you, Matt Samuel?
I was going to say,
I need you to control your teammate.
I'll just take up all the notes that I had and just chuck them in that bin because they obviously don't mean anything.
Yep, pretty much. So here is Alexander Quigley in the 899, nearly on pace KTM, nearly up to the back end of the FFS Racing MH team. And here's the problem. After you left, Ryan, and Nate and Joe were here with me for a little bit, we saw this up at P1 with Crossland versus the Porsche of Karsten. And the KTM had such a problem getting past the Porsche because they have nothing coming out of a corner, and they have to either wait for a mistake or really get a deep dive into the corner, which just isn't easy to do here at Oulton Park. And this Audi, unless Matt Samuel loses grip and loses a good run, it's going to be difficult for this KTM to get by the Audi. I mean, just look at this. He's there. He got a decent run out of the corner. Not gaining at all.
No,
Not
even in the slipstream. He said it is very hard to overtake here if you are a car that does not have top speed. You would not think that Oulton Park, I mean, you look at it, you look at the track market, you even go for a ride on board, you think, oh, this is a full handling based circuit. But no, we have seen the BMWs easily blast past people at each time where, you know, a car like the KTM, like the Alpine, like the Ginetta have all made up time is when people have made mistakes. You see the KTM's caught right back up, but now his pace is being dictated by the Audi. He can't he can't carry as much speed through the corner as he wants because of that Audi. And then we get to another giant straight. All you have to do is just tuck right under their rear wing and try hang on. That's all you can do.
Yeah, that's the problem, obviously, is that, you know, the Oulton might be a tight British circuit, but you've got 3 long straights here on this circuit, right? And that's the thing. Like this right here, other than the chicanes, I mean, this is kind of just a long straight here. Like you go around the chicanes a bit, but they're pretty fast chicanes as well. You know, so you can kind of just get a nice little run out of this right here, for example. The KTM, look at him. He's just not able to catch up to the Audi. And after you get out of this chicane and get through one of the more dangerous corners on the circuit that we've seen people, you know, spinning at here, which is coming into Knickerbrook, you know, you've got that run down to Druids again, and it's just difficult to get any sort of speed in that KTM. I'm sure that Guiglia would probably be just as fast, if not slightly faster, if you could get out ahead of Samuel. But actually getting the pass done is extremely difficult. As we're seeing here, he still just hasn't made up any time. But he's just got to wait for that mistake, force the mistake, keep showing his nose. It's exactly what Crossland did. And eventually, Carson made the mistake. Crossland got by. And here we are, 3 hours later, Crossland's still out in front.
Yeah, exactly. It's every single time. I think here really is a more of a speed circuit than Brands Hatch would be if we're going for straight
definitely.
lines. And a lot of times people say, "Oh, it's nice to have a speedy car at Brands Hatch." It's like, well, here is even more so.
Here's Kevin Leone for the SDL Esports Launch Site G team. Currently on the back of Roth here for the Connection Loss Racing team in that Camaro. And this is an interesting little car matchup. You've got torque versus top speed. That Camaro is just so good out of the corner. Towards the end of the straights, though, that AMG is really going to be able to get into the braking zone a lot quicker. And subsequently, that Camaro is a bit of a boat as it comes through the center of the corner. So that Merc, should be able to handle itself, at least coming out through the center of the corner. So if it can, should be able to get past Roth pretty easily. But as we're watching here, you can see that Camaro, just every time they come out of a corner, he just takes off, gaps about another tenth or so, and makes that Merc catch back up to him. But this is the battle for P9, 4 tenths between the two of them. Here's back to battle for P5. Still ongoing, Guiglia versus Samuel. I'm sorry, that's the battle for P4, not P5. Jardier, of course, still up in P3, 32 seconds back, holding on a third position. Karsten solidly within that second position, about 26 seconds back off the leader. That is Charlie Crossland out in his KTM. Looking back through the rest of the field a little bit, not a whole lot of battles ongoing at the moment. Billy Octane catching up to the 84 Alpine in front, only about a second or and a half or so back there, trying to make up the positions that they lost a little bit earlier. He's approaching their final pit window as well. And that said, that battle may have just resolved itself as the penalty comes down from the Alpine for the earlier dive into the chicane. The 84 going to receive that 5-second penalty for the earlier dive and subsequent maneuver on the BMW that we saw, which was contact with the 32. So 5-second penalty over to the number 84 Alpine. Unfortunate for them, but in the end, probably a well-deserved penalty, as we're seeing the Green Office team come in for one of their, probably what will be their final pit stop. The final pit window is open at any time. Any of these teams can now come in and pit. They're well within their stint timers. Of course, 70-minute stint timers here. We're now 1 hour, 2 minutes, and 30 seconds left in this race. Plenty of time for any of these drivers to come in and pit as they want. I would not be surprised to see a lot of these guys, as Jardier said earlier, come in for a splash and dash towards the end of their stint. Try and, not necessarily double stint, but stint and a half their tires, more or less. But pit window is open, so any pit stops that we do see should be the car's final ones.
Yeah, it will be incredibly interesting to see who sort of does the strategy, as you called earlier, of just the drive-through to reset their stint time. A lot of GT4s, they have very similar sized tanks to the GT3s, yet they burn so much less fuel. So these cars can really do, you could do so long on them if stint times didn't exist. But that means that in the last pit stops, because the field is now spread out, do take more fuel, knowing that you're just going to do a drive-through and save a load of time. But obviously, we don't know on the teams yet. We can sort of speculate with sort of time and pace drop-off, as we see the 27 all over the back of the 404 Connection Loss Racing Camaro. Still a battle to the bitter end, bouncing over the curb. Getting a good look at the twin rear exhausts of that Camaro up the hill. Camaro, interestingly, when I have raced it, it actually handles a lot better than one would think. It is actually quite nimble. If you get the hang of it. I would say that cars that are harder to handle are the BMW. The BMW feels very, very heavy in comparison to the Camaro. Not a thing you can usually say about an American V8 sports car, or muscle car even.
Yeah, I was talking to Nate about this a little while ago, actually. So my mom has actually, hang on
going
here.
for
We're
the
gonna make a
move.
bit of a move for the Merc. Yeah, into turn 1, and see ya, done and dusted is that SDL team straight on past the Merc, and it is like I said a couple minutes ago. You get towards the end of that straight, and the top speed of that Merc is going to win out of the torque of that Camaro. Slides on past, making it look easy, and the SDL team up into P9 and checking out. Yeah, Nate or Ryan, sorry, as I was trying to say, I was talking to Nate a little bit earlier about this. So my mom has a Camaro, right? And I had a Dodge Challenger for a few years before I decided it was a little bit too expensive. And I find rather occasionally when I drive it, the Camaro is just a tank. And I think if that's the case, I think they've done the GT4 version a little bit more justice than perhaps their road cars were. But that said, my Challenger, and Nick was in that thing a couple times. He can attest to how massive that thing was. Surprisingly nimble for how large that thing was, especially with the Challenger with its front end that's about as long as the Alpine in total.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the Camaro, the GT4 obviously is done by an external company. It's not done by Chevrolet. It's converted, so all of them start out as road cars that then are converted. But yeah, it is very, very nimble on its feet. The one thing I do find driving it is driving the Camaro GT4. Unlike a lot of the cars in this field, so your Audis, your KTMs especially, you want to ring it all the way out to the red line, all of your powers at the top end, and there's nothing down the bottom end. Camaro, nope, treat it like a diesel. Shift when the 2 green lights on the dashboard come on, shift there, that's the optimum point. Anything past sort of 6,000 is just making noise. It will go that high, but you're not gaining anything.
It's like the Hurricane.
Yeah. Oh yeah. The Hurricane. But it's the problem with that is that it sounds so good. You want to rev a V10 out because they sound, they sound so good, and it's like this is wasting time. It's like, but it does sound really good.
Yeah. It's why I hate the Lambo. I can't drive it because it's like, well, what do you mean I have to shift at like 7,500 RPMs? No, make it sound good. Yeah, that's the same thing with the Camaro. Granted, I'm not a huge fan of the GT4 cars driving anyway, but that's the same thing with the Camaro. Like, it sounds so good. That very grunty V8. It just depresses you when you get to the top of it, and you're like, oh, and
Yeah, and as we have seen a change for the P4 as well. If we notice, look, the 899 did catch up and get around the 321 of Samuel. Now that they're ahead, though, they do have to fend off between the top speed of the Audi. They've got to try and sort of scuttle away in the corners and hope that in this section, like coming out of Druids, you don't get held up at all. You can see the Audi closing and closing in. There's a back marker ahead. Hopefully that doesn't play into this and get by them by turn 1.
It's so wild watching that KTM versus the Audi. Now that the Audi's behind, because you can just tell. The KTM gets in the middle of the corner and they just go, okay, bye, see you in a minute. And then the Audi is right back up there in a minute, right behind him. Like, watch this as we come through Cascade. He's going to touch the apex here, and you can see the top speed of this Audi as it comes out of the corner. The KTM takes off a little bit, but as we get down to the hairpin, that gap is going to close another tenth and a half or so before they get into the braking zone, probably. Meanwhile, the KTM's going to get on the brakes and take off again, and
pretty much. And now starting to call back up to the back of the Camaro. I believe that is the 404 connection lost racing of Roth. And we've seen it a couple of times in RCI where back markers start to make the battle a little bit more interesting. Because if the KTM gets held up at all in any speed section, that will be the invitation for the 321 Audi to blast back by. As it says, they've got to sort of scuttle away in any kind of handling point and pray that the Audi isn't close enough. Because the other thing now that the 899 is ahead, well, they don't have the slipstream anymore, and the Audi is slipstreaming off them, just increasing their advantage in speed.
I've just had an interesting comment from one of the drivers of the 899. Apparently, there was a little bit of a dive bomb or a bump that went on between the two of them for this pass. As I'm seeing Fabian Schmidberger outside of our comms box here in the garage of the 321 over there apologizing to Gergo Panker and Jarkko Torvinen for their teammates' move. I'm curious if that's something they might steward against. I don't think it will, because I didn't see anybody coming to the steward spot. But maybe a little bump to pass maneuver.
Yeah, possibly. I said I haven't seen anyone walk past our window yet, but that doesn't mean it doesn't mean that we haven't missed it in the action that we've been talking about, and the stewards are looking at it. Who knows?
I'm actually looking back at it right now. So, okay, so they were both coming through the hairpin. Wasn't really a bump to pass maneuver at all. Looks like the 899, he just ran slightly wide coming out of the hairpin. He'd gotten the pass done at that point, more or less. So just a little bit of an outside contact on the way through, it looks like. So nothing too untoward. I don't think that'll be stewarded against there, but then again, we're not in the stewarding box, and that's why we're here in the comms box. So we'll see if they decide that that might deserve a penalty. Here is your race leader, Charlie Crossland, in his KTM for the British Ballers team. Him and James Parker just absolutely dominating this race in the GT4 field. This is RCI's first GT4 pure endurance race. We, of course, had plenty of multi-class races, but everybody decided we wanted to do a pure GT4 endurance race. For those of you joining us in the stream, much appreciate everybody's viewership today. Give the stream a like, give a subscription over to the channel. We are live multiple times a week. A little bit of a transition period at the moment while we transition into our next round of championships. We do have 2 championships wrapping up this week, our Wednesday Diamond Drive Cup Series, as well as our Night Owl Series on Saturday. That will be at Spa and Bathurst, both 90-minute races, respectively. And we will have that happen here shortly, and then everything will reset. Our Porsche Championship on Monday, GT3, GT4, and Cup race, all our Cup cars all on the same track for the Monday. And of course, our flagship Friday Championship pre-qualifying here in a couple weeks as well. The exclamation point Discord in the chat, come in and join us, get in on some of the action. And Ryan, I don't know if you're racing in any of the next rounds of championships, as we're seeing a couple of the final pit stops come out. Here's the Racing Line Motorsport team serving their 15-second penalty and pit stop. But I'll be commentating the Friday Championship next time around, and I could not be more excited because the last Friday Championship was so good.
Yeah, a good friend of mine was racing in the Friday Championship, so we were watching it from the sidelines to watch the Jordan Grant Smith have a drive around. And yeah, I have actually been meaning to get back into sort of serious sim racing. I took a little bit of a break, but I've sort of found a new love. I had sort of fallen out with every GT3 car going for a little while, but I seem to be quite happy in the Bentley now. So yeah, who knows? I might sign up and see what my pace is like versus the rest of the field in the Bentley.
In the Bentley, so the right-hand drive Bentley for Ryan Mawson.
Which is funny.
Where do you think you're going to end up in the qualifying?
Oh God, I would not know. I would always like to say that anything, if I can complete in a top 10, that would be nice. But qualifying, I'm more a person who is better in a race pace rather than an outright qualifying pace. Ooh, the Camaro's getting a little bit loose there. Will that be the signal for Svenček to go for it? Not quite. But you can see the Aston Martin is closed right back up again into the hairpin.
Yeah, all over the back of him is that 107 green Loftus Aston Martin, but there is the torque of the Camaro out of the corner. Even with the Aston getting a decent run, you just cannot catch that Camaro immediately coming out of a corner. And they are gone again.
I believe we saw this battle just before I left as well. We had a very similar battle with both these teams, I believe. Flying over the curbs and up the hill. Once again, though, the Aston does have a slightly better run, but you just can't do anything with the torque of the Camaro. And it's all sort of speed based. That doesn't mean though that you can't get it done coming out of Druids if you get a good enough run.
Yeah, the final 2 corners definitely one of those opportunities where you can make the pass if you're brave enough. Quite the best spot on the track to pass, but it can happen. Matt Samuel still trying to chase back up to Alexander Guiglia in that 899. Both cars will have another pit stop to make, or at least a drive through to make the reset pit stint timer, depending on how things work out for their fuel. Not able to quite close that distance quite yet, about a half a tenth back from the back end of Guiglia. I'm a little surprised though. I thought that Gwiggs would get past and take off. He quite hasn't done that. I'm a little surprised about that, but I'm glad to see that Matt is able to keep that Audi even this far into the race. This consistent through, because I know that he was concerned about the Audi and especially its brakes over the duration of the race. So Matt doing really well to keep this thing steady.
Yeah,
and I think Jarkko Torvinen will jump in for the back half of the final stint as well once he's done.
I believe it was that team as well that after the 12 hours of Bathurst had mentioned that the Audi was good, but the thing that they didn't like was that the brakes were very inconsistent and the handling changed very much as it as the stint went on and as the fuel levels dropped, it became very, very wild. So it's good to see, that they're still 5 hours in, just over 5 hours in, still battling with that amount of consistency. The Aston Martin of Svenček still all over the back of Krozen, looking left, looking right, but there's just nothing yet. Showing intent though, trying to get trying to make a crack in the armor of Krozen.
And these battles, pretty much every battle that's going on the track at the moment has just kind of been ongoing for the past 30 to 45 minutes or so. All said and done, these guys just not blinking anywhere on this track for the last 45 minutes of the Oulton Park 6-hour race here on RCI TV. Matt Samuel still all over the back of Guiglia, and that Audi behind him almost tapped him coming into that chicane, but the Matt Samuel able to keep it steady coming into the second chicane. The 92 still all over the back of him. He's going to have to be careful there, as he is definitely a blue flag car, and that 92 is in dead last place, not fighting for any position at all. Stewards will not look kindly at that if there is an incident that happens there, punting one of the top 5 leaders off. I think Matt maybe got a little nervous with that Audi so close in his background as well. He's dropped a couple seconds. Here is a 3-way battle now going on track. This is a 5-second penalty from the 84 still that he still has to serve. But here is the THR Esports team that, of course, had that earlier issue, mechanical issue, where they had to pull over the car and restart everything for about a lap or so, but they were able to get back out on track, trying to make their way back up the order, but only in P16, and Billy Octane behind in the Alpines. This is Alpine KTM. This is about, unless the Janetta was up here with him, Ryan, I want to say this is probably about as much two closer cars we couldn't have. These cars both just so nimble through the corners, the two of them, because they're so light.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm really curious to see how this works, especially with both Alpines here.
We had a bit of a similar battle earlier with the Alpine and the Janetta, as the Alpine is looking around the outside of the KTM. That is a long way. The KTM maybe has the better drive and will have the inside line for turn 1. And the Alpine and the KTM are pretty much match speed. You can't do anything with it. Try to go for the undercut into Cascades. Does succeed, but then once again, you ideally want the outside for the first turn because then you have the inside for this longer left-hander. You've got to be careful not opening the door for Billy Octane in the other Alpine, as once again that would be an invitation to just soar on by. That is the problem when you are the middle car in a three-way battle, is that you open the door going for a move, and you can just find yourself, if you can't pull it off, you find yourself being overtaken.
And the KTM getting a good run into the hairpin there, able to keep it steady out, and is going to be able to at least get into the first chicane. Pops over the curb, pops over curb number 2. This is one of the couple KTM, or the only KTM out of the 3 we've seen that really is abusing the curbs every which way we get. Crossland, of course, in the 69, going for a little bit more of the conservative strategy on the tires, trying not to eat too much of the curbs, get the pressure loss, and working for them so far up at the front of the field. However, as we watch back from that rear wing cam of the KTM, you can see the Alpines are ready to pounce and get in there. Billy Octane at this point is just thinking, okay, you've got a penalty, get out of my way. You got a penalty, get out of my way. I want by, get out of my way. in that Alpine, but he's not able to get past him quite yet. All 3 of these guys will have a pit stop remaining through the remainder of the race. Of course, 44 minutes left. None of them have pit yet. We will have to come in for one final pit stop at least for some fuel. The KTM is what I'm curious about here. Will he only have to go in for a quick drive-through, or only a couple liters of fuel, as the KTM seems to do the best on the fuel? They are the Bentleys of the GT4 field, as I've come to understand. Sometimes can do up to 90 minutes or so on some tracks.
Yeah, exactly. As it says, if stint timers weren't a thing, then all of these cars would do really, really, amazing times on the fuel. But we follow what the GT World Challenge follows, as he says, but that doesn't mean that part of your strategy can't be that you fill up more in the previous pit stop and you just have a drive-through. How many of the drivers have taken that strategy will be interesting to see, as it will save you at least 20 seconds, even if you were having a quick splash and dash, possibly, as this battle still has not really gained anything. Matt Samuel versus Gulia, the 899. As you said earlier, they've thought that they'd pull out a little bit more, but they have not. Maybe the Audi actually gaining there slightly through Cascades, which is going to really help them on the long run through Lake Corner.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's able to get enough of a run, though, into the corner, but it's surprising. Look at how good that Audi is on the brakes versus the KTM. He's really getting deep on the brakes, which is surprising. You would expect that KTM to be better on the brakes, but in the end, Matt Samuel, probably one of the better drivers from the FFS racing team, and that's saying something, as they are full of talent over there. And then Gergo Panker joins them occasionally as well. Meanwhile, the 92 Audi still all over the back of Matt Samuel and the KTM here. Again, back in last place, just kind of hanging out. Got the pace of the leaders, just unfortunately for Burkle, his team has had the worst luck today. And speaking of worst luck, drive-through penalty coming out for the Crozen 80 team for speeding in the pit lane.
Yeah, that's not exactly how you want your day to end, not with 40 minutes left. But it has spread out mostly. The field is very spread out, as Matt Samuel in for his pit stop. So we see, is this going to be a drive-through or is it going to be a splash and dash? Depends how far down his pit box is.
42 minutes left in the race. He's taking tires.
Yeah, I would say so.
I'd be surprised if he didn't. If he didn't take
no,
tires.
he's back out. Nope, back out. Straight through.
Right. So he didn't even take fuel.
No.
If that's the case.
So
that's interesting.
He's taken the strategy that we had thought about earlier, which is they brimmed that car far more than what they needed for that stint and have just driven through. which is very surprising considering the amount of pace that they still did have. That car would have had more fuel on board than the KTM in front. So that will be very interesting. So now, unless the KTM responds with a similar strategy, that might put them into P4.
Interesting. I mean, like I was saying, the KTM is really good on fuel. I wouldn't be surprised if they are able to do that. I wouldn't be surprised if they are able to just take a drive-through, or at best, a light splash and dash. By the way, looking back at this battle now, next and extending us back here, they have both gotten past the KTM. Billy Octane goes for the move, coming in through Island Bend, and gets it done before the hairpin. Octane, with that very ballsy move, puts himself up another position. They're now back up in a P15 overall, and the KTM for the THR Esports back there in the 927 is shuffled all the way to the back of the lead lap, or not even lead lap, sorry, the one lap down position that they're in. I believe they might be 2 laps down at this point. But what a move from Octane.
Yeah, exactly. A very good one. Both drivers left the space. I mean, that is the good thing about when you are 2 Alpines on the same track. You know, sort of 2 Alpine wide is around about 1 Camaro wide, so there's still plenty of space for you to battle fellow machinery on. But as we can see now, Billy Octane just pulling out that gap. So as you mentioned earlier, if it was obviously that the 333 felt he was the faster car, was just being held up, and the KTM started to drop off the back of this train.
Back off the back of the train a little bit, he is. Here's Joe LaCour for the OTL Racing Team 21 Bentley. He's caught up to the 302 of Leaf in that Porsche. And of course, this 21 team has struggled under pressure through kind of most of the race. Honestly, anytime they have a car behind them, you've seen small mistakes come out of them. But that said, I saw one Gergo Panker coming past the comm box as Matt Samuel just drove through the pit lane, and I wanted to wave him on in. So Gergo Panker joins us here in the booth. Afternoon,
Hi, everyone.
Gergo. How you doing?
Afternoon. It's good.
Evening, morning, whatever time it is.
Oh, good. How's yourself?
I hastily shoved some pizza in my mouth at some point today, but I've otherwise been here for the bulk of the race.
Sounds great.
So Matt just did a drive-through.
Yes, that's
He's
correct.
gonna have enough fuel.
Yes, we hope so.
Oh, well, we're hoping so. See, Ryan, it's a hope.
No, it's fine. It should be fine. We were getting held up by Julia, so had to do something about it, and seemed to have been the best way to go for now. We're in clean air, so definitely not losing time to other people at the moment.
Interesting, because we've been talking about that for Ryan, since before the green flag dropped. Me and you were about how strategy was going to play such a huge part in this, and then of course the people talking about how the KTM can run so good on fuel. Do you think Wiggs is going to be able to pit in and do a drive-through himself, or do you think they'll have to pit for fuel? Have you guys calculated it at all?
Well, that what we did was basically probably the fastest strategy to do. I don't know if some people pitted really early, especially in the first stint. I honestly don't know what the plan was. Maybe they had the problem with pressure loss and the tires, and maybe they just had to cut it short to survive. I don't know, but that's not really. I don't think it's optimum to do that. You want to go as long as you want, and then in the end you either do a short splash and dash or a drive-through to sort out your timer. So,
right, yeah.
So I don't think anyone else is on a different strategy on purpose. Like I'm sure there's other factors at play, such as we know that the tires are a big factor at this track.
So how have you guys been treating your tires? Because we've had conflicting things here, right? So Crossland and James Parker, I was told that their tire pressures have been perfectly fine, and as we've watched them, they're definitely up and down. No, you're not touching the curbs too much, right? Whereas Jardier, as Jardier does, he's got his tires pressured up to like 29 psi to start with, so he can touch every curb ever. So how are you guys in the Audi handling that?
It's a compromise, so you obviously need to go quite a bit higher up on your starting pressures than you would normally do on a let's say a regular track. And then you have around 25 minutes at the end, 25 minutes at the end where you just eat everything and you just stop caring about them. But up until that point, you have to be mindful of the curves. You cannot just keep eating and get away with it. So especially we were watching Jardier in the first stint, and he learned from that because he just hit every single curb and then ended up with something like 22 psi in the end, which is very close to a blowout. So you don't want to do that. You want to go higher, but then you kind of have to drive in a bit reserved way for around 50 minutes, 45-50 minutes, because otherwise if you start too early, then it's going to go too soon, and you're going to have to be all over the place at the end of your stint. But yeah, it's been fine. I mean, we haven't really, I think the lowest we got was like 26 flat,
That's not too bad.
which is fine. Yeah, no problems from that.
So Matt Samuel, before the race, I know, was talking about how he was concerned about the Audi and the brakes. Watching back from Wiggly after he went past you guys, I mean, it seems like you guys were fantastic on the brakes, if anything, comparatively to the KTM, which was a little surprising. I mean, has Matt changed his mind 5.5 hours later?
No, the weakness of the car is still the brakes. It would be really, really good, but you cannot maximize your braking. You always have to. You cannot just smash the brakes like in any other, especially GT3s. You have to be very careful with the braking, and then if you trail brake, it just stops. Once you're on the ABS, it's gone. So you're not stopping anymore. So it's quite tricky, because otherwise it would be a really, really good. It's still a very fast car here. So I'm definitely not complaining about pace compared to the others. We knew that the KTM was going to be really good, especially because we had hotter temperatures, and that favors the smaller cars. So we expected the Alpine and the KTM to be up there. But the Audi, yeah, it has this problem with the brakes, but it actually kind of distracted us from the brakes. After like 20 minutes, I had a yellow engine light. Because there's a part in the track where if you downshift in a dip on the road, you can over rev the rears, and then that can sort of kind of kill your transmission and engine. So we've done that. I've done most of that. So we've been driving around with a yellow engine light for like 5.5 hours, which is great.
So you heard it here first, folks. Gergo Panker, Kuno's developer, well, 3D modeler. If that car breaks, it's his fault, so we can blame Gergo.
Yeah, I definitely took 6 out of the 7 lives of the car in my first stint. So,
but how many track cuts did you get?
Sorry?
But how many track cuts did you get?
0.
Oh, look at this! Look at this guy. So we've had plenty of DTs for track cuts today. Personally, I'm surprised Jardier hasn't gotten one yet. He's still sitting on one track cut out here, as 5.5 hours later, soloing this race. Little surprises. Oulton can be difficult for cutting the track. You get a lot of track warnings here if you're not careful.
Yeah, well, the trick is, again, because the whole track limit system and how it works, it looks at the default, let's say a default reference lap, until you make a faster one. So once you have really fast laps in, it's always it has a bit more leeway with the with the warning. So if you can do really fast legal laps, then the track limits sort of follow that. So that's the trick, is to not push it in the first laps. So don't go wide in the out lap or in your first laps, because then it's really, really easy to just collect a warning every corner, and then you're just shafting your whole race with that.
Well, I didn't know that worked that way. That's an interesting little mechanic there. Insight into some of the back end of how the mechanics work here. A couple of cars, of course, coming in for their pit stops. I think Leaf is a little scared there. He got hard on the brakes and almost stopped. I wonder if he sped into the pit lane. Drive through ink? We'll find out. And there's the car behind him, Svenchek, for the Green Office team. So the one other thing that I wanted to ask you about your team for this race. Where is Mike Noble?
Oh, our team had another endurance race yesterday. So the plan was to just split the two teams, and the team that did not participate in the other race yesterday would do this one, and then they would basically take the day off. But Mike's been with us, helping with strategy and telling us good job and that sort of stuff. That they've done a lot of. They did a lot of driving yesterday, so yeah, it's their day off now.
Guys, I forgot they were driving in the Bathurst race yesterday. Well, Ryan, you got any questions for the 321 Audi?
No, I think you covered it earlier. I were once again sort of wondering about how the brakes were holding up, because I think it was your team as well that mentioned after the 12 hours of Bathurst that the brakes are a little bit unpredictable as you continue on with the stint. They get a little bit scary, but no, if it's all good, as it says, when the engine comes back in, we can direct all warranty claims to Gergo.
Yeah,
I just want to point out that was not the FFS Racing team complaining of brake troubles. That was the hazardous overlap, totally not affiliated.
No,
with FFS
yeah,
Racing.
It was.
no idea who those guys are. No, we did. The brakes did die pretty much. They went below the recommended threshold where you're supposed to change them. So that was actually quite a scare, because they were running on completely dead rear brakes in the final hour or so. And but for 6 hours it should be fine. We're not really worried about the brakes. Just generally not too great, but it's not slowing us down any more than it usually does.
Well, Gergo Panker joining us from the FFS Racing team. Currently, Matt Samuel out in that car. Jarkko Torvinen joining him and Matt. And, of course, generally within that team as well, you have Andre Frank, right?
Yeah,
I always
yeah.
mix with two Andres. Andre Frank and Mike Noble. And, of course, Gergo Panker as well, joining them in that team. And, Gergo, thanks for popping in for a few minutes. I'll let you get back over to hopefully make fun of Matt Samuel. Make sure he catches that 899. I want to battle right at the end. All right.
Well, thank you very much for inviting me, and thanks again for the event. It's been great.
Of course, yeah. It's been a very interesting one. Very clean racing today too, which I'm kind of happy about. Until Fabian tried to bump you guys off track anyway, or Quigley.
It's fine. They said sorry, so it's fine.
Yeah, exactly. It was just a low bump. It's fine. It's a GT4 car.
Yeah, it will survive up until like 30 seconds of damage. It's good.
All right. Well, that has been Gergo Panker for the 321 FFS Racing team. And guys, I think what we're going to do is we're going to take a bit of an on-board lap while we have about 30 minutes left in this race. Let's jump on board. Let's say one of the Camaros, shall we? Let's jump on board with the OVRC team. John Dalton in the 888 Chevrolet Camaro. We're going to go on board with him as Jardier approaches him to give him another lap down. Take a couple on-board laps here with the Camaro.
And that was a few laps on board with the ROF 404 Connection Lost Racing Camaro. We briefly had the OVRC 888, but they had dipped into the pits for their last mandatory stop as well. Well, I say mandatory, that was just to reset the stint timer. So that is pretty much now all people shuffled up. We've got maybe a few more cars yet to pit as the sort of 20-minute marker comes down. That's when we expect most teams to have been needing to pit, including Jardier, who has just come into the pits. He mentioned earlier that he was taking fuel for a 20-minute splash and dash, which that we'll see where he filters back out versus the number 16 Porsche of Wilmoth, which has already got past turn 1, so that is that battle sort of done and dusted. 22 minutes remaining. Jardier gets back out underway. So then the remaining battle on track that we have yet to see finish out is the battle between the 899 of Julia and the 321 of Samuel. As far as I know, the 899 still is yet to make a pit stop. So that will be when they filter back out. I think that is the 92 Audi in front of them that was pacing them earlier, possibly holding them up a little bit. That might be a slight problem later on when all is said and done strategy-wise, and that is the 92. "21 minutes of this race left." You would expect all teams now to have as the 92 has had a spin. 899 does well to avoid that. 404 is going to try get by. Yep, they are. The 92 rejoining the track. We're going to have a very quick replay here. Grabbed by Nick Seknik on the trigger as usual. And it would look like they just get it wrong. Yep, just into the chicane, get it wrong. Just come across the track. 899 anchors on the brakes, sees that coming.
Gwiglia said, "Brake!"
Pretty much. Could we throw the boat anchor out? That might slow us down.
Eject the parachute, throw the anchor, flash the lights. The BMW coming past him as well. That's the, I think that's the 192, if I'm not mistaken, behind him. As Gwiglia is going to dip now into the pit lane for his... Well, we're going to find out, because this is going to be interesting. He's diving towards the right, which would tell me he's actually coming in for a stop. And he is going to come in and stop. How long is he going to be in the pit lane? Because this is going to be the most telling thing of the race right here, is how long would Gwiglia have to be in his box. We're about 6 seconds in, 8 seconds in or so. Drops the hammer, and there he goes, about a 10-second stop, give or take. Where's Matt Samuel out of the track? He's already passed him. Oh, look at how far he is. Oh, wow. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Gone and done and dusted. Matt Samuel out way ahead of Alexander Gwiglia. The strategy playing off of that Audi if they have enough fuel.
And actually, that's the Alpine of Barrier. The 771 has got by as well. Barrier back up to P5.
I don't think Barrier has pit yet. Oh, no, wait. No, Mikowski was just in that car, wasn't he?
Yes.
If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so Barrier, even they had to do less of a pit stop or have at least made up that time, which is surprising. Because if they made a driver swap, that's a 30-second pit stop at minimum. Let me see here. No, Barrier has been in the car. I just potted back on my replay machine. So Barrier has been in the car, and they have not made their pit stop yet.
Ah, that's why. So
okay. I was going to say, man, that can't be right.
I was going to, I was wondering, I was like, how have they suddenly shot back past in the little Alpine? So now that is currently just a pit stop shake-up. That means they're very, very close to the end of the race. So I expect that car to just do a drive-through. We've got less than 90 minutes. I mean, that's almost, qualifying time. Less than in some cases.
He may have to make a splash and dash still for fuel, but obviously he's not going to change drivers or take full fuel or anything. Jardier has been through the pit lane as well about 15 minutes ago while we were out on break, or about the time we went out. And he is back out on the track. He's got plenty of fuel for the remainder of the race, it looks like. Less than 20 minutes left in this race. We're now down into open lobby sprint race territory here, as we're going to start seeing bumping and banging going on, I'm sure. Starting to see, we've seen a lot of bumping and banging in the past 5.5 hours. Not quite enough to keep the stewards busy, just nice clean racing that you'd expect at a NASCAR race out here. But that's what these GT4s are so fun for. They're so bulky and beefy and just stick to the ground that you can pretty much bump and bang these things all over the place. Quigley is going to want to get past Barrier here before he has to come in for his pit stop, as he has obviously got the pace over him. 25 seconds back on Matt Samuel. That's mad. He did not make a 25-second pit stop, so that shows how fast that Audi is in comparison.
Yeah, the Audi was obviously losing time behind the 899. So as soon as they got clean air, they've just been doing a couple of their laps, combined with the fact that they just did a drive-through. Like I said, maybe if we had, I'd say maybe 10 seconds, 10, 15 seconds of that was that pit by the time you've done the slight splash and dash, and then, up on the jacks, down on the jacks versus just the drive-through. But still, yeah, an extra almost 10-second gap.
Well, I have some new knowledge that's been passed to me from one of the 899 teammates, Sammy Schmidberger. He says apparently what happened is they lost a lot of time behind that other Audi that was out on track. Well.
The 92, yeah.
Yeah, that explains some of it right there. So unfortunate for the 899 team, they'll have to hope for a mistake if they want to get back up into P4. But Matt Samuel at this point can kind of just cruise his way to a P4 position. I forgot to make fun of Gergo. I think that this is the first endurance race that FFS won't have a podium on.
It would look that way so far, yeah. Charlie Crossland has just driven away with it. Whoop, bit of a dink. Yeah, we have
a lock up there, I think, from the KTM. He wasn't expecting the Alpine to go wide, I think, and locked up the brakes there a little bit.
Yeah, so Charlie Crossland with the 69 has just driven away with this race. And then we've got Woolmuth in the 16 and Jardier coming from way back on the grid in the sole McLaren, showing us maybe, that car was not to be laughed at.
Yeah, solidly up in P3. Of course, our only solo driver here in the Pro Split. Charlie Crossland in for his mandatory stint reset drive-through.
Yep, looks like a drive-through. There we go.
Pretty unsurprising for the British Ballers team. Here's Woolmuth coming out of the final corner. He's on the back end. He's out near the hairpin. Wow. Okay, jump back to Crossland there for a second, Nick. Where is that out on the track? He's like... Crossland's almost lapped the entire field.
Yeah, he's a county mile ahead.
And a county mile is a long mile out in rural Britain, I'm assuming.
Yeah, you could say so.
Well, the British Ballers, James Parker, Charlie Crossland, in the KTM. They won our very first, or James Parker at least won our very first multi-class GT4 race. So only right that he wins the first pure GT4 endurance race as well. Of course, the first multi-class one was at Nürburgring quite a few months ago, shortly after the GT4 pack dropped. And here today, looking like they will take another victory out of the hands of Maximilian Woolmuth. The Excel Racing by Renwelt team, and an excellent drive here. Of course, both of these teams, or drivers rather, are driving in our World Tour. The Excel Racing by Renwelt team has had a pretty decent drive in our Invitational Silver Split, but not quite as good as they have had this race. Overall, really glad to see these guys get out and make some strides. I'm really curious to see how the rest of the race goes. Of course, join us next weekend on Saturday before the night owl race for our 8 hours of Monza qualifying. Qualifying plus Super Bowl, which is just always so fun to commentate and watch. It's so intense watching the 30 minutes of qualifying for these endurance races. Some of the best, absolute best drivers in ACC out here putting down hot laps, trying to make their way up to the front, and especially at Monza. We talk about how endurance races, qualifying means a little bit less for endurance races. But Ryan Mawson, have you ever started at the back of a Monza field?
Yes.
It's painful.
Interesting. Yeah,
Painful.
I think it's.
You're a half a lap down by the time you get out of the first corner.
Yeah, and it's just, oh god, yeah. Turn 1 is just a car park. Whoa! Be careful, my son, with the 899. A massive drift.
Keeps going wide too.
Maybe the tires are starting to drop off. You have to remember these have done now nearly what, an hour and a half, an hour and 40 on these tires. GT4s, you don't have the downforce of a GT3 to save you. When your mechanical grip starts going, you really start noticing that, because that is your only form of grip. And yet still the Alpine of Barrier still going around. They must have had their stints incredibly close to the end of the race. We've only got 12 minutes left.
Yeah, getting right down to the end. Barrier, of course, I unfortunately can't go back on my replay far enough to see when the last time they pit is. Maybe they have indeed came in through their drive-through in at some point and reset that stint timer. Perhaps, Ryan, if you've got your replay handy, maybe you can take a look at it for us. Otherwise, maybe Fabian over in the chat can give a look and see when Barrier came through the pit lane last. But yes, Wiglia does have the pace to get around him if he's patient enough to do so.
Yeah, I'll have a quick look, as mine does appear to be going back far enough. Let's see.
Ooh, look at that. All over the back of that little Alpine as they come down into the hairpin. Wiglia, every time, you can tell, every time he shifts, he drops off just that little bit, going along the outside of the hairpin, not able to get hard enough on the brakes, but he's trying to go for the cutback now. Gets his nose underneath that rear quarter panel, but just not quite enough of a run in comparison to the Alpine, and he gets slotted back behind in P6. And the Alpine is going to take off again. Valentin Barrier going to hold on to P5 for the moment. What'd you find, Ryan, if anything?
So the Alpine had pitted on lap 180 and has not been in the pits since.
That's 21 laps ago. So 21 laps, about 100 seconds, 105 seconds or so per lap. That is well within range to finish out the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, so it would look like actually that the Alpine of Barrier had just made up all that time. That is very, very interesting.
Very interesting.
So yeah, that is a race for position right down to the wire.
All right. Well, that means Wiglia can't let up. He's got 10 minutes to go right now. Lap 202 for the leader has been started and is just about finished, because he has just about lapped the entire field at this point. He's currently making his way through the hairpin again. And if I'm not mistaken, I think everybody but P2 might be a lap down. Which is absolutely amazing to think about, 6 hours into a race and these guys. And here comes Billy Octane in for his drive-through. Reset that stint timer and get back out. Gets the hammer down. Coming back out. Oh, Wiglia, careful. Hitting that grass, hitting that dirt. Throws him a little sideways, but not quite enough to get him to lose it. He is pushing.
You can see how much at the 899 really they want that. They fought so hard. Oh, it's a snap from the Alpine.
Oh,
one tiny mistake. He's now got to do it all over again.
And we're going to get a little bit of a replay of that, I'm hoping. Let's watch that again. Here it is. So through the chicane, right after Guiglia had his little bit of a mistake, and here it comes into the second chicane. He's going to get hard on the brakes here in about now. See the front end of that thing go down, catch the curb on the inside again, and just isn't able to hold on to it. Slides himself as he touches the brakes coming through the left-hander, and that's Alexander Guiglia back up into P5, now going from attacking to defending. However, I think the problem is that Guigs has got a little bit more pace than Barrier does. And especially if that keeps happening, there's a few more tenths that's going to fall off there. Not the spot that you want to have problems in. But hey, 8 minutes to go, and these guys are on the absolute limit. We've seen Guiglia shaking and moving all around as well. It's not to say that there might not be a mistake made there with 8 minutes to go.
That really shows how much the tires are starting to drop off in this last. That is the advantage of the drive-through is, you save so much time not having to do anything, no tires, no pit stops, no anything. Downside of that now is these tires are really, really getting past their best. I think they wouldn't be selling for very much if you tried to sell them as part ones. I think the term is fully cooked.
Fully cooked, or perhaps very deflated. One of the two, or both. Is about what we might be seeing with some of these tires. But I'm not curious. So Jardier obviously didn't change tires. Still overpressured. He is. He's at about 27.5 to 28. So he's actually a little still overpressured, even this deep into his stint. As again, Barrier going wide, just getting himself to the absolute limit to try and catch up with Alexander Guiglia here. Barrier does not want to lose that top 5 position. Jardier would never let him hear the end of it. Jardier says, I've been racing for 6 hours by myself. I'm in P3. What are you doing? Valentin Barrier. As a penalty comes out for the 92 for some earlier contact from the stewards. They're all the way down in last place at this point. We've had, looks like, only about 5 retirements through this race, right? Not too bad.
No, definitely not. Not with how long it is. I think one of them was an unfortunate disconnect as well, where they had tried to rejoin, but the car number was wrong, so it's obviously causing problems for the team. And yeah, just a few other minor incidents along the way. But realistically, for 6 hours of Oulton Park, if you'd have told me that at 6 hours of Oulton Park there would only be 5 people, and realistically we haven't had any monumental crashes, they've done very well. I 100% expected someone to get Lake Corner wrong and to go off into that retention wall. And well, at least when I have been in the box, no one has done that. We've seen a couple of people run wide, catch the grass, but have kept it on the road.
Uh-oh. The Chonk battle has returned.
Yep. The Mercedes and the Camaro.
This is Kevin Leone for the SDL Esports by Logitech G. Following Roth in the 404 Connection Lost Racing Team. Ryan refers to Roth as Budget Jardier because his first name is Yaroslav. So, Ryan Gill, that is. So Connection Lost, you can take it up with Mr. Oh, look at him! Early on the brakes. The Merc didn't know what to do, but get into his usual braking zone, bumps him just a little bit there. I don't think the Camaro's a little happy about that. You can see the lights flashing, but I don't know. That was I think the Camaro got a little early on the brakes there. I don't think the Merc knew what to do. I'm curious if obviously the stewards, I'm sure, might have something to say about that if they jump into the race control booth over here in the last 5 minutes. But that is another position made up by the SDL team. Back up into P9, where these guys started near the top of the field 6 hours ago. Struggled through the first stint or two. Had a bit of a struggle with something mechanical-wise, I believe, during the first stint. Had to make a couple of early pit stops and have fought their way all the way back up to P9. Now 20 seconds or so behind P8, which is the Race Line Motorsport 192 team. but they've already started gapping before connection loss. He's already almost a second up. Pushing back over to Valentine Berrier here, fighting against Guiglia. 3.5 minutes to go, about 2 or 3 laps, depending on where the leader. Leader is just crossing the line. That gives us probably 3 more laps to go. Berrier not giving up, but Wiggs is moving.
Yeah, exactly. We never quite worked out what happened to the 27 Mercedes. He said at the start of the race, we watched them battling, really high up in the top podium positions, and then they came in, had an early pit stop, had a few more problems, and that was it. We just we've never saw them again, apart from the battles with the 404, the Camaro. But yes, we're looking at where the leader is. It is around about 3 laps, which could be a blessing for some people like Barrier, and could be a curse for Guiglia, because it's you want this race to be over. It's like, please just give me that checkered flag, and I don't have to defend from this angry Frenchman in a French car.
That's true. I didn't consider that. Valentine Berrier in his French car. Ryan would be proud. Ryan Gill would be proud.
Speaking of, their team's still going in 14th. They're in their own little world in the 333. The Alpines have sort of all spaced themselves out. They are all sort of fairly equal throughout the field, though. Similar with the KTMs. I mean, it was the KTM wall at the start of the race, and all of them have sort of spread themselves out, wrestling with the wheel going through there up the hill. You can see how much of a tricky car this is to master. Druids on the power, blind crest. Very scary sometimes when you want to get on the power, but going wide is such an easy thing to do. Ooh.
Really close to the back end of that KTM. Berrier knows that he's got about a lap or 2 to do it. They crossing the line to start the second to last lap. He's got about 3 minutes remaining on the clock by the time they cross the line for the final time to get the move done. So far has been unable to do it. He's constantly running out of grip, trying to get the run out of the corner. Guiglia wiggling around a little bit himself, but the question is, can this little Alpine get on the hammer early enough coming out of one of the corners to catch up to the KTM? We know the KTM is not the easiest car to pass because it's so quick through the corner and coming out. But if anything is going to do it, it's probably that little Alpine as he catches the curb once again coming out of the first chicane, gets himself just a touch loose and loses any speed that he had coming to the second chicane. Now that said, the leader is going to be coming out of the final corner here very shortly. Here he comes from the penultimate corner up through the left-hander. Charlie Crossland basically going to take a victory lap. Starts the final lap with 5 seconds to go, says, no, I'm taking a victory lap. I will have the checkered flag at the end. Crossland making his way down into turn 2 for the final time. Here's Denton's, and then into Cascades and out down the Lakeside Straight. Berrier falling off the back of Guiglia as they continue on to the final lap. Crossland, meanwhile, out in front, coming through Island Bend, hard on the brakes into Shell Oil's corner. Through the hairpin for the final time, the 69 British Ballers. Charlie Crossland, James Parker, flashing the lights a little bit there, catches the curbs, throws himself through Britain chicane, out down the hilltop straight, hard on the brakes into his laps chicane, as much of the curve as possible on the right, might as well take as much on the left as well. Why not at this point? Out of Knickerbrook, down into Clay Hill and Water Tower, and down into Druids, where you have seen so much drama today. Cars losing themselves, understeering out onto the grass off the edge here, losing traction, throwing themselves into the wall. Bart Macha multiple times on one of his last stints through the middle. Here comes Charlie Crossland up to the line, and he's going to take the victory here at the 6 hours of Oulton Park on RCI TV. The British Ballers team dominating this race. Charlie celebrating with a bit of a drift through turn one, holds that nicely as well through the final corner. Woolmuth very easily taking home P2. Going to be crossing the line here shortly. Yaroslav Honzik is still coming through the hairpin at the back end of the track, but will come home in P3. Matt Samuel, Alexander Guiglia, Valentin Barrier, P4, 5, and 6, locking in those positions. John Dalton, or the OBRC Racing Team, P7. Racing Line Motorsport, 20 seconds back from him in P8. SDL 27 Mercedes going to come home in P9. And the 404 Connection Loss Racing Team coming through in P10. Here's Woolmuth coming across the line for P2, flashing the lights. Fantastic showing by the Excel Racing by Ren Welton Alpine. Here's the Austin 39 570S coming out of the penultimate corner, in through the slight kink that is Deer Leap, turn 17, and across the line for 6 hours solo along the Oulton Park track in the McLaren 570S. I don't know that I could have handled 6 hours here at Oulton Park, but Jardier did it like a pro. Brings home the final podium position. Crossland, Woolmuth, Honzik taking home the podium. Here's second to last car across the line, and the very last car to cross the line be Darren Molahan for the Jardier Community Team number 2, 777. One of the silver teams that got promoted up. Ryan, fantastic racing for 6 hours and some change. Fantastic qualifying. Glad you could join me here for the end, but rather dominating performance by that 69 KTM at the end.
Yeah, just as soon as the we thought for a while that maybe it was the 16 of Woolmuth's turn. You know, that Porsche looked very, very strong at the start. Unfortunately, a couple of issues along the way, and the 69 KTM just so consistent. All they did was just drive away with Crossland and Parker in the car. And then, yeah, no one could really touch them, almost lapping the entire field. P2 then, an amazing drive from Woolmuth, you know, kept it there up in the top positions all of the way, despite some of their slight problems. Jardier picking up the final rank on the podium, starting way back in the qualifying, at least nowhere near the podium, showing us that, yeah, the McLaren maybe was not a car to be sniffed with. And, yeah, all fantastic drive. As I said, finally, I think I would call the race now refreshing as Jardier's finished.
I'm surprised the man hasn't jumped out of his seat and out to the bathroom yet, personally.
Well, yeah.
6 hours by yourself at Oulton Park. I suppose you don't have too much time to, I was going to say, but unless you're Jardier, you don't have much time to think along this track. But in the end, Jardier finishes up the race 6 hours later. And of course, Woolmuth and Karsten coming out into P2, the Excel Racing Team. Excellent drive by them. FFS Racing, of course, in P4, nearly on pace P5. And that will wrap up the top 5 finishers. Guys, again, make sure Wednesday tune in for the finale of the Diamond Drive Cup. We are at Spa for 90 minutes. Nate and Jesse Lee will be bringing you that race. Ryan Mawson and Jesse Lee will be bringing you the Night Owl race finale. Bathurst, 90 minutes there on Saturday. And, of course, we have our Monday and Friday championships upcoming. Jump onto Discord, come in, give us a give us a sign up, come in, do the qualifying, get yourself into a split, get yourself racing, and at that point, you see some of the cars out here celebrating in the GT4s. Guys, it's been a pleasure joining you today for the last 6.5 hours. Congratulations, Charlie Crossan, James Parker, Wilmoth Karsten, and of course, Jody for taking home the podium today. My name has been Mike Jones. Joining me, Ryan Moss and Ryan Gill, Joe Gleason, and Nate. Joining me in the booth today, Nick Setnick, Stewie behind the cameras. We'll be back Wednesday. See you guys then.